Collective, welcome or welcome back to my channel. I am the Nosy Witch and this is my channel, Nosy Witch Tarot. If you've been here before, thank you for returning, you know the deal. If you have not been here before, thank you for joining me today. I am so happy to have you here. I do collective pick a card readings here on YouTube. My readings tend to be deep dives, they do tend to be pretty long, so grab a hot or cold beverage of your choice and get cozy because we have a lot to get through today. Before I get started with the reading breakdown, first of all, I just want to take a moment here to just thank you all so much for taking the time out of your day to listen to me ramble. If you've been here with me on this journey for a while, you'll know that I've been working towards a particular significant milestone for a little bit of time, and I have just very recently officially passed that milestone, and I can now apply for monetization, and that's thanks to all of you. I've only just got over 1,000 subscribers, by the way, so if you see it go down, I'm probably going to delete this part from the video because that's embarrassing, but hopefully it won't, fingers crossed. Hopefully that is me over that little threshold that I needed. And as I said from the very beginning, creating this channel has never and will never be about money for me. First and foremost, I wanted to help people the way other tarot readers have helped me throughout difficult periods in my life, but as well as that, I, in a way, just wanted to prove to myself that I could actually stick to something, because on a personal level, consistency is something that I've always struggled with forever. And you know, it's not been an easy year for any of us. There have been times that life stuff has happened, as it does for all of us, and especially, you know, when you're not seeing any progress, it can be easy to want to give up during those moments. But throughout all of that, I just kept reminding myself that there was a reason that I felt called to do this in the first place, and I felt passionate enough about this channel that I decided to keep going. And so even just proving to myself that I can do that has been a huge learning experience for me. I've been able to develop more trust in myself and my capabilities because I've been able to let go of that self-limiting belief of, you know, I just don't stick to anything. I'm overcoming that, and that's something I've chosen to do for myself, but also I haven't done it alone because you guys as a collective have sent me so much love and support, which I will be forever grateful for. And I know that my journey and me having some of the breakthroughs that I've had personally would have been 10 times more difficult if it wasn't for some of you listening, because I've had so many of those days where I thought I'm not good enough, or I'm not made for this, or why am I doing this? And then I'll get that one message, even, you know, just from one singular person saying, hey, this really resonated for me. And I'm like, oh, that's why we do it. It's the connection. It's us sharing our human experiences with each other. That is the part I feel really passionate about. So I am just eternally grateful for anyone who chooses to listen and interact in any capacity. I notice every single like, every single comment and subscriber, and I never ever take any of it for granted. I have no idea how the monetization process works. I have applied, but I am not yet monetized. If you're a creator out there and you know more about it than I do and you have any advice for me, I'm totally open to that. But I just want you guys to know, even if I only earn a few pennies from this, I feel so endlessly blessed to have you here. And at this point in time, I unfortunately do not have the material resources to give anything back to you yet, but if I'm ever at a point where I'm making any kind of profit from this, however small, and not just, you know, breaking even on what I've already invested into this channel, I would absolutely love to arrange some kind of giveaway in the future because you are all just the best and I appreciate you so very much. Now, with that soppy little monologue out of the way, let's have a chat about this reading today. So this reading is titled, Hi Bestie, let me tell you about your 2025 in detail. How will 2025 be your best year yet? So I always think the new year is a super magical time in terms of us creating change to hopefully manifest our desired reality and become the best version of ourselves. And I also feel like 2024 has been a time. It's been a time. And you know, there's good things and there's bad things that happen every single year. We can't escape that. But I feel like a lot of us could just do with a little bit of a boost. And I feel like it's really important for us to have things to look forward to. So I wanted to do this reading today to, in part, hype you up, get you motivated, get you excited for this upcoming year. But I also want to give you details on what specifically might happen for you throughout various points of the year. So this is also in part a predictive reading. Now, predictive never means that anything has to be set in stone here. Energies always have the potential to shift and to change, and ultimately, I always want you to know that you are the creator of your own reality. I'm just the messenger here. And whilst the intention of this reading is to inspire and uplift, I will also be honest about any potential challenges I'm seeing because it wouldn't be fair to you if I wasn't. We can enter a new year feeling safe in the knowledge that we are going to do whatever we can to make it our best year yet, and that's something I absolutely encourage 100%, but it's important to remember that life is still lifing at the same time, and sometimes things do happen outside of our control. If I happen to mention one of these things, it is not to derail your progress or to make you less hopeful in any way at all. It is literally just me trying to be fully transparent and letting you know what to expect. However, always remember that these are collective readings. You don't have to claim anything within this message. If a specific message isn't for you, then that just means the message is for somebody else who chose the same pile as you. So always take what's for you and leave the rest for somebody else. But aside from that little caveat, for the most part, we are going to be trying to channel the most empowering messages today. So thank you for sending me your beautiful energy and allowing me to deliver these messages. So today we are going to do a deep dive on your 2025, and we're going to be looking at how you're glowing up and making this your best year yet. How are you stepping into the best version of you? So excitingly, in numerology, 2025 marks the end of a chapter because it's associated with the number 9, and number 9 represents completion and the conclusion of a cycle before beginning again with a fresh. And I always say, these readings are timeless. Whenever this reading finds you is the right time for you to listen. But if you are watching this reading at the time I post it, I think there's probably no better time to be closing out cycles and starting afresh. So this is the perfect time to do a reading like this. And as a collective, there could be a lot of themes coming up here in relation to closing cycles and giving birth to these new versions of ourselves. 2025, I believe, will also be the year of the snake, which is why you are choosing from these adorable snake stickers today. And I think there's probably a metaphor somewhere here about shedding our skin and becoming anew. There are big themes here of transformation and of metamorphosis. So I hope you're as excited as I am to find out how you're going to be stepping into your power this upcoming year. As for a breakdown of what this reading will entail, as usual, the reading will be split into 2 main sections, your oracle reading and your tarot reading. During the oracle reading, I'm going to be looking at exactly 9 cards, and these 9 cards are intended to represent your overarching energy and the bigger themes for you in relation to 2025. The oracle portion is likely to touch on some of your current energy and things you might have experienced recently, so please feel free to use this portion of the reading as an energy check and for confirmation you have chosen the right pile. We are then going to move on to the tarot portion of the reading, and during the tarot portion of the reading, we're going to be looking at your 2025 in more detail and in relation to specific months/seasons. The tarot portion is actually going to be split into quarters. We're going to be looking at a selection of cards at a time, and these are intended to represent themes of those few months. So the first few cards will represent January, February, and March. The next few cards will represent April, May, and June. The following few cards will represent July, August, and September, and the last few cards will represent your October, November, and December. I may also roll the astro dice after each of these subsections, I guess, to give you extra confirmation regarding significant signs, houses, or placements for those months. I am also probably going to close the reading today with some advice from the Guardian Angel Oracle cards on how best we can enter into 2025. With all of that said, let's go ahead and introduce the piles today. So over here we have pile 1 with the Everyday Witch Tarot and the Blue Snake. Here we have pile 2 with the Healing Waters Tarot, French edition, and the Pink Snake. Here we have pile 3 with the Final Rose Tarot and the Orange Snake. And here we have pile 4 with the Light Seers Tarot and the Yellow Snake. Please feel free to pause the video if you would like a moment to reflect on your choice. You are also welcome to choose more than one pile if more than one pile is calling to you today. Once you've chosen your pile, please head to the pinned comment or the description box below. Timestamps will be listed there and they will take you to the start of your chosen pile. If you like the reading, please don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Thank you so much for being here and listening, and I'll see you at your chosen pile, collective. Hi Pile 1 Collective, if you chose Pile 1 and you chose the Everyday Witch Tarot and the Blue Snake sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. If you would like a full breakdown regarding what to expect during this reading, then please check out the introduction and go through absolutely everything there. So today we're going to be doing a deep dive on your 2025, and we're going to be looking at how you're glowing up and making this your best year yet. How are you stepping into the best version of you? So I wanted to do this reading today to, in part, hype you up, get you motivated, and get you excited for this upcoming year. But I also want to give you details on what specifically might happen for you throughout various points of the year. So this is also in part a predictive reading. Now, I said it in my intro, but just to reiterate, predictive never means that anything has to be set in stone. Energies always have the potential to shift and change, and ultimately you are the creator of your own reality. I am literally just the messenger here, and whilst the intention of this reading is always to inspire and uplift, I will also be honest about any potential challenges I'm seeing, because it wouldn't be fair to you if I wasn't. So we can enter a new year feeling safe in the knowledge that we are going to do whatever we can to make it our best year yet, and that's something I absolutely encourage 1000%. But it's also important to remember that life is still lifing, and sometimes things happen outside of our control. If I happen to mention one of these things, it is not to derail your progress or to make you less hopeful in any way whatsoever. It is just me being fully transparent and letting you know what to expect. However, always remember that these are collective readings. You don't have to claim anything within this message. If a specific message isn't for you, then that just means the message is for somebody else who chose the same pile as you. So always take what's for you and leave the rest. But aside from that little caveat, for the most part, we are going to be trying to channel the most empowering messages today. So thank you for sending me your beautiful energy and allowing me to deliver these messages. I am actually going to pop your tarot cards to one side for now, because we are going to start this reading off by focusing on your oracle cards. There are 9 oracle cards here, and these are to represent your current energy as well as the overarching energy of your 2025. So you can use this portion of the reading as an energy check and for confirmation you have chosen the right pile. So let's have a look at what we've got for you. Your first card is, am I focused on what I want most? And it says one reason so few of us achieve what we truly want is that we never direct our focus. We never concentrate our power. Most people dabble their way through life, never deciding to master anything in particular. Today's soul action, what you focus on grows. Today, ask yourself, is my life a reflection of my values or do I need to make adjustments? Prioritize. We have got number 35, closing circle, pure intent, sacred doors, timing, experience. We have got hold your vision, fixed moon. We've got friendship. Fairies and humans alike need friends. Now is the time to seek out those who will support and encourage you on your journey to fulfill your dreams. We have got blossom. We have got number 28, self-respect. We have got after the rain, silver lining, relief, hope, mercy, it's over, acceptance. We've got number 48, porcupine spirit, time for beginner mind. And we have got connection. So I just want to start off by mentioning the numbers on the cards. These do not have to be significant to you, but it's just a little bit of extra confirmation if they are. So these could be relevant in terms of dates, ages, angel numbers, synchronicities you are seeing a lot of, astrological placements within your chart. But we have number 35, number 48, and number 28. And if we add the 2 digits up, we also get the numbers 8, 12, and 10. So these could also be relevant in terms of life paths and things like that, although that doesn't have to apply. But the first message I'm getting for you, Pile 1, about your 2025 is that this is your time to really be the main character in your own life. I'm also hearing it's your time to shine, and it's also going to be this time of you focusing on what is truly important to you. It very much feels like 2024 is a year where you've had to tie up loose ends, and you're going to be entering 2025 with this fresh perspective and this very new mindset. This connection card particularly is making me think of the crown chakra, so it could feel like you've been even already experiencing some signs of your crown chakra opening in some way. And if that's already started happening this year, it feels like in 2025 that's going to be intensified further. And a lot of this could really be about connecting with yourself or reconnecting with yourself, particularly if in recent years or in 2024 your mind has been elsewhere or you've been stressed out or preoccupied by lots of other things. It feels like in 2025 you're going to have more time to get back in touch with yourself. Maybe you're figuring out who you are again, or you're saying, what is it that I really want to do with my life? And you're directing a lot of energy towards whatever that is. Some of you could have experienced a spiritual awakening this past year, and now you have this greater sense of purpose, or you're starting to feel more connected to your intuition and to divine downloads you might be receiving. And it feels like that new clarity and insight is going to propel you into 2025 with this fresh pair of eyes and with you seeing the world just entirely differently. If that hasn't happened for you yet, this could be a big theme of this upcoming year. It's like just this overall thing of you figuring out what you want to do and focusing on that and having that clarity as well. It's you saying to yourself, I know what I need to do now, or I know where I need to be now, or I know who I need to be now. For some of you, this past year could have been somewhat of a chaotic year, and maybe it hasn't felt like you have had much opportunity to check in with yourself or to be introspective. And it feels like a lot of this could be due to some external things that have gotten in the way. So some of you could be going into the new year having closed up certain old cycles. You're finalising the things that you need to finalise within your life. Now, as I always say in all of these readings, that can mean many different things to many different people, but the overarching energy that I'm getting for this pile is basically like if 2024 was a low point for you due to external factors, it very much feels like 2025 is going to be your true glow up era and a time where you're becoming more authentically yourself. Because particularly as well with this after the rain card, this is making me think that your spirit guides are saying like the hard part is over, or you're not going to feel this way forever. And that's to those of you where you're still going through it and maybe you're in a situation that does still feel super stressful. It seems that situation is going to be coming to an end so that you can go into 2025 with a very clear mind. Some of you could have gone through breakups this past year, and obviously it won't be that example for everyone, but this is very much giving me like someone who just didn't feel like their best self this past year because maybe every ounce of their energy was directed towards this other situation that wasn't serving them. So let's say you spent the past year trying to fix a dead-end relationship or trying to change someone's behavior, and the more energy you put into that, the more depleted you felt, the more you were like, this is just draining the life out of me. I'm not sure how much longer I can be in this situation. It's like this is you deciding to move away from that relationship for good. And it's not easy, it's tough, it's heartbreaking at the time. You think you'll never recover from it or that you'll always be thinking about it. But at the same time, there's also that sense of relief because as much as you are grieving for the loss of that relationship, there's some tiny part of you in the back of your mind that's like, but now I don't have to be stressed about this person all the time. Now it's not taking up so much of my energy 24/7. And then that leads to this huge glow up because you're actually able to give yourself the love and compassion and the attention that you deserve. It's not all being pushed outwards towards others all of the time. Now, this does not have to be a romantic relationship or anything like that. This could be a draining friendship or family member or job situation, or even like a home or financial situation or legal situation. It doesn't matter what the thing is for you specifically, but basically, it was occupying a lot of space in your mind to the point where you really couldn't give to yourself. And it's maybe felt like your battery has been completely drained and there's been nothing left over for you at the end of the day. So maybe you're closing something up towards the end of the year, whether it's leaving a person or job situation behind, or signing some documents, or getting settled in a new location. Whatever it is, the stress of that situation is coming to an end, and it feels like the worst is over here. 2025 is going to come as a welcome relief. So it could be that something bigger has happened to you, like a breakup or a relocation or a job loss, and it's caused a significant amount of upheaval. Or it could just be the case that your workplace has been super understaffed and you've had to cover, or December has been your busiest month, and that is the thing that's left you depleted. It doesn't have to be a huge thing. For some of you, it will be, and for others of you, it's just more like the past couple of months have felt like that due to a certain situation that needed to change. But whatever it is, there's a sense that this is changing for you in 2025, and it's going to lead to this huge reduction in anxiety and stress for you, if that has ever been a thing. And it doesn't have to be that the change itself is like this super dramatic thing. Even if you're in the same job, let's say, or you're in the same situation that was stressing you out, it just feels like the stressful or the bad parts of that situation are going to be over. So let's say in December this year, your work was super stressful because you were really understaffed, you couldn't get anything done, it was really difficult to manage your time. Even if you're staying in that same workplace in 2025, it feels like that workload is going to become more manageable. So you're going to have more time and energy to focus on more of the things you want to focus on. I don't know why, but closing circle is just making me think, with Ouija boards, people say, like, don't forget to say goodbye. It's making me want to say something like, don't forget to officially close this circle. So if you know you have certain things to do before 2025, whether that's setting boundaries with a person or filing your taxes, I think this is a message of don't forget to get that done before the end of the year so you can officially move on and you can officially forget about it and start to focus on becoming the best version of you. It could even be something simple like you going through your subscriptions, your outgoings, and canceling the subscriptions you don't need anymore, or something like that. Maybe a lot of you have subscriptions that you're just not using, and you literally just need to take some of the financial pressure off yourself by spending just a little bit of time going through what you're using and what you're not using. I'm also getting the image of somebody with a million tabs open on their phone or on the computer screen. I'm seeing someone just pressing close on all of the tabs. So I think that could be relevant to somebody here. There's this sense of like you saying this past year, I can't think with all of this going on around me, or I can't find what I'm looking for with all of these tabs open. So there's something about just alleviating some of that pressure by literally shutting everything down and starting again, going back to basics. Obviously, that will mean different things to different people. The tabs on a computer screen is just a metaphor for maybe all the different tabs that are open in your brain right now. I think 2025 for you could be a year where you're kind of learning how to compartmentalize some of that, or how to prioritize efficiently and focus on what you need to focus on one thing at a time, because a lot of you could have very chaotic active brains with a lot of overlapping thoughts. And I keep hearing this phrase, I can't even hear myself think. So somebody here could have said that a lot, particularly in the past couple of months. And particularly if in 2024 you've had a lot going on, it's no wonder you're drained if your brain is constantly popping up with these thoughts of like, I have to do this, and now I have to do this, and I wonder if this person's okay. Maybe it feels like you've had to kind of micromanage lots of different things, and some of that pressure is being lifted in this upcoming year. And that in turn allows you to truly tap into more of that crown chakra energy. It's going to feel like your mind itself is more neat and tidy. This might just be a message for one person, but a couple of you could be finding a medication or a type of herbal supplement that helps you calm your mind and think more clearly. I know the crown chakra can also be associated with the endocrine system and with hormones, so there could be something about a hormonal issue even being rectified here, and maybe that helps some of this pressure. I don't even think I mentioned health issues as an example, but it could absolutely be the case that if you were battling any kind of health issues that were causing you to feel stressed or fatigued, or you've been experiencing a lot of brain fog, maybe that's something that led to you sort of losing touch with yourself or not being able to connect with your intuition because your energy felt out of balance. You didn't feel like yourself when you were having to face some of these issues with little support, or you weren't able to find a solution. So maybe for some of you, this is implying there's some kind of solution coming that ties these loose ends up, and in turn, it allows you to reconnect with yourself. I keep hearing the phrase, I know what to do now. So it could be 2025 is a year where you're either finding your purpose, or if you've already discovered your purpose, it's like you're moving on to the next stage of that. You're knowing what the next steps are and how to get there, and you have a clear vision in mind when it comes to that. With this self-respect card, maybe something has happened this past year, and it doesn't have to be a big thing. For some of you, it could be, but there's a sense that something has happened this year that's forced you to kind of say to yourself, I have to be the one to stand up for myself, because you've realized that nobody is going to respect you if you don't respect yourself. 2025 is a year of you speaking out and refusing to be walked all over. It's going to be becoming very, very obvious in 2025 that you value yourself and you're not prepared to be treated in ways that do not reflect your inherent value, however that applies. Because it feels like something has happened this year where you've been like, I can't continue to give and receive nothing in return. You're willing to give compassion to others, but ultimately you may have overextended this past year, or maybe you felt taken for granted or unappreciated at times. And I think 2025 is very much about you realizing that compassion has to start with you first and foremost. So this could be anything from how you're treated in a romantic relationship and you being clear about behaviors you will and won't put up with, you being firm about your expectations. It could be you saying no to demanding family members who expect you to be at their beck and call. It could be somebody trying to delegate more tasks to you at work. And instead of you being like, well, I have 5,000 other things to do, but okay, I'll do it. You're like, I cannot possibly take anything else on. Please delegate this task to somebody else. I'm also hearing the phrase, the floodgates are open. And that's interesting because when I hear that, it usually makes me think of crying, as in, like, once you start crying about something, you can't stop. But with you, I'm not so much sensing crying. There's nothing wrong with crying. If that is the way you release your emotions, that's okay. But I'm more getting like maybe some of you have already done your fair share of crying, you're done with it. It's more the floodgates are open in the sense that this upcoming year, once you start asserting yourself, I think you're realizing that it's actually easier than you once thought, and you're not going to be able to stop because in 2025, you're going to feel much more firm on how exactly you want your life to look. And anything that isn't in alignment with helping you achieve that has to go. So, for some of you, especially those of you who do struggle with things like people pleasing or even just bottling up your feelings because you don't want to stress anyone else out, so you think, oh, I'll just deal with this all by myself, maybe you've been suppressing your own needs for a long time. And because you've always just kind of got on with things, people haven't realized that you're depleted and that you need time to yourself too. So you've just been bombarded with all this external pressure, and maybe you were pushed to the end of your tether and eventually it got too much and you snapped, or you said something because you were like, I got to say something, I got to do something, I can't cope with this, or I can't continue to be treated like this. And then afterwards, maybe you liked the feeling that came with asserting yourself like that. Or you got yourself all worked up beforehand, then afterwards you were like, wait, that's all I had to do? Like, that wasn't so hard. That wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. If this is not you right now, I think in 2025 it will be, and sticking up for yourself will be becoming much less of a struggle for you. The more you do it, the easier it gets, is very much something I'm getting, because a lot of you have spent a lot of time trying to manage everything yourself when honestly, sometimes all you have to do is ask if you need help. But some of you might really struggle with that. You've been used to just kind of saying, like, I'll handle it. So, a big 2025 theme for you will be you having this very solid vision about how you want your life to look. And it feels like you're experiencing this shift in perspective where you're like, I can see this for myself now, or I can do this now because you're no longer dealing with this thing that was stressing you out so much. So, in 2025, you're saying everything is different now, things can change, and I can be the one to make them change. 2025 for you will be about you stepping up and realizing that you're this co creator of your reality. And for a lot of you, creating a vision board could be very significant. I feel like, particularly for this pile, there's something about 2025 being a powerful year for you to manifest your dreams and for the reality you've been fantasizing about in your head to come to fruition in the 3D. So, a lot of you, I feel, in this pile, you have a very active imagination, and 2025 could be the year that you're able to think some of these things into existence, and you're using your imagined vision as a way to focus and a way to push yourself even further. So if you have, let's say, like a fitness goal as one example, because you want your body to look a certain way, and you're running on the treadmill and you have that very vivid picture in your mind of what you want your body to look like, or what your life would be like if that vision was a reality, and you use that focus and that determination to keep pushing because you're saying to yourself, I know where I want to end up, I know what I want the end goal to look like. It doesn't have to be that example. It could even be you daydreaming about your dream home or the car you want to afford. Or, if you're a content creator, you're picturing getting a certain number of subs or clients if you have your own business. But whatever it is, you're going to use this imagined image of your future to help you in the present become that person. Some of you have always used this without really realizing, and you don't know how powerful your imaginations are. But in 2025, it feels like you're going to be discovering your own intuitive and psychic powers and your potential for creating this desired reality. I recently started watching Lost again, and I've just watched the episode where Locke asks Walt if he knows what the mind's eye is, and Walt just kind of innocently says, like the picture in your head because he's just a kid and he doesn't even understand his own power. And that's making me think of your energy like you've always had this ability, but 2025 is the year where you're going to be tapping into it and you're going to be like, oh, I was gifted with this all along, I guess, but now you really know how to use it. 2025 is the year of you being very determined when it comes to working towards a specific goal. I'm hearing that the distractions are gone, you've removed certain obstacles, and now your vision is clear. You can see straight ahead, you know where you're headed, and you're going to make it happen. Nothing is going to be throwing you off when it comes to this thing. You're going to be immovable with this fixed energy coming through where it says hold your vision. That's what you're doing. Some of you could have your moons in a fixed sign, although that won't apply to everyone. It also feels like with this friendship card, particularly, you could be attracting new people into your life. Maybe you're making new friends or getting involved with different social circles or communities. Some of you might start to feel in 2025 like you're finding your tribe because you're truly in alignment with yourself. And so you're attracting more of the right people to you. It's also making me think of this idea of you being more of a friend to yourself, you treating yourself as a friend rather than an enemy. And I know that's a bit of a weird message, but some of you can be way too harsh on yourselves. And you know, when people always say, like, would you speak to a friend that way? I think that's kind of the message I'm trying to get across here, because maybe if you guys ever made a mistake or you don't live up to the high expectations you've set for yourself, you might be quite self-critical, or you say to yourself, like, you dumb bitch, why did you do that? But if a friend came to you and they'd made that same mistake, or they'd not lived up to their expectations, you would probably just be like, you made a mistake, who cares, you're still amazing. And that's kind of the energy you need to direct towards yourself. Some of you, it feels like you're just way harder on yourself than other people, is what I'm trying to say. Like, as one example, if your friend said to you, I've had like 4 hours of sleep and I've worked through my lunch break and I haven't eaten, you tell them, oh my God, please eat something. You deserve to eat. You deserve to get some rest. But where is that compassion when it comes to yourself, pal one? Because sometimes you might tell yourself, I've had 4 hours sleep, but it's fine. I've worked through my lunch break and I'm dehydrated, but it's fine. I can handle it. And yes, you can handle it, but the thing is, you shouldn't have to. You also deserve to look after yourself. You deserve to give yourself the compassion that you so easily give to others. So I think there's something about you being more of a friend to yourself in 2025. I also think with this blossoming card, it's going to be very evident that you're glowing in 2025 and you're going to be more yourself than you've ever been because you're speaking out, you're in alignment with your purpose and your goals, and that is going to show externally. So you could be getting a lot more compliments from people. It might be about how you look, but it could also just be people telling you that your energy is much brighter this upcoming year. People might say to you, you seem happy this year, you seem vibrant, you seem glowing, you're blossoming into such a wonderful, confident person. People might really see that you're flourishing and thriving throughout this upcoming year. It's going to be very, very noticeable to everyone around you. So that is what I'm getting for the oracle portion of your reading. We are about to move along to the tarot. I really, really hope you are enjoying the reading so far, pile one. Thank you so much for being here and listening so far, and I will see you at the tarot portion. Hi Pile One Collective, welcome back to the tarot portion of your reading. Without hesitation, let's get started and look at the first 3 months of the year. So these first 6 cards will be representative of the months of January, February and March. So let's just pop your tarot cards here and we'll have a look at what we pull for you. Don't worry if I pop a card down and it's not in frame at first, I will check after I've laid the cards. Okay, so we have got the 4 of Cups reversed, we've got the Lovers reversed, we've got the 10 of Swords reversed, we've got the Queen of Wands, we've got the Knight of Wands, and we've got the 5 of Wands reversed. Okay, I've moved the cards around a little bit so that there's room and so that they're in frame. Hopefully you can see them all now. But this is interesting, pal one. I'm getting this message of you're going to be entering 2025 wanting to grab life by the balls. I keep hearing that. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that. Am I allowed to say grabbing life by the bollocks? Maybe YouTube won't flag me for that, I don't know. But you're starting this year strong. I'm hearing that you're coming in hot. You're coming in ready to seize any good opportunities that present themselves to you. And it feels like this is the year where you're saying to yourself, this is my year, and you actually mean it. And I say that because a lot of us, we set intentions, we make our New Year's resolutions, but then life gets in the way, and by late January, the resolutions have totally fallen by the wayside. But it feels like for you, something has happened that's made you like, no, this is the year that I'm going to make this happen. And this feels like a very, very specific goal. It's going to be different for each individual person. I always say that, but for some people, it's going to be a bigger thing, like starting your own business or traveling the world. And for others of you, it could be a smaller thing, like finally joining a gym or going to a class that you've always wanted to go to. So, January to March feels like a time where you're going to be actually purchasing things to start that business, or you're booking that flight, or you're signing a contract with the gym, you're signing up to a class or something like that. And it feels like it's something you've been thinking about for a while. And maybe you said to yourself in the past, I've always wanted to do XYZ. It could be you saying, like, I've always wanted to go to this place, or I've always wanted to learn this language, or I've always wanted to try yoga. And this is the year where you are truly like, right, no more messing around. We are doing this. Because for this pile, I keep getting this message, and it's from my last reading. The sticker for pile 3, I believe, was a stack of books, and one of the books was titled Start Late, Start Over, Start Again, or something along those lines. And I keep hearing that phrase for this pile for some reason, so this is making me think some of you have had a moment where you've said, I'm not getting any younger, basically. And when I say that, I absolutely don't mean it in any kind of offensive way. I'm sure different age groups picked the pile, so it doesn't matter how old you actually are. My analytics seem to suggest that a lot of my audience are mid 20s to mid 30s, which I would consider objectively young. But it's like something has made you acknowledge, right now, this moment, this is the youngest I'm ever going to be. So if there's something I want to do and I have the means to do it, I'm going to push myself to do it. Some of you could have experienced things in 2024 that kind of triggered this. Something happened and it made you want to prioritize what's actually important, or it made you value your life in some kind of way. Some of you could have even had like health scares or even near death experiences. Maybe a car crash that was a near miss or a really, really close call, or maybe something happened with your health and you were like, if I hadn't have gone to the hospital when I did, this could have been worse, or something like that. It just feels like something that was a little bit of a wake up call in some way, that you want to fully appreciate your life now. It doesn't even have to be you, it could be something happened to somebody you care about and it made you think, like, wow, you really only live once and it's important to prioritize what's important. Maybe some of you heard news of a mutual acquaintance or even a celebrity passing away before their time, and that was the trigger here. This seems like a time where you're being very, very firm with your boundaries because you don't want the same issues to come back and bite you in the butt, essentially, is something I get in. So, if in 2024 you didn't have time to take care of your health and it led to you, as one example, like having a vitamin deficiency, at the start of this year, you're going to be very committed to taking your supplements or going to the gym or whatever it is that improves your health. Or if it's a work situation, maybe some of you are reducing your hours because you're like, well, last year I was working X amount of hours and it made me super stressed and I'm not dealing with that again. So I'm being very firm about the overtime that I work this year. I feel like throughout the first few months of 2025, you're going to be learning that not absolutely everything has to be your responsibility, and you might actually be detaching from the idea that it is. It also feels like you're going to be removing yourself from any conflicts that occur around you, because I'm hearing the phrase, you have bigger fish to fry. So you might experience certain arguments happening in your vicinity, but what I'm sensing is that you're not going to be the one getting involved, because I'm kind of getting this vibe of you almost feeling like it's beneath you, or you're saying to yourself, my energy is precious and I'm not going to waste it on this. So let's say your colleagues at work are having some kind of petty dispute over who needs to pay for the communal tea bags or something like that. As one example, if you felt like you were the type of person who had to get involved to put an end to that conflict and it always ended up with you having to fix things or having to mediate, I feel like you're just not going to be giving those kind of things any attention because your mind is firmly focused on other things that are important to you. So if people are in conflict around you, it's almost like you're there in the room, but in your mind, you're going to be so zoned in on this other thing because you have this solid plan for yourself of where you want to be. And so you're picturing that. If your dream is to start your own business, maybe when you're at work and it's all chaotic and people are yelling at you or around you, you're just not rising to it. You're cooperating with people to give yourself an easier life, and you're not letting any conflicts rattle you because in the back of your mind, you're thinking like, well, I'm only going to have to be there for X more months and then I'll have enough saved up so that I can quit and do what I really want to do, or something like that. You're finding it easier to deal with it because you see a way out now, or you see a way forward. Again, you have this clear vision. I also keep hearing the phrase, you're getting your groove back. So it feels like those first few months of the year, your zest for life is reignited. And I think it's due to this sense of you knowing what you want to do and having that clear plan in mind. If you were ever in an energy of feeling a little bit stagnant or saying to yourself, I missed this opportunity and now it's too late, in 2025, you're getting this burst of motivation where you're going to be like, it's not too late. There's nothing stopping me from doing this right now. It truly feels like this big shift in perspective, and that you're going to be much more focused on the positive. And it seems like you're also just generally going to have a lot more energy. That is something that I'm seeing, particularly if that has been a struggle for you this past year. Maybe for those of you where you get time off over the festive period, and I know that's not for everyone, but for those of you where you do get an extra few days off, maybe you realize like all you needed was a little bit of rest. Maybe it's like you thought you were depressed, but actually you just needed some good quality sleep and some time off work. And that's not me undermining you if you do struggle with depression. Depression is very, very real. I just mean that sometimes it's also very easy to become emotional or feel like everything is going wrong when, we're not sleeping well, we're not eating enough, we're not getting time to keep ourselves hydrated. So I think some of you are going to feel so much better when you're able to get some rest and do those things. And it does feel like throughout January, February, March, you are extremely motivated and you're actually making the effort to do those things. I'm hearing you're on top of it. Maybe you're saying to yourself, well, if I don't take care of myself, nobody else is going to do it. And so you're taking control of your life. If, for example, you were always the kind of person previously to forget to drink water, and then you'd be like, why do I have a headache all the time? This is you taking accountability for yourself, and you're buying your cute little water bottle with the time markings on and making sure you're having enough to drink each and every day. That's just obviously one example. It could be with anything, like making sure you attend your gym classes or making sure you don't skip your lunch break. Whatever it is, you're stepping up and you're doing it. And I think that's going to make you feel so much more enthusiastic towards life in general, because you're going to have that energy to say yes to things. It seems like you're going to be busy, but it's going to be in more of a way that works for you. So let's say you're supposed to be working until 5 p.m. and then you have a gym class at 6 p.m. Maybe in the past your work would ask you like, hey, can you stay a little bit later? And you think, well, I guess I just have to cancel the gym class, or I guess I'll just have to go straight to the gym class and not eat. But in 2025, you're going to be like, nope, I'm going to do as many jobs as I can by 5 p.m., but I am going to be leaving at 5 p.m. on the dot, so I have time to eat and then attend my gym class later. It's like you're still going to have a lot of things going on, but you're going to be prioritizing making time for the things you want to do. You could also book something on a whim during these 3 months. With the Knight of Wands, you might book a last minute holiday or a trip, or you might say yes to something a little bit more spontaneously. I feel like you're going to be in more of this energy of kind of taking risks and being like, yeah, fuck it, I'll go. You're going to be more open minded when it comes to maybe things you wouldn't have previously said yes to because you didn't have the time and energy to do it. In 2025, you're like, now is the time, let's do it. You're being much more open to things like that. I also feel like you're going to be coming across as much more confident. You could be laughing or smiling or telling jokes more than usual during these months. I'm also hearing that people are going to be very attracted to or charmed by you during this time. I think people can sense that you're being more assertive. They could even ask you, like, what's gotten into you recently? And it's not that you were looking all depressed and miserable before. I think it's just like now people are going to be seeing you as being on your A game. The analogy I want to use, if you're someone who experiences monthly cycles, you'll get it. If not, I'm sorry about this example. But if 2024 was your luteal phase, 2025 is your ovulation. Like you're glowing, you're feeling like your best self during these months. So I'm just going to roll the astro dice really quickly before we go on to April, May, and June, so we can look at your general themes for these first few months of the year. So let's have a look at what we get for you, pile one. Okay, so we have Gemini, we have the 6th house, and we have Uranus. So Aquarius energy could be significant, earth sign energy generally. Yeah, with Gemini, maybe, 3rd house could be significant. You're going to be more communicative. Maybe you're going to be more social. Maybe you're talking to people more, making connections. Maybe you're going to be quite curious. You're going to be trying new things. But I think it also has something to do with your routine. So maybe being firm about a particular routine you want to follow, like you start that new class and you're very committed to going to that new class once a week, so you won't sacrifice going to that class by saying yes to things that you don't actually want to say yes to, as one example. It's about doing something that keeps you grounded in your everyday reality, but it could be something with this Uranus, it's like maybe something that's a little bit out there or a little bit shocking to people, or you're just showing up in an energy that is so different to what people have seen from you before. You're doing something unexpected, but I think it's something you're quite excited about. So let's have a look at April, May, and June for you. Okay, pile one, we have got the King of Pentacles. We've got the Ace of Pentacles reversed. We've got the 5 of Cups. We've got the 8 of Pentacles. We've got the King of Swords. And we've got the Sun. Okay, so I am not going to lie to you, pal one. Please bear in mind, I also don't want to worry you at all because overall this is a really, really positive set of cards. But I did say I would be honest if I saw any potential challenges coming up. And like we said, no year is all good or all bad. But during the months of April, May, or June, some of you could feel like you need to tighten the purse strings a little bit when it comes to your spending habits. Now, for some of you, this could be more of a mindset thing more than anything because, we do have the King of Pentacles showing up here and he is not known as a risk taker. So it could just be you feeling a little bit guilty or remorseful for treating yourself earlier in the year. Maybe it's you saying, like, oh, remember that last minute holiday I booked back in January? Now I need to pay the next installment of the deposit and I don't know if I'm going to have enough money to do it. Maybe I should have saved more of my money for a rainy day. It could be that you do have the resources, but you feel like you should have planned better or you should have saved more of your money. It's possible that hidden expenses might present themselves during these months and it's something you didn't necessarily plan for. So now you feel like you have to be a little bit more careful. It could be that you were expecting a sum of money to come to you, and for whatever reason, it's delayed. It hasn't come through to you yet by this point, and this has maybe disappointed you a little bit with that Five of Cups. Maybe you're like, I was supposed to get this by now, and it's not here. How am I meant to pay for XYZ? For some of you, it could be some kind of government assisted benefit, or maybe child support from an ex partner, or even like your work promises that you'll see a pay increase. So you're looking at your payslip expecting to see that, but it hasn't come through by this stage. Maybe something gets messed up with your taxes and you're put on like emergency tax for a period of time. So a lot is taken from you and it has you stressing a little bit. Now, I never really like to speak in absolutes. Like, this will definitely happen, this definitely won't happen. But I do think for the majority of you, this is going to turn out absolutely fine. We do have a lot of amazing cards here, and that's why I'm saying that. Like, we have the King of Pentacles, which is abundance. So I don't think this will lead to any kind of financial ruin for you. It feels more like you have a month here where you're expecting to see slightly more in your bank account than what's there. So maybe you decide to tighten things up that month. That's all. It feels like something that's more of an inconvenience, like it's more annoying than anything huge for most of you. Like, do you know when those things just come up in life that we have to pay for and it's something that feels more like an obligation, like a dental checkup or getting new glasses or something like that? Like, maybe you need to buy a new car part, for example, or you need to get something repaired, or you need to get some dental work done and you're like, oh, I could have really done it without this extra expense this month. Now, I don't see this being something, like I say, that's going to ruin you financially. I do think it's going to be a little bit frustrating for you at the time, but I do think you will recover from this pretty swiftly. This might only apply for just a couple of people here, but for those of you going through a separation, it could be something to do with legal expenses in relation to that, maybe. And maybe there's some sense of you kind of grieving the loss of that relationship a little bit. Like, if that is the month that you have to attend court or you have to sort out these kinds of proceedings, it could have you reflecting on your relationship with your ex or something like that. However, that is not going to define those 3 months. It might just be that for a short period of time, that loss is hitting you a little bit. It could also be a bereavement. Maybe it's an anniversary of someone close to you passing away, so you're thinking about them a little bit more than usual during this time, which is completely understandable. For a couple of you, it could be terminating an employment contract, and maybe for a short time you're panicking about whether you're going to get something new. But if that's the case, and that won't be for everyone, but if that does apply, it feels like you're going to be picking something else up really, really quickly here. If you are leaving your workplace and finding something new, maybe your previous employer gives you a really amazing reference, because when you move on to this new thing, it's almost like you're already really established or you already have a really good reputation there. It could even be that you think you're losing something, but actually you end up getting a promotion and transferring departments. Ooh, for some of you, if that applies, it could even be like you get transferred and at first you're not sure about it because maybe you're like, I don't want to move to this department. I like the people I work with now. I don't like change. I don't want to do this new aspect of the job. But when you start doing that new thing, you actually settle into a routine with it really, really quickly. And you're like, actually, this wasn't so bad after all. It could even just be you getting new duties relating to your current job, or someone you like at your work leaves and you think it's going to be really horrible without them. But then when this new person starts, you really like working with them as well. It's something like that. So maybe you're grieving the loss of a colleague who has left, but you get an amazing new colleague or manager or something like that. If it's your own business we're talking about, Eight of Pentacles can talk about self-employment. So this could be about you getting your business off the ground and you starting to see the results of your hard work when it comes to that. But whatever it is you're doing, whether this is your business or your side project, or whether it's a new job with a different company or the same job with a different set of duties, it feels like you're very, very focused on it. You've got your head down, you've been working hard, and people are going to be noticing that you're the best person for this role, or you've picked up on this new set of skills really easily. You seem confident in what you're doing, you've adapted very well. There's this sense that you have the qualifications and you know what you're doing. So if someone external has hired or promoted you, you're showing them that they made the right choice, essentially. And if this is your own business, you're proving to yourself that you can succeed and you can start to make real money and achieve your goals, because maybe you're attracting more clients. Maybe you're getting more positive reviews or more people hearing about you via word of mouth, and they're saying like, yeah, Pal One is the best at what they do. I think you're going to feel glad that you saw things through to the end or that you invested as much time and energy into something as you did because it's really going to pay off here. I'm seeing that. And maybe earlier in the year, there's some doubt over whether this will pan out. Like if in April you're checking your bank account and it's looking a bit grim and you're like, maybe I shouldn't have taken this risk or started this business or whatever it is for your specific circumstance. I think that King of Pentacles is here to tell you you are going to see results. You are going to become successful. This will pay off, but maybe it requires a certain amount of patience here. It could be that you only start to see some of these rewards at like the very end of June, I want to say, or maybe not even then. Maybe it's more like July. We'll have to see when we look at the next few cards. But it feels like you are really working on creating this better life for yourself, and it might take time, but it will work out. I think April, May, and June are very much focused on building, and at times you might feel like you're losing faith, but I think you are going to push forward and you're going to persevere, and eventually you're going to be very, very glad that you did that because you're going to see that you had what it takes all along. Again, there could be something about legal matters, but I'm not saying you're going to court or anything like that. It could just be something to do with a letter you get, maybe even just something really annoying and minor like a parking ticket or a parking fine, just something that's annoying, like just an inconvenience more than anything. Like it comes at the wrong time because maybe it happens during a month where you have a few other expenses going on, but I don't think it's going to be getting you down in this huge way. You might kind of just be like, for fuck's sake, for a day, but you have so many other good things happening for you that I don't think you're going to be focused on that for too long. I definitely think you're going to be sticking to your New Year's resolutions because April to June, it feels like you're in this really, really solid routine. You show up every day, you know what you're doing, you're fine sticking to a schedule, you found a little routine that works for you. It could be, say, back in January, you made a healthy meal plan and you're sticking to that, and it's to the point where in April, you don't even need to look at the plan because you're like, I know what ingredients to buy. Tonight, we're having fajitas or whatever. It could be that you've settled in at your new job or in your new role really quickly, or you've changed your working hours and you enjoy this new schedule you set for yourself. And you're continuing to be very disciplined when it comes to the things you set out to achieve. If you said you're doing something, you're doing it, you're committed to that. But apart from that little, Five of Cups / Ace of Pentacles reverse blip, I really do think for the most part during these months, you're feeling this sense of freedom and you're continuing to feel that optimism for life that you start off this year with. I think you're also going to be standing out from the crowd. You're going to be continuing to radiate confidence. You're shining very brightly and you're generally feeling quite happy with where you're at. So that is what I am getting for April, May, and June. We are about to look at July, August, and September, but let's roll our astro dice again to see if we can confirm some themes for you. Okay, that's interesting. So we got Virgo, we got Uranus again, and we've got the 9th house. Okay, so the 9th house is associated with Sagittarius, fire sign energy, mutable energy, that could be significant, or earth energy with that Virgo. 9th house is often associated with higher learning, so that could be significant to some of you. Uranus, again, I think this indicates that, something maybe unexpected happens, something that throws you off a little bit, perhaps in terms of your finances. The stereotype of Virgo always makes me think of, somebody who is organized and in this routine, and it could just be that there's a minor thing that happens here that kind of momentarily throws you off, like something unexpected happens. But again, I don't think it's going to feel like the end of the world for you. It's just something to be aware of. It feels like you're going to be continuing to expand your perspective, definitely with that 9th house. It's also the house of finding meaning, so that could be significant to these few months. You're continuing to find meaning or continuing to align with your purpose. Okay, so let's have a look at the next few cards at Power 1. Okay, so we have got the 3 of Pentacles. We've got the 7 of Cups. We've got the Knight of Pentacles. We've got the 8 of Cups. We've got the 10 of Pentacles. And we've got the Hierophant. Okay, did I not just say that your hard work is paying off? July, August, and September is about growth for you. You're not only seeing some of the rewards for your hard work, but you're actually also building on that success, and you're going to be feeling like you have more options during these months. You're going to be feeling like you can pick and choose, that you get to decide which path you're going down. It's almost like during the previous 3 months, April to June, you had those little challenges, you experienced a couple of tests, you have your moment of doubt, but Spirit at this point is like, I nearly had you for a moment there, Power 1, but here comes your 10 of Pentacles. Literally, it's the card of abundance. This could be an unexpected lump sum of money coming towards you. Some of you could be receiving some kind of back pay during these months, and perhaps it's more than you expected. If things got a little bit messed up with, say, your taxes earlier in the year, or you weren't given the benefits that you were owed during those previous months, that money is now going to come to you and it's going to make a big difference to your bank account. Maybe you're going to be like, whoa, I wasn't expecting it to be so much. It could even be because we did get that 5 of Cups earlier in the reading, and I hope that this isn't the case, but If it resonates with you, then it resonates with you. This isn't going to be for everyone, but I do think we mentioned some kind of loss or bereavement. So if you were expecting some kind of inheritance, but it got delayed or there were complications and that payment got put on hold, this could be you finally receiving that inheritance after a delay. I know that's not going to be for everyone. It could also be if you have your own business or side hustle and it's up and running, you're really starting to see big results coming from that. And by the time July, August, and September rolls around, you're going to be really considering how to expand or which direction to take that in because you have choices. This is something you're going to be feeling super passionate about too because it seems like you're very motivated. So, if in the past you've started projects and then you've gotten bored and given up, this is going to be something that you're not getting fed up of. You don't fall out of love with it. You actively want to keep going. It feels like you want to learn more about it so that you can keep growing and building on this thing. I think receiving some kind of reward or recognition is going to be a big thing for you because it spurs you on to keep making that effort, to keep studying, to dedicate more of your time and attention to this because it's what you genuinely love doing. So now you're like, how can we make this even better? Like, where do we go from here? You're able to give this the attention that it deserves. This is definitely not the year of you throwing in the towel when it comes to your goals. If that has been an issue for you in the past or whatever this thing is you're doing, you're so set on it. And I think it goes back to what we said in the very beginning to do with your imagination. You've had this picture in your mind since the very start of the year, and especially around mid year, you start to see that picture really taking shape. Maybe you're not all the way there yet to where you want to be, but you know that things are really changing in a good way. You know that you're very close to where you want to be, so you're continuing to remain patient and stick with your goals because you're starting to see those results. So you're like, why stop now? You're saying, I'm going to keep going after what I want. I'm going to be persistent with this because I've come too far to get lazy or to give up on my desires. You're profiting in some way and it feels like it's pushing you to do even more. You could invest some of the money you receive in bettering this project in some way. You could pour some of the profit you receive back into the business to up level it. Some of you could actually be going outside more, is something that I'm getting. If you live in a place with winters that are cold or dark, it could be that when summer rolls around, you want to go outside more, or you want to go for runs or go on hikes. Maybe where you live, that's something you can't do in winter, so you're looking forward to doing it when it's lighter or when the weather gets warmer. When it gets to this time of year, some of you could be realizing that you finally have the resources to walk away from a bad situation with that Eight of Cups. Now, for a couple of you, this could be you finally have the money or the savings to work on your own business full time and leave your current place of employment. For a couple of you, it could be establishing your independence financially and leaving a difficult home situation like a romantic relationship or a parental home. And it's because you have that clear vision in mind all along of, I'm not going to be here forever. This is where I want to be eventually. So you're actually leaving a situation that isn't good for you and moving towards something better. Now, for others of you, it could be that you're simply going on a trip or a holiday. You're doing some traveling during these months and it allows you to escape some of your responsibilities for a short period of time. It gives you a welcome reprieve from everyday life in some way. If it's not that, some of you could be spending some time introspecting during these months and discovering even more about yourself. I think a lot of you by this point in the year, it's like you've proven to yourself that you are capable of much more than what you previously thought. So by mid-year, it seems like you're going to be saying to yourself, okay, so what else am I capable of? And maybe you're going to be delving deeper into your own psyche. You're maybe going to be considering the next hobby you could partake in or the next new business venture. You're building on what you've already created, basically. Some of you could be interested in learning about particular subjects that focus on self, like astrology or personality tests or self help, for instance, during this time. You could also be training to do something. Maybe you go on a particular course or you go to college, you're studying something during this time, and it's something that's for your benefit and something that is going to create abundance for you in the future. Some of you could have to cancel or abandon some of your plans during these months, but I don't think it's in a way where it's because you feel overwhelmed. I don't think it's because you're forced to cancel. I think for a lot of you, it's because you are aware that you actively want to prioritize different things, because a lot of this year for you is you rediscovering what's important to you. So maybe you make a couple of loose plans, but then closer to the time, you're like, well, actually, I want to invest this time in something that's going to be more beneficial for me. So it's not you being like, I'm super stressed out, so I'm going to cancel these plans because I can't cope with anything else on my plate. It's you sort of more calmly advocating for yourself and saying, for example, I'd rather not commit to these plans this weekend because I need some me time. You're not worked up about it. In fact, some of you could even be doing like yoga classes. I think I might have mentioned that earlier. I'm not sure. The only reason I'm saying that is because I'm getting a message about meditation, and it could be because of the imagery on this card just solidifying that for me. So some of you might be meditating more this year, or you're learning how to meditate, or you're practicing doing breathing exercises or something like that. And maybe by mid-year, it pretty much feels like second nature to you, or as though you're some kind of expert on it. It doesn't have to be meditation specifically, but whatever it is you've been implementing that's part of your routine, it feels much easier than it did at the beginning of the year. With this Hierophant, there's something about a particular tradition coming through strongly here. Some of you could have birthdays in July, August, or September, and there's a particular tradition you like to engage with around your birthday. So maybe you're sticking to that tradition. Maybe you're seeing family or going back to your hometown at some point during this time. For just one or two of you, maybe you're getting married during one of these months. I know that won't be for everyone, but there is something about a wedding ceremony coming through. There's something about making a commitment or signing a contract. So that's exciting if that's for you, but it doesn't have to be. If you have found your person in a romantic way, this could be you guys like moving in together or getting engaged or just becoming more exclusive during this part of the year. And if you haven't found your person yet and you would like to, maybe 2025 will be the year you meet them and you guys settle into a routine kind of quickly together. Or during these months, you guys might become official, or you acknowledge in some way, like, this is the person I want to settle down with, essentially. If it's not a person, it could be you just finding your forever home, like the place you really want to put down roots, or you just feeling generally solid with where you're at in life. For those of you who are signing some kind of contract, it does feel like whatever this is, you're going to feel like I'm set for life. I keep hearing that. So basically, like, you're in your bag and the bag will be overflowing. You're going to be feeling much more comfortable, whether it's in your finances or becoming comfortable with another person. You feel secure and safe during these months. You're feeling like, I'm happy with where I'm at. For some of you, it could even be with a fitness goal, for instance. It could even be something as simple as you looking in the mirror in September. And even if you're not quite at your end goal, you're saying to yourself, I'm comfortable in my body now, I'm comfortable in my skin, I might have a way to go or more progress to make, but I'm content with where I'm at. I've made good progress so far. It's something along those lines, and it's definitely looking like a really, really abundant few months for you, Power One. So that is what I'm getting for your July, August, September. We are just going to roll the Astro dice before we look at your October, November, and December. Okay, so we have got Cancer. We've got Cancer, we've got the 11th house, and we've got Neptune. So water energy could be significant here. Neptune is often associated with Pisces, so Pisces, Cancer, maybe that is in relation to somebody you meet. It could be Aquarius as well with that 11th house coming through. There is something about community coming through here with that 11th house. So there could definitely be something about you meeting somebody important during that time. And also the Cancer energy is making me think about somebody putting down roots. It's about feeling comfortable and safe and secure. That is always what Cancer reminds me of. It's kind of that motherly energy. So I keep getting that message about you feeling settled. Dreams could be significant to you during this time with that Neptune energy coming through. This is making me think that maybe during this time you are tapping into your imagination, and now that you're safe and comfortable with where you're at, you're thinking about what else could be achieved. Maybe you're imagining the possibilities, you're dreaming big in terms of which direction you could take something in next. But yeah, that is what I am getting. Let's move along to your October, November, and December of 2025, and let's have a look at what we pulled for you. Okay, we have got the King of Wands, we've got the Hanged Man, we've got the Moon reversed, we've got the Knight of Cups, we've got the Queen of Pentacles, and we've got the Empress. It feels like by the end of 2025, Pal One, you're going to be much more comfortable with making decisions. In the past, it might have felt like sometimes life was just passing you by or life was happening to you rather than for you. But the big theme of this year is like, you are the one making things happen. You're the one with the vision and you have a good head on your shoulders. You're being sensible about it, but you haven't lost sight of your goals at any point. The interesting thing is, during the months of October, November, and December, it could feel like you are ready to make a decision, but you have to wait for something to happen first. With that King of Wands, maybe you're like, I know what I need to do, but then with that Hanged Man, you're like, well, right now I have to surrender because XYZ needs to happen before XYZ can happen. 2025 will definitely be teaching you how to step up and take action, but during the latter part of the year, there could be something external that there isn't necessarily much you can do about. You just kind of have to surrender and let things unfold naturally. That could be a tiny little bit frustrating for you because you will have spent a good deal of this year making things happen and taking charge. And for the most part, it's working out very, very well for you. But it could just be this one thing that you're aware of during these months that feels out of your control. So you're like, I'm leaving it up to fate, or it will happen when it happens. I think you're saying to yourself, if it belongs to me, it will find me or it will come back to me. It's something along those lines. It could be, for example, you waiting on a loan for your business and you have a vision in mind of what you're going to do with that loan and you can't wait to get started, but you have to wait for the bank or some kind of external party to come through and provide this for you. It doesn't have to be that exact example, but it's something like that where you're very much in this mindset of, once I get it, I have a plan, I know what I'm going to do with it, but I don't know exactly when I'm going to get it or when it's going to happen. I'm just kind of waiting. I'm trusting the process. I'm surrendering. That's what it feels like. Now, this hanged man could also refer to your general shift in perspective over the course of this year. It could feel like by the end of the year, you're saying, I've learned so much, I've grown so much, I see life in a new way, I've gained a whole other perspective due to the experiences I've had this year. So maybe at the beginning of October, there's this thing that you're waiting for and you're maybe getting a little bit impatient with it. You could be like, I want this thing to happen now. When is it going to happen? You could be a little bit hot tempered. But then once you surrender and once you start to regain your composure, once you release attachment, this thing comes through for you. Because with this moon showing up in reverse, if you feel like you've lost something, it's going to come back to you. That's what I keep hearing. But there's something about releasing your attachment to the outcome being a significant factor here. And I know that's easier said than done. You know, sometimes the stakes are high and it's difficult to release that attachment. But there's something about this coming through for you when you're not trying to control the outcome. So, as one example, and again, it doesn't have to be this example for you, but let's say you are a content creator and you gain a certain amount of subscribers and then you lose a few and it gets you down and you're looking at that number and you're like, oh, I had 500 followers before and now it's gone back down to 450, and you're staring at that number, willing it to go up again with mind control. But what I'm sensing is that maybe when you stop caring about it so much and you just trust the fact that you are going to get back to 500, it's like once you let go of trying to control that situation, you're just going to go to sleep one night and then the next day you're going to wake up with 550 followers out of the blue. So it's more than what you bargained for. You just have to trust that it will be given to you in the right time. Now, for some of you, it could be something more literal, like you lost an item months ago. Maybe that's even what the Five of Cups is about for some of you. Like you lose this item and at the time you're stressing about it because you can't afford another one. You're like, I need this. Like, where the fuck did I put it? Now I'm going to have to go and buy another one when I can't afford it. And then maybe randomly during one of these months, you find that item and you're like, oh, it was down the back of my sofa all along. And also I found some loose change down there too. It's something about you getting back more than what you thought. It could also be that a secret is revealed to you during one of these months, a truth comes out in the open, you find something out that clarifies a certain thing for you. This could be something you were questioning or uncertain about earlier in the year. You're going to get confirmation about that. Maybe what you're waiting on at this point is a truth coming out. You're waiting to hear back about something that has been a little bit confusing for you. And once that's out in the open, you will know exactly how to move forward. You will know how to go ahead. I feel like during these months, you're really going to be feeling at peace with yourself and you're also going to be maintaining harmonious relationships with people in your life. I think it's probably going to have a lot to do with you feeling much less stressed generally. It could also be that you're following your heart more during this time and doing more of the things you truly want to do. For some of you, I'm hearing that you're going to be more of a homebody during these months. It seems like you're doing more spontaneous things and you're going out a lot at the start of the year, but maybe during the last 3 months of the year, it very much feels like you're chilling, you're getting cozy, you're making nice home-cooked meals, you have your skincare done, and you're in bed by 9 p.m. with a hot chocolate. I'm getting a very cozy, let's lay on the sofa and play Animal Crossing, a very quiet night in kind of vibe. This could especially apply to those of you who were single at the start of the year, but by the end of this year, you're settled in a happy relationship, because it's making me think of that stage in a relationship where you become more comfortable with the other person. If you're not quite at the stage of living together or being engaged or something like that yet, it could just be you staying over at each other's houses more or having more cozy nights in together rather than dates out and about. And if you're single and you don't want a relationship, you could interpret this as you just enjoying more alone time or time with your friends at home, having more you time, watching your favourite shows, and feeling content about that. I think there's this general sense of you feeling in balance or like you're just way more in control of your life. For some of you, I'm just getting this vibe of you having way more time to spend doing indoor activities. Could be that you get a new game for your birthday and you're playing your Nintendo more, or you finally get a chance to read books that you purchased earlier in the year. I'm also hearing the word nesting for somebody here. That could be for somebody specific. So some of you who are currently pregnant, or you will be, this could be you spending more time at home because you're going on maternity leave and you're spending time decorating the baby's room or something like that. With this Empress, some of you could actually find out that you're pregnant by the end of the year, or your partner is pregnant, or somebody important to you is pregnant, whichever applies. If you don't want that, or that's not possible for you for whatever reason, I would just interpret this Empress as you feeling more creative during these months. It could be you giving birth to new ideas in relation to your goals or projects that you're working on, or it could be something about you enjoying living in your feminine energy more. This could be about you being more receptive to offers of help. Gender is irrelevant here. It could be about you kind of relaxing and putting your feet up a little bit more in some way. If this is a literal pregnancy thing or anything like that, it could be that people are complimenting you on you wearing your pregnancy well. Like they tell you that you look glowing, or your skin and your hair looks amazing, or you're starting to get a beautiful bump or something along those lines. And even if you're not pregnant, that could apply. Like maybe this routine you've been implementing throughout the year has your body or your skin or your hair just looking amazing, and people are saying that you look really, really healthy. A lot of you, I think by the end of 2025, you'll look into this place where you're being a lot more gentle with yourself. You could be starting to live a more slower paced life because of the hard work that you've already put in throughout the year. Some of you could be getting engaged or proposed to during one of these months, or if you're not at that stage with your person or you're single, you could be receiving some kind of romantic proposal, like somebody wanting to take you out on a date or get to know you. A lot of you could also be making your homes more of a pleasant space to be during these few months. You could be purchasing items that elevate your space in some way. You could also be redecorating or just making your home look incredibly warm and cozy and welcoming. You could be beautifying your environment. Even if it's just something like decorating your desk at work, it's like you getting settled and making things more cozier and a better space for you to thrive and work. So that is what I'm getting for the last few months of the year. We are just going to roll the astro dice once more so we can see what the significant houses, signs, and planets are. Okay, Uranus loves us today. We have Uranus again. I'm pretty sure that is Uranus anyway. We have Gemini. I think that came through when we looked at your January, February, March. And we have the second house. So it seems like a Uranus energy is a big, big theme for you this year, pile one. It could just be that you are transforming into this very different person. Like who you are at the start of this year is not who you end up as, basically. Second house can refer to like Taurus energy. That makes sense with us getting the Empress and the Queen of Pentacles. That is a very kind of earthy energy. It could be that you are making more purchases during this time, you know, decorating your home, decorating a room, or decorating your desk at work. Something about siblings could be significant as well with Gemini coming through, although that does not have to apply. But yeah, that is what I'm getting for you, pal one. We are just going to finish the reading with some closing advice from the Guardian Angels Oracle. So let's have a look at what we pulled for you. Okay, pal one. So your closing advice is oneness. Someone you dearly miss is forever present in your heart. Remember, dearest one, that even though there has been a physical parting, spiritually, those we love never leave us. Creation is eternal. Nothing is ever truly missing, for all is interconnected and ultimately one. So yeah, I mean, I think this could refer back to what we said maybe in the beginning. If you have lost somebody, or you have had something that has kind of triggered you into an awakening of thinking like you only live once, or, you know, I want to make the most of my life. I feel like that is the general theme of what this year is about for you, what 2025 is going to be about for you, because it's about you reconnecting with yourself because you are truly valuing your life and you don't want to stay stuck in the same place. You don't want to put things off any longer. You want to live for you and you want to put everything into making your goals happen. And I think, you know, in those instances where you have lost somebody, I think they would want you to know that they also want this for you. Like they want the very best for you as well. That's only to those of you where that applies, but it's just a little bit of an extra message that like that person is always with you. They're looking out for you as well, and they want you to succeed and thrive too. So that is what I'm getting for your 2025 reading, pal one. I really, really hope you enjoyed this reading today. If you did like the reading, please like the video. Please leave me a little comment. Let me know what resonated, or just let me know which pal you picked if you don't feel comfortable. Let me know what resonated. I guess you won't really know what resonates yet, as these are predictive messages, but if it sounds like you, just let me know. And if you haven't done so already, please consider subscribing. That would mean the absolute world to me and I would appreciate it so, so much. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. Take care and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, Pal 2 Collective. If you chose Pal 2 and you chose the Healing Waves Tarot and the pink snake sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. If you would like a full breakdown regarding what to expect during this reading, then please check out the introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. If you did come from my intro and you have noticed that the lighting has changed, that's because it has, because it is now nighttime at 4 p.m, which is just really depressing, but we move. So today we're going to be doing a deep dive on your 2025 and we're going to be looking at how you're glowing up and making this your best year yet. How are you stepping into the best version of you? So I wanted to do this reading today to in part hype you up, get you motivated, get you excited for this upcoming year, but I also want to give you details on what specifically might happen for you throughout various points of the year. So this is also in part a predictive reading. Now, predictive never means that anything has to be set in stone. Energies always have the potential to shift and change, and ultimately you are the creator of your own reality. I am literally just the messenger here. And whilst the intention of this reading is to inspire and uplift, I will also be honest about any potential challenges I'm seeing because it just wouldn't be fair to you if I wasn't. We can enter a new year feeling safe in the knowledge that we are going to do whatever we can to make it our best year yet, and that's something I absolutely encourage 1,000%. But it's important to remember that life is still lifing, and sometimes things happen outside of our control. If I happen to mention one of these things, it is not to derail your progress or to make you less hopeful at all. It is just me being fully transparent and letting you know what to expect. However, always remember that these are collective readings. You don't have to claim anything within this reading. If a specific message isn't for you, then that just means the message is for somebody else who chose the same pile as you. Always take what's for you and leave the rest. But aside from that little caveat, for the most part, we are going to be trying to channel the most empowering messages today. So thank you for sending me your beautiful energy and allowing me to deliver these messages. I'm actually going to pop your tarot cards to one side for now so we can focus on these oracle cards in front of us. We are going to be looking at 9 cards here. Don't worry if I lay them and they are not quite in frame. I will sort it out once I've unveiled the cards. Okay, so to start off with, we have the card. Am I letting fear stop me? Okay, I can tell already this is going to be an interesting pile. And it says, some trade their dreams for comfort, yet comfort is the enemy of progress. Success requires showing up every single day, even when you don't feel like it and even when it feels uncomfortable. It takes guts and an endless vision to stay consistent to your dream. Today's soul action, journal where you can be more consistent in your life in alignment with your soulful goals, then show up. We have got number 1, ancestors, family survival, death, worship. We have got surrender to the divine, full moon. We have got pure intention. The fairy of manifestation will help you to use your wishes wisely. Manifest your heart's desires with pure intention and for the highest good of all. We have got patterns. We have got 26, resolving conflict, and the little stones, if you can see them. I don't know if you want to pause it, but they say empathy, compassion, and understanding. And we've got a candle that says love here. We have got Mother Rose, returning to each other, compassion, humanity. We've got number 36, koi fish spirit, there is always enough. And we have got conceal. So I want to start off by mentioning the numbers on the cards here. These don't have to be significant to you, but it's just a little bit of extra confirmation for you if they are. So these could be relevant in terms of dates, ages, angel numbers, synchronicities that you were seeing a lot of, astrological placements within your chart. So we have number 1, number 26, and number 36. So those numbers, or the numbers 8 or number 9, could be significant. Whenever I see this conceal card, I'm immediately like, okay, tell me you're the pile with the fear of being seen without telling me. So 2025 for you, pile 2, is about allowing parts of you that you've kept hidden to take up space in the 3D. 2025 will be a time for you to reveal something. The theme of this year for you will be about you acknowledging that covering something up with a band-aid doesn't mean that it's gone. There could still be a festering wound under there, and that wound deserves care. We need to give it attention for it to get better. So a huge theme for you this year is going to be, I heard, showing them what you're made of, because it feels like people have only seen some of your ingredients. They haven't had the full recipe, but maybe the world needs to see that recipe. You have something special in that recipe. You have a unique ingredient. I don't know why, but I keep hearing the phrase flesh prison. So a theme for you this year could be you releasing yourself from the prison that is other people's expectations, other people's projections, even your own notions about who you should or shouldn't be. You could be my group who have masked certain aspects of your identity for a long time. Or you've learned to adapt to your environment to get by, and in the process of that, maybe you've undermined some of your own needs and desires. But with this full moon showing up here, it feels to me like something has been building for a while. Something is now reaching a climax, and it's going to reach a point where it has to come out in the open. This cannot be hidden anymore. Just as we see the full moon on a clear night sky, you cannot remain invisible. I also want to say you deserve to be seen and heard, because maybe some of you have had insecurities surrounding this in the past. Maybe some of you have something that you know you want to express, but you are battling a lot of inner conflict when it comes to putting yourself out there. Maybe you haven't been allowing yourself to fully shine due to certain doubts you have been having, but I want to say that 2025 will be the year that you really start to overcome this, and you're really going to be saying, nothing changes if I don't change. That is the overall theme. This upcoming year is the year when you're working on patterns of behaviour that have been more harmful to you than they are helpful. And this doesn't mean that you did anything wrong. It could be that at certain points there were certain patterns that were helpful to you. They helped you cope, they helped you survive. But if you are realising that some of these things are no longer helpful to you, or they are more harmful to you than they are helpful, that's something you're going to be changing, that's something you're going to be overcoming. You could have been letting fear get in the way of you making certain decisions, and this upcoming year is the year that you're deciding that's no longer going to be the case. You're returning to yourself in this profound way by honouring all parts of you that deserve to be heard. For some of you, this could relate to you challenging certain emotional coping mechanisms that you've developed over time that you now feel are redundant. So, this could be you saying, I'm going to set this New Year's resolution to stop drinking or to make more healthy meals. And the interesting thing is, you could have said this to yourself before, but this time it feels very different because this time it feels like you've done a lot of inner work and you understand more about why you do the things you do, why you behave a certain way. It's like you've identified your patterns, not so that you can use them as an excuse, but so that you can understand the root and getting like the root cause because you know that's the only way you're going to be able to change it. So, some of you could have been doing a lot of shadow work this year. You could have really been going inwards and going to therapy for some of you, and you're ready to start 2025 as this brand new person because you get it now. Maybe in the past it's been difficult for you to create long lasting change because you told yourself lies about why you were doing some of the things you were doing in the first place. And what I mean by that is, it's not that you were deliberately lying to yourself, like you were deliberately happy to live in your delusion. Let's just say, as one example, you struggle with overeating or undereating, and that's something you've wanted to change for a long time because you're starting to see negative health consequences of binging or of restrictive behaviors, on the other hand. In the past, you could have acknowledged, like, this is something I want to change. But when you go through emotional turmoil and you went back to the only coping mechanism you knew, you would lie to yourself and say, well, I guess it's not possible for me to change because I'm greedy or because I lack self control. Instead of reflecting on the reason you adopted this coping mechanism in the very first place, maybe how much food you consume or how little food you consume was one of the only things you had control over growing up, and that's why it's something you still rely on so heavily. So, one of the first steps towards changing that is looking at that root cause. And it's not so you can be like, oh, my childhood was so bad and that's why I can't help myself and I have to do XYZ. But it is important to give yourself compassion. And it's important to give yourself understanding when you are in the process of bettering yourself. You see how the cat on the card is licking his or her wounds, and cats often do that naturally because not only does it increase blood flow to the area to speed up the healing process, but it also releases endorphins, I believe. So it's actually a source of comfort for the cat. And it is important for you to offer yourself compassion and to find ways to self soothe instead of berating yourself for not being able to be a completely different person overnight. It's like if you injured your foot, as one example, you wouldn't immediately try to start walking on your foot and calling yourself lazy when you can't do it. You would, or you should, get the medical attention you need first and make sure your foot is taken care of so that the injury can heal before you try and walk on it. And it's the same for any wound, whether it's physical or emotional. And if you have an emotional wound that you're ignoring because you think you should just be able to click your fingers and break that pattern overnight, you might actually be skipping a crucial step of your healing. For some of you, this could be a pattern in terms of the relationship dynamics in your life. And that won't apply for everyone, but for some of you, maybe you have noticed a consistent pattern in terms of the romantic interest you gravitate towards. And perhaps you've become frustrated with this because you've acknowledged, as one example, that maybe you tend to be pulled towards or have the most intense connections with emotionally unavailable people, as one example. So you've said to yourself, like, why do I always do this? Or why do I always want what I can't have? And please bear in mind, by unavailable, that doesn't have to mean they are in a relationship. For some of you, it could be, not going to lie, and that's not a judgment. You cannot help who you are attracted to. Obviously, you can help whether you act on it or not, but that's a whole other thing. But it could just be like unavailable, as in, they'll never let you get too close, or the relationship, whilst it could be an exciting whirlwind, you know that it won't be sustainable for whatever reason. Like, you are aware that it can't happen long term. That's all I mean by they're unavailable to you in some way. And some of you, not all of you, but some of you are starting to realize that your attraction to this comes from your deeper wounding. And you're realizing that you deserve more than this and you want more for yourself than these relationships that feel like a reflection of this wounding. For some of you, it's like you're specifically attracted to people you can never be with or never get close to, because in a way, that's a way of protecting yourself because you don't want to risk anyone getting close to you or seeing the real you. You could be avoidant or anxious avoidant yourself. For some of you, the thought of being with somebody who you could have a real, open, and honest, vulnerable conversation with is just absolutely terrifying. You can imagine nothing worse. So that's why you're convinced that you're not attracted to anyone other than the person who is acting completely uninterested and not replying to your messages or just replying with one word answers. You don't like them because they're hard to get. You like the idea of them because you don't really know them. And maybe you prefer people not to know you too. Maybe you prefer to remain an idea because that is how you've kept yourself safe and protected in the past. So 2025 is going to push you to be more vulnerable because your vulnerability is a strength. And by vulnerability, I don't mean that you're going out and trauma dumping to every acquaintance you see. Vulnerability can just be you honouring your feelings and telling someone when they hurt you instead of bottling it all up. But the main message that I'm getting is that you're going to be unmasking certain aspects of yourself in a way that really offers freedom. Because some of you in the past have maybe felt forced to pretend that you don't have feelings or that you're unshakable and nothing can get to you. But in the process, you have been holding on to so many things that need to be released. Some of these things could have been bubbling up under the surface for a while, and in 2025, you're going to stand in your power and allow yourself to be truly known. This could be in terms of you feeling like you don't have to filter yourself so much. Some of you are just far too concerned with offending other people to the point where maybe you've undermined your own needs at times. Many of you could really struggle with conflict, especially if you grew up in chaotic or conflict driven environments. A lot of you could gravitate towards the fawn response when faced with a conflict, and that has marred some of your interpersonal relationships. Maybe within relationships and friendships, you've perhaps even felt like it would be too cringy to voice some of your concerns. It's either you're scared of hurting the other person, so you don't say anything, and there's a build up of resentment, or you don't want to be seen as in need of anything from anyone, and it's almost like, I'm not going to tell them it upset me because then they'll know that I care. A lot of you don't want to be seen like that. And I'm also hearing it's like you don't want to put the burden of caring onto someone. You don't want to give people something else to worry about. And so you make yourself smaller, or you say, it's not a big deal. It doesn't really matter. I'm being petty. But sometimes you deserve to speak out about these things. It's okay to voice yourself. It's okay to tell someone when they piss you off if they do. It doesn't mean that it has to be the end of the friendship or the relationship. Some of you, you're actually going to make your relationships with people so much better when you're able to fully express yourself and not feel like you being honest is an inconvenience, because it really isn't. This is actually something you're learning more about in 2025, and I feel a big theme for you will be reconnecting with yourself and also with other people. If there is anyone in particular you are hoping to reunite with, or you're hoping to salvage or work on a relationship with, this upcoming year could be the time that happens for you. And particularly with the Surrender to Divine Timing card, it feels like something is divinely orchestrated this year for you to connect with just the right people at just the right time. A lot of you are just so super independent and you've convinced yourself you don't need anyone, or you're saying, well, no, thank you, I'm antisocial as fuck, I don't want to connect with anyone. And firstly, I feel that on a personal level, but also, is it that you don't like spending time with people? Or is it that you're drained by spending time with the wrong people? And I know it can be hard to figure that out when you're an introvert, but for me, as an introvert myself, who gets drained by socializing incredibly easily, I can without a shadow of a doubt say that for me, it's more about the who, because a lot of us will be like, yeah, I hate going outside. I love just being by myself in the house. Because when you go outside in the public, you're going to encounter the public. You don't know who you're going to bump into. It's just anyone and everyone. It's a free for all. That is what living in a society is. But I know like there are certain people in my life who I could literally spend all of my time with and not even feel the slightest bit drained, because there's no expectation to be talking constantly. We can comfortably sit in silence as needed. I don't have to wear a mask around people I feel safe with like that. And so a lot of my energy is maintained simply by not having to put on that show and instead just existing. Whereas like if you're going to work, as one example, and you're in a demanding public facing role, there's that expectation to, always have a smile on your face and always be engaging with small talk. People always want something from you. They're always asking for things. And you just have to have this big stupid grin on your face all of the time, and it's just way more draining is what I'm trying to say. So one thing I kind of want to say here is like, do you hate being with people, or do you just hate being with the wrong people? So the wrong people could be people who don't really see you and can't understand you, people who take way more than they give, those who don't value you for who you truly are. A part of you could be crying out to be seen by your people. But I definitely think there's something about reconnecting with humanity in some kind of way this year. So it could be reconciling with a love interest or a friend or a family member, someone from your past, and you're finally going to be open to having a conversation and discussing your issues, and it's actually going to make the relationship so much better. And it's going to provide an opportunity for healing for both or multiple people involved, if that applies. And for those of you who are immediately put off by that because you're like, ain't no way I'm getting back with my ex, you don't have to, that's okay. But sometimes it's more about reconciling with yourself by speaking your truth. If you've been bottling all of this up for such a long time, sometimes it's about having the strength and the courage to say to somebody, what you did to me was wrong. Sometimes it's just about acknowledging that, only, if you are safe to do so. And obviously, I'm not saying you have to find your ex from 10 years ago on Instagram and then send them a DM saying, like, remember when you put another girl as your top friend on MySpace in 2007? I'm not saying you have to reach out to anyone if they are not a part of your life anymore and you don't want them to be because you've moved on. I just mean no matter what the context of the relationship is, speaking your truth can help you make progress and to help you move on. So if you fell out with a friend a year ago and they start talking to you again and they're like, I don't know why we ever fell out, whether you want to be friends with them or not isn't relevant. It's more about how you show up for yourself no matter what you decide. if you want to be their friend again, maybe you start that conversation by saying, I'm open to catching up, Linda, but if we're going to be friends again, we have to have a conversation about XYZ, falling out. Or it's you saying, well, actually, I think it's best we remain no contact, Linda, because I do remember why we fell out and it's because you stole my bike. You could be working out how to reparent yourself also and mother yourself in 2025. And I feel like you're stepping into that role of almost being that mother who shows compassion, but is also fiercely protective. And the thing is, it's like you're fiercely protecting yourself because a lot of you, maybe shitty things have happened to you, or people have treated you badly at times, and you've shown these people empathy and grace, and you said to yourself, that person must be having a bad day, they were rude to me, but it's not a big deal. And whilst it is good to give people grace and to not get too caught up in that, sometimes it may be led to you harboring some resentment. And I think it's also important that you stand up for yourself. So in the same way that a mother would rush to her child's defense if somebody was bullying her kid, if somebody treats you unkindly, I feel like this year you're going to be saying, hey, that's not okay. You having a bad day is not an excuse to be rude to me, sir. And it's also about you giving the grace that you have for other people to yourself. And the image I'm getting now is like a parent. I'm sorry, this is going to be triggering for some of you. I know it's triggering for me. It's like a parent sat with their child while the child tries to figure out this maths equation. I'm sorry, I don't know why I picked maths because I cannot do maths. I'm sorry. And the child in this image is getting like upset and frustrated with themselves because they're like, I can't do it. So I guess I'm just stupid and I'm just useless. This was me as a child and me now. So in that example, no parent worth the title of parent should be turning around to their kid and agreeing with them that they're stupid and useless. And I know some parents do that, and if that's happened to you, that's not okay. You did not deserve that. If you had caregivers in your life who encourage you to accept bad treatment in any way, you're definitely unlearning some of that this year. But good parents are going to be like, you're not stupid, you're not useless, this is a very tough equation, let's work through it together. I mean, if I'm ever a parent, that's not going to be me because I cannot deal with numbers. So I'd probably be like, you're not stupid, I can't do maths either, let's talk to somebody who can about how to solve this homework problem. But yeah, some of you have been underplaying your needs for a long time, is what I'm trying to say. And 2025 is the year where you're saying no more. So this could be about you going public with something even. Maybe you've been too scared to show the world your creative projects, when in actuality, you are so capable of incredible things and the world deserves to see what you have to offer. A lot of you are very self-aware, almost too self-aware, I want to say, if that's the thing. And I feel like for some of you, you're even shy about like admitting that you watch any kind of hype you up style tarot readings because some of you are just terrible at accepting compliments. So when I give you one, you might be like cringe, or you feel like you're egotistical for even listening to these. I feel like you're my pal where deep down you know you have a powerful calling, you know that you're talented at something, your intuition is pulling you towards expressing a certain gift, but you're often doubting it because sometimes in the back of your mind, you're like, yeah, that feels right in my soul, but actually, am I being super arrogant or super narcissistic? Like, is this message really for me? Because I'm literally just a person. But I'm telling you, someone who is genuinely that arrogant or that narcissistic does not question themselves the way that you do. Some of you have a little bit of an inferiority complex, or you feel like the good things aren't made for you when they truly are. So 2025 is about you starting to believe that you are more than capable and that you deserve the things you've been dreaming about. Some of you feel bad for wanting certain things, particularly material things. It's almost giving me this sense of, let's say you want to create content online because you have a certain message to deliver, you want to help people, and you have a unique perspective on this topic. A part of you is pulled towards that, but another part of you is like, but who am I to just go on the internet and act like I own the place? What makes me qualified to do that? And then you're like, and what if I'm just secretly an egotist who wants to be famous and rich so I can exert power over people? And it's like, no. But honestly, even if you do want those things, like let's say you do want money, so what? Who doesn't? It still doesn't negate the fact that you also want to do some of these things to help people or to make the world a better place. Who cares if you also want money alongside that? And also, what I want to say is you're just as qualified as anyone else. Do not doubt that for a second. If you know in your heart that something is for you, then it is. Spirit knows your heart and knows that you have these pure intentions. Some of you could be connecting with ancient ancestors in 2025. You could be calling on your ancestors to help you with some of your manifestations. I'm hearing something about creating an altar and also you consulting the Akashic records in some instances. Some of you need to know that you have an ancestor standing alongside you and supporting you all the way on this journey. A couple of you could have had a family member or someone you were close to who you lost this year. It's someone you had a very special connection with, and I think they want you to know that they are with you and that you can call upon them and you can speak to them. They're saying that sometimes you think about them and you feel silly, like talking to them in your head or saying things out loud. But I think they want to say, like, I'm getting this message. Some of you need to talk to this person as if they were still there. If this message is for you, I think you'll know it because some of you have been wanting to talk to this person, but you're feeling like you have to be weirdly formal about it. But I think this person is telling you, like, it's okay. You don't have to write down this formal prayer and read it out to me. Like, you can just talk to me as if I were in the room with you. You can just talk to me casually. It doesn't have to be like you making it into this big thing. I know that's not going to be for everyone, but it's just an extra message for somebody here. And I'm hearing that it might be hard for you to do that at first, but if you make it a sort of everyday thing, when this person pops into your mind, like, just say hello to them. Just start by saying hello to them, and it will become easier, and you might start to see little signs that they're around you and that they're helping you. I feel like in 2025, you're overcoming any conflict that comes your way with resilience and with perseverance. This might be the year where you stop putting yourself down and you learn to accept compliments, because with there is always enough, some of you have maybe felt like you have to deflect or you have to be overly modest when you receive a compliment. Like, if somebody says you look good today, you immediately have to point to somebody else in the room and say, well, Sarah looks good today too. And it's like, okay, well, maybe you and Sarah both look good. Like, the fact you look good doesn't take away from Sarah looking good. There's enough for everyone. There's enough to go round. It could have felt like in the past you struggle to occupy space, or you struggle to accept recognition for your achievements, or you're like, somebody else will be so much better at this job, so I'm not going to step up and do it. But this is the year of you realising we all have a purpose and you're just as entitled to step up as anyone else. If there's something you want to do and somebody else already does that thing, you're not taking away from them by doing whatever that thing is your way. Like, can you imagine, as one example, if people said, oh, I'm not going to be an actor because we already have one actor? Like, can you imagine if there was only one actor for every single movie? We need multiple actors because each actor offers their own unique skills and they can play different roles. And it's the same for you in whatever kind of field you're in. You offer something different to that role. And if there's something you want to do, it's obviously for a reason that you're called towards that. And I feel like once you start to own your truth and show up as who you really are, you're going to get so much luck and abundance coming your way. That's what koi fish can be representative of. So I feel like your life is only going to be becoming more beautiful once you start showing up for yourself. And that is a big theme for you this year, pal, too. So that is what I'm getting for the oracle portion of your reading. We are now going to move along to the tarot. I really, really hope you are enjoying the reading so far. And I'll see you at the tarot portion of your reading. Hi, Pal2 Collective. Welcome back to the tarot portion of your reading. Without hesitation, let's get started and have a look at your first 6 cards. So this is going to represent the months of January, February and March 2025, your first 3 months. Let's have a look at what we pulled for you. Don't worry if the cards aren't in frame at first. I will sort it out once I have laid the cards out. Okay, so we have the Knight of Pentacles, we have the Chariot, we have the World reversed, we have the Moon in reverse, we have the Two of Cups, and we have the Fool. Okay, so pal 2, what I want to say first of all is that we have some incredibly beautiful energy here. You are starting 2025 off strong. We do also have a little bit of challenging energy here with this World card and with the Moon in reverse, and I will talk a little bit about that just to give you guys some clarity. But I just want to say that a little bit of challenging energy is to be expected, because if we're talking about a whole 3-month period, 99% of people are going to have ups and downs during that time. And with us getting these 2 cards together in the middle, it could be that maybe February is when you encounter a little bit of this energy. But I really do not think that it is going to be throwing you off too much, because we have some really amazing cards here too. And what I'm actually noticing strongly about the start of your year, pal 2, is that you're entering 2025 with so much determination and willpower when it comes to your goals. And I just want to say I'm so proud of you for that, because I think we mentioned in the oracle that sometimes you can be a little bit harsh on yourself, and at times I think maybe you get frustrated that you feel like you've given up on things or you've left things unfinished, and it's led to some self-doubt and some confusion regarding what you are truly capable of. But I think as you come into 2025, you're really saying to yourself, that doesn't have to be my story. And I think what I mean by that is, like, it would be easy to tell yourself this year is just going to be like the other years. I'm going to make these resolutions, but I'm not going to be able to stick to them. But I think you recognize yourself that there's something different about this year and that it's not going to be like other years. And that doesn't mean that you're not at any point battling any insecurities, because I think with the Moon in reverse, you do have your ups and downs. You could have your moments of feeling like, I'm not really getting anywhere, or why bother? But I think that is overshadowed by this underlying drive to succeed and this tremendous persistence that you have. So, the overarching theme for you is going to be success. You're exercising your self discipline and proving to yourself that any obstacle that comes your way, you can overcome it. I think you're also learning to be more patient with yourself. And this is something that's actually assisting you in a very practical way. You could actually be acquiring certain items that are there to help you in a practical way when it comes to achieving these goals. And you're not feeling as bad about that as what you normally do. In the past, maybe you could have had times where you felt a little bit guilty for treating yourself to certain things. But I think at the beginning of 2025, you're realizing, like, hey, if these little purchases help me and they make my day go a little bit easier and they make it easier for me to accomplish some of my dreams, then what's the problem? I mean, let's say as one example, you're the kind of person who really struggles to get out of bed in the morning without your coffee. That's just one random example. It doesn't have to be this for you. But let's say that is you. In the past, maybe you've reprimanded yourself pretty harshly for being a person who likes to have their morning coffee. Maybe you've kind of tried to like raw dog the morning and you said to yourself, well, other people seem to be able to manage without having an overpriced latte every morning, so why can't I? But I think this year you're kind of saying, if the thought of getting that overpriced latte motivates me to get out of bed in the morning and do what I need to do, then what is the issue? Who is that harming? And I'm not saying like spend all your money on fancy drinks instead of your bills. I just mean if you have the means to make your life a tiny bit easier in some small way, then there's nothing wrong with that. You have absolutely nothing to feel guilty for. Why make life harder for yourself by saying, I should be able to do this without XYZ? And like I say, it doesn't have to be with coffee. It could be you buying a cute new workout outfit to motivate you to go for a run, or you buying pretty new stationery to encourage you to journal more. It's whatever is going to push you to do the thing and keep up with the thing. Some of you could be receiving slight pay rises during the first 3 months of the year, and you're seeing a little bit of an increase in terms of your salary. And some of you could be doing something to secure your home during one of these months. So, for example, you could get a new intruder alarm or a doorbell cam, or you secure the locks on your back gate or something like that. But yeah, a big theme for you in January, February, and March is you saying, I've got this, I can do this, and you're not allowing anything to get in your way. And the exact example that relates to your situation is irrelevant, but to give just one example, it could be you've said you're going to go to a specific gym class every week. Then maybe one day the class is cancelled or your car breaks down. Basically, an obstacle gets in the way, something comes between you and your fitness goals. It could be that in the past, if that happened, you would maybe give up at that point, or you'd say, well, there's no way for me to get there, so I'm just going to stay in. And, I was going to pick a healthy meal on the way back from the gym, but since I can't get anywhere, I'll just have to order takeout. And it feels like this year you're not letting those issues that come up in life stop you doing what you want to do. So even if the class is cancelled or your car breaks down, you're like, okay, well, I was set on going to that class, we've had a change of plan, we've had a setback, but maybe I could find a similar workout to do at home, or maybe I'll see what we've got at the back of the pantry and see if I can make some kind of home cooked meal. You're being resourceful. And with that Fool card, I feel like this is such a welcome change of pace for you. It feels like the exciting start of something new here. You're coming in with more ambition than ever before. And it feels like you're leaning into a more spontaneous kind of energy where you're adapting to any changes that come your way rather than allowing certain changes to throw you off or ruin your day or your plans. It kind of gives me that surrender into divine timing sort of vibe. I think the beginning of the year will very much be about you saying to yourself, I'm going to control the things I can control, but I'm not going to get stressed out about the things that are not in my control. You're not letting life happen to you, but it's like you have this newfound awareness that life is going to happen around you, regardless of whether you're actively doing anything or not. And sometimes that comes with unexpected changes of plan. You're not letting those unexpected changes control you. You're learning how to sort of go with the flow while still ensuring that your main goals are a priority. Now, to talk about the world reversed and the moon card very briefly, and this won't apply for all of you. If it doesn't sound like your story, you don't have to accept it as such. But if I'm saying something here and you're like, yeah, I can be like that at times, or yeah, that's something I've already been dealing with, so I can see that happening, then you'll know if this is for you. But those of you who deal with certain highs and lows when it comes to your moods, it could be that that's something you're continuing to battle a little bit at the start of the year. Some of you could feel like at times you're a bit down or a little bit disappointed because you're not as far along as you thought you'd be, or you haven't quite achieved as much as you'd like. But honestly, I think a lot of this is due to the fact some of you are too critical of yourselves. So you might have a couple of days, potentially during February, where you're stuck in a bit of a negative thought loop. I don't think it's going to be something that defines the start of your year though, because we have lots of wonderful energy here, as I keep saying. You could just have one or two of those moments where you're in your head and you feel like you haven't made progress or you'd like to see more progress. Some of this though, and I don't want to undermine any of you because I know we're all in completely different situations, But some of you, I want to say, your perception might not be entirely accurate. And I'm even getting for a couple of you, this could be influenced by hormones or by mood swings related to hormones, because the moon always makes me think of monthly cycles. So if that's relevant for you, it could be that at certain points in your cycle, you deal with these bad moods, and maybe it's just for 1 or 2 days out of the month. So you could actually be investigating that with a health professional during one of these months, like you're getting hormone testing done or you're keeping a mood journal. But what I also want to say, with the moon making me think of illusions and uncertainty and insecurity, as one example, let's say one of your New Year's resolutions is to lose weight. It could be that one day you're on track and you're feeling absolutely amazing about yourself, and then a week later you look in the mirror and you're just like, I hate how I look today. And you step on the scale and you feel like crying because you've actually put on a tiny little bit of weight. And in that moment, you just want to give up and curl up on the sofa and eat salty food and scream into a pillow. At the time you're experiencing that, you might be like, I feel as though I'm going to feel this way about myself forever. But it could be that that's an illusion, because maybe you only feel that way at that moment because you're PMSing, you're retaining water, and so you're a little bit more bloated. And all you need is for that to subside, and then you're going to feel amazing again. But it's easy to get caught up in that illusion of, I guess I'm going to feel crappy about myself forever. And again, that's not for everyone, but for those of you who, that's something you already deal with and it's something you've just had to sort of get along with, I just want to tell you that you won't feel that way forever. It's an illusion. You're not seeing yourself clearly when you're experiencing that, and it will not last forever. Obviously, if you're dealing with anything on the extreme side of that when it comes to mood swings, whether it's PMDD or a mood disorder of some kind, it's definitely worth having that investigated. But yeah, that's just a message for 1 or 2 of you. It won't be for everyone. But yeah, for the most part, it could be that you have 1 or 2 days that are confusing for you like that. You feel like you don't have the full picture on something. But I think for the most part, during these first 3 months, a lot of you are learning how to go with the flow. And you're sort of saying, so be it. Like, just because I have a bad day doesn't mean I have to have a bad life. And that's a beautiful way to approach life. One thing I am getting is that you're going to be attracting a lot of people to you with that Two of Cups coming through. And I just heard, even on your bad days. So pile two, even on the days where maybe you're not feeling yourself, I think you're going to get a lot of people still thinking you're the most beautiful person in the room. You could find that more people want to gravitate towards you during these months. Maybe you're getting more people asking after you or trying to catch up with you. Perhaps you're receiving more invitations from friends that you haven't had a chance to catch up with in a while. People are telling you how much they've missed you and they're trying to organise some kind of reunion. If you are actively hoping for a reunion of any kind, maybe with some kind of romantic interest, it could very well be that you hear from this person during this time. There's definitely something about more people wanting to connect with you or feeling this sense of unity with you. If you're at a stage of your romantic relationship where a deeper commitment is possible, Two of Cups can sometimes indicate proposals, so that could be a thing. But if that wouldn't apply to you, it could be that you and your significant other, hopefully you guys are getting more opportunities to enjoy some quality time together. Or if you're single, this could be you having options and being asked out on some kind of date by somebody. I'm definitely getting the sense with the Fool that you could be going somewhere new, somewhere you've never been before. Now, this could be that you're literally traveling during one of these months, so you're aware that you're going to be going to a country you've never been to before in another part of the world. But equally, it could be like someone asks you to do something and they're like, hey, do you want to try this new restaurant, or should we try this new fitness class? And it's some kind of building that you've never been to before. It's something fresh and exciting. It's a new environment for you in some way. So it feels like you're going to be very open to that kind of thing during those first 3 months. Before we look at your April, May, and June, we are just going to roll the astro dice so we can look at prominent signs, houses, and planets for the first 3 months of your 2025. So please bear with me and we'll have a look at what we get for you. Okay, so we have got the North Node, that's interesting, so destiny could be at play here. We've also got the 10th house associated with Capricorn. 10th house is also associated with reputation. Sometimes it's associated with your career, your professional life. Capricorn also often reminds me of like karmic patterns and things like that. So this could be something about you breaking certain karmic cycles and that allowing you to align with your destiny or to your life purpose. It could also indicate you having a breakthrough in terms of your career and figuring out what you would like to do, what you are called towards, what your purpose is, and this having something to do with you being recognized for this. We also have Cancer coming through. Cancer could indicate something about your home. You could have strong Cancer or Capricorn placements in your chart, although that does not have to apply. Okay, let's pull your next 6 cards. So we have got the 6 of Swords, we've got the 10 of Wands, we have got the 5 of Wands, we've got the 4 of Wands reversed, we've got the 8 of Cups, And we've got the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, pile two. I'm seeing that these next few months of 2025, April, May, and June, are kind of like this defining moment for you. I mean, arguably, we experience small defining moments every single day, but I feel like there's some kind of bigger defining moment taking place here because with this Wheel of Fortune, it's like something is fated to happen. But I think there's something about you implementing these skills that you've learned in order for this diviner plan to unfold. So I don't want to say that you're being tested necessarily, but there is some element of spirit kind of saying, I want you to show me what you've learned, because they're saying it's the time right now or you're ready now. But this is like the final little hump before things can fall into place here. And with the Wheel of Fortune showing up as the last card to represent these few months, I feel like this could be indicating you might see more of the results towards the latter part of June, or this could even be a lead on to things happening in July, August, and September. But I keep getting this sense of once you've done this last little thing, you're there. I keep hearing you're there, or you passed, or something like that. It could feel like a slog to get there with the Ten of Wands showing up for you, not going to lie. You might have moments where you feel like this is a little bit of an uphill struggle or you're encountering some resistance. But I think this is Spirit's way of trying to tell you when you feel this way, it means you're so, so close. There is an end in sight. So, this is Spirit kind of chiming in to tell you if you're experiencing any self doubt at this point in 2025, and I don't know whether you want to make a note of any of this because this is still a way away yet. But if you start feeling this way, this could be saying, keep going, you're nearly there, you don't have far to go now. So that could be in relation to certain goals you're in the process of accomplishing during this time. And there's definitely something about you utilizing your emotional strength to persevere. This could be about you learning to prioritize yourself and walk away from the things that are not serving you. You could actually be walking away from some kind of bad situation during these months. Maybe something pushes you to your limits, and this last little hurdle is you getting the courage to say, I'm trusting that I know what's best for me, and I'm not staying in this situation anymore. And by trusting your instincts like that, you're going to be rewarded in some way. This Wheel of Fortune is saying once you decide to choose yourself, your luck is really going to change for the better. It might come with some upheaval, and maybe at the time this decision is stressing you out, or you're not sure if it's for the best. But really, the action you take is like this tiny little puzzle piece, and it's something you need to do in order for the puzzle to fall into place and in order for you to see clearly. Because it seems like at some point following this, you're going to have a moment where you're like, I now realize why that had to happen. And I just want to reiterate this isn't going to be anything that you won't be able to handle. This isn't something that's happening to you, it's something that's happening for you. Because it's something that pushes you to recognize your own value and to understand that you are a priority. I keep hearing like this is not a punishment, it's an opportunity, it's a chance for you to do something. And I'm also hearing that this is something that you've asked for, it's something that you've chosen, because even if it causes a certain amount of stress at the time, it's going to be the thing where later down the line you turn around and say, well, if that hadn't happened, I never would have done XYZ, something that you need to do. So, this could be, for example, leaving a stressful work situation or choosing not to associate with toxic family members or friends. It could be ending a relationship that's not serving you. But I'm hearing the only way out of it is through. And the only way for you to get to where you need to be is if you are able to let this thing go once and for all. I think we mentioned earlier about a few of you having some kind of ancestor or a passed on loved one who you can call upon to assist you with this. And that's a message I'm getting very, very strongly as I'm looking at these cards. The Six of Swords particularly can represent spirit guides, but interestingly, I'm thinking about the original Six of Swords, the Rider-Waite-Smith, in comparison with the Six of Swords in this deck, because in my opinion, the imagery on this card is actually very similar looking to the original. But on the original, we have the guy, and then I believe there's like another person sat there, and I think a child as well, maybe. But on this card, there are lots of birds, but there's no other person sat here. So for you, Pal2, I'm getting this message of like, even when you think you're alone, you're not. You're going to be surrounded at this time by all of this invisible support, and even when you don't see it, you're going to be able to feel it and you're going to be able to call on your guides for assistance during these difficult times. With all of the birds on this card, this could also be implying you have a big team of guides supporting you on this journey. Like, it's not just one, but you have multiple guides invested in your journey, actually. If it's not an ancestor or passed on loved one, you could be working with deities and you're asking them for help, showing you a path forward. Some of you could also be working with Hecate. I want to say that because I keep seeing keys. You could be asking for guidance during these months or even creating some kind of space where you are able to connect with deities like an altar. And these ancestors or these deities, they want to show you that they've been listening to you and they want to show you a way forward, but they need you to be the one who makes the choice ultimately. They don't ever want to take that away from you. Some of you could almost be using your connection with an ancestor or guide or a deity as like a pillar of strength to help you navigate tough waters within your own life. Let's say, as one example, you have a passed on loved one, and this was somebody who, when they were alive, you really admired them because they were assertive and they were confident. If confidence in this example is something you struggle with, it's like you're channeling that loved one through how you show up for yourself every day. You're taking inspiration from them and adopting certain traits that they have in order to ensure that you're prioritizing yourself. And if it's not a loved one, it could be the same thing for a specific guide or deity you work with. It's like you're taking their best qualities and trying to implement those qualities in your own life. You're using it as this source of empowerment. It's kind of like you're saying, what would they do? Like, if they were in my position, what would they do? And you're using it to push yourself forward. We did get the resolving conflict card during your oracle, so there could be something happening during these months that kind of, I don't want to say forces you, because again, I think this is something you recognize has to be done, but something happens that pushes you to implement the skills that you've learned in relation to handling conflicts, whether it's your own inner conflicts or conflicts in your interpersonal relationships or just conflicts happening in your vicinity. You're using what you've learned to handle these and show that you are truly ready for the next chapter of your life. And by doing this, you're going to be moving to calmer waters and releasing a lot of baggage. It feels like there's going to be some kind of moment here where you're proud of how you dealt with something. Maybe you're going to say to yourself, you know, a year ago I would have just backed down, or a year ago I would have started an argument about this, but now I'm prioritizing my peace, I'm prioritizing my health, I'm prioritizing what's best for me. You're going to be feeling much more content with the progress you've made here. And that's not to say it's going to be all easy or it's going to be smooth sailing, but at the end of these few months, there is absolutely going to be some sense of you feeling like you overcame something huge and now the wheel is turning in your favor. And I just want to say these specific circumstances don't necessarily matter. It could go either way. And what I mean by that is if you're, for example, the kind of person who just avoids a conflict at all costs, or you feel like in the past you haven't been able to stand up for yourself without bursting into tears, same. But also, there could be some kind of defining moment here where at the time it might feel like you're backed into a corner, but that situation you are put in makes you want to step up and assert yourself and say, hey, like how you spoke to me wasn't okay. So even if at the time you're crapping yourself because the thought of saying anything that puts you in fight or flight mode is terrifying, afterwards, you're going to feel so proud of yourself for taking that leap of faith and speaking out. And if it works the opposite way and you have no issue standing up for yourself usually, but you feel like maybe you get drawn into conflicts too easily, or you take things too personally, or you're reactive, like if you have a toxic family member or friend or a colleague who always manages to get under your skin and drag you into an argument when really you don't want that, this could be you saying like, not today, Satan, like I'm not getting dragged into that, I'm not going to rise to it, I'm going to prioritize my peace. And maybe in the moment, there's so many things that you want to say, but when you come away from that heated situation, you're just like, I'm so proud of myself that I didn't retaliate and that I walked away. So it could go in either direction, but there's definitely something about you proving how well you can handle yourself. For some of you, the conflict might not even necessarily involve you, but it could be that you're so stressed out by having people bicker around you that you're making a choice to remove yourself from that situation entirely. So whether it's like you're the black sheep of the family and you decide not to go home and go to a particular family reunion because your family can't agree on anything, or they have very different world views or political views to you and you're fed up of trying to convince them to care about your rights or whatever, whether it's a case of that or you're at a workplace where everyone is always in competition or highly strung or nobody works as a team or has each other's backs, you could be removing yourself from that situation by saying like, I'm done with this job, or I'm not going to book that flight home. And whether it's you coming into your boss and giving them your notice, or you messaging your dad and saying, I'm not catching that flight, you're going to look back at this as some kind of defining moment where you're like, that was the turning point in terms of my life changing for the better, basically. It's something along those lines. The examples don't matter, but it's not something that happens to you. It's an active decision that you make, maybe with the help of your guides, but it's something that you'll be doing yourself. You'll be advocating for yourself. And there's something about your fate changing because of you deciding to do something differently. So that is what I am getting for April, May, and June for you. Let's roll the astro dice and see what we get for themes for these months. Okay, so we have the moon, we have the first house, and we have Virgo showing up here. So the moon is Cancer energy. Cancer could be significant to you. I think we said that when we rolled the dice last time. It doesn't have to be the case. But also moon could indicate you're keeping things private at this time. There's something you're keeping to yourself, you're keeping hidden. It could also indicate that, before this Wheel of Fortune moment really takes shape, it could be that at the time you are confused about why you're going through a certain thing, but in the end it's going to make sense to you. There could also be something about the physical body here. First house is associated with Aries. It could also be something to do with Mars energy and taking action, having the drive to do something, pushing through something, being persistent even when times are tough. But definitely something to do with the physical body, could be like a health challenge, or could just be that you're challenging yourself when it comes to fitness. It could even be something like competitive sports. I know that's not going to be for everyone, but just it's making me think with the Five of Wands and the first house, that Aries energy, there's something about competition here. Maybe it's learning to not be in competition with people if that has ever been a struggle for you. For those of you, if you are Virgo dominant or you're Mercury dominant, it could be learning to be not so much of a perfectionist or not too hypercritical when it comes to yourself. And it could also be implying like you being more analytical when it comes to reacting to certain things, if that has ever been an issue for you. So that is what I'm getting for April, May, and June. Let's move on to your July, August, and September, pal two. Okay, so we have got the Ace of Wands, we've got the Eight of Swords reversed, we've got the Devil reversed, we've got the Emperor, we've got the Seven of Pentacles, and we've got the Page of Swords. I feel like July, August, and September are going to be super exciting months for you, pal two. This Ace of Wands indicates to me that you're getting your spark back. And that's not me saying that your candle had gone out or it wasn't burning. But if at any point it felt like your energy was taken by other situations going on in your life, if you've made a decision to release attachment to some of those things, in July, August, and September, your battery is going to feel fully recharged again. This feels like the initiation of something. Are you feeling passionate and motivated to take action? It could also be that you're feeling much more spontaneous. You're saying yes to more things. You're able to let loose and have fun more often. This could be you getting the courage to start a creative project. This is very much about the doing. So if you've had daydreams about starting something for a while, this feels like the time when you're going to get the ball rolling with that. Your enthusiasm, your passion, your drive is going to be at an all-time high during these months. And I feel like a lot of it is due to some of the healing work you've done prior to this. Because this Eight of Swords coming up in reverse tells me that by this point, you're going to be feeling empowered. And it feels like a lot of this is due to you standing up for yourself and taking control. You've had the mental strength to release yourself from a situation, and you're now realizing by this point how much freedom you actually have. And you're going to be much more focused on finding solutions to any problems you are facing rather than focusing on the things that are dragging you down. It feels like your mind is going to be a lot more clear. You see a way to move forward where you're no longer bogged down by all the bullshit, essentially. It could be that you somehow feel like this is the end of your punishment in some way. It wasn't a punishment, but it almost feels like the hard times are over now. When we looked at that last set of cards, there was that element of like, this is the last thing I need to do in order to be released from this situation. So in this instance, you've persevered, you've pushed through, and when you come out on the other side of that during these months of July, August, and September, you're going to feel like the bad times are over now. I'm no longer this prisoner. I feel much more in control of my own life. Some of the things that might have been making you a little bit anxious earlier in the year, it seems like those things are no longer going to be making you feel that way. So this could be the point of the year where you feel like I finally got out of that bad job situation, or I finally left that toxic family member behind, or I've got out of this crappy relationship, or I finally released a negative pattern of my own unhealthy behavior and I no longer feel like I'm imprisoned by it, or that I have to use it as a crutch anymore. These specific examples don't necessarily matter, as I always say, but this is you not feeling like a victim in some sense, and that's not to undermine any of your experiences. If you have been an actual victim of something, that is valid, and it's important to acknowledge that you did not deserve whatever happened to you. But this is about you reclaiming your power and you deciding, just because this bad thing happened to me, or even this series of bad things happened to me, that doesn't mean that I am powerless. Even if at the time this was happening, you couldn't do anything about it. This is you saying, well, now I can do something about it. I'm taking control. I'm a survivor. I'm not going to let this thing keep me trapped forever. And you truly feel hopeful about that. You're going to be at this stage where you've completely detached from whatever you felt was holding you back. And I'm hearing something about you establishing a name for yourself independently. I keep hearing you feel ready now. If you've always had some kind of creative vision, but maybe in the past you felt trapped due to your circumstances or due to you being in survival mode, this is you feeling like, I can finally do things my way, or I finally have the energy to go and do the thing. For some of you, this could be like starting your own creative business, but you didn't have the resources to do it, and maybe you were in this bad work situation that was draining your energy. But maybe by this point in the year, you can actually focus on not just the logistics of starting the business but also the creative side, because whatever goals you have are becoming more of a reality for you. So this isn't just some faraway pipe dream. You're like, now I can finally invest in this business or reduce my hours at work so I can get started on my true passion. It could be you discovering or rediscovering some kind of talent that's capturing a lot of your attention. It's like you want to throw your entire body, mind, and soul into it. As another example, it could be you establishing your independence by moving out of a parental home. Maybe at certain points it's been difficult for you to keep that vision of what you want your life to look like because of some kind of oppressive figure in your life. Like if this is a family member, as one example, maybe for a long time you didn't have the resources to live independently from them, so you had to follow their rules or you weren't allowed to express yourself. But by this point in the year, it seems like you've overcome that. So maybe this is you moving out from under that parent and creating this whole new life for yourself elsewhere. And the thing is, like, you make your own rules. You can decorate your house any way you want. You can express yourself however you like. You can look any kind of way and nobody can really tell you what to do. And so this is freedom, and that freedom reignites your passion for life. I know it won't be this exact example, but this is giving me, like, let's say you're this really creative person, and when you're in that creative zone, you're at your canvas with your easel and all your art supplies are all over the floor, like the entire room becomes dedicated to this masterpiece that you're hyper focused on. But let's say in the past you lived with a parent who kind of shut your ideas down, or they took you out of that creative zone and they instead just reprimanded you for not having a tidy room and having your stuff all over the floor. It could have felt like on your end that was like a physical manifestation of your creativity being stifled, or you could never see the bigger vision because you were always being told, put that away. You were being told you couldn't take up too much room. You can interpret this more metaphorically if you like, by the way, and it doesn't have to be a parent necessarily, but it could be some kind of strict or oppressive figure or situation in your life, and it was someone who told you that your way of doing things was wrong, like you had to do things exactly their way. But now you've found a way to do things on your own and you've released attachment from that particular situation. So now you're like, I can really throw myself into this art again because I can have my art supplies all over the house and nobody can say anything. I don't know why I'm getting this, but you could have been a child who tried to draw or paint on the walls when you were younger, but maybe it felt like at certain points you couldn't express who you truly were, or you were made to feel like you had to be kept in a smaller box. Well, by this point in the year, it seems like that has ended for you. You're able to take up as much room as you like. I'm hearing that you're no longer going to be afraid of taking up space in whatever way that means to you, whether it's having your opinions heard or not dimming yourself to make yourself more palatable to other people. Because, especially with this emperor, the emperor is this boss like energy. He's solid, he's stable, he's powerful. He's not afraid to come into the room and take up space. He knows his value. And regardless of your gender identity, you're sort of stepping into that kind of archetype. I'm also hearing, when you see comments that are like, I wish I had the confidence of a mediocre white man. It's like you're going to have that confidence, but you're actually not mediocre. And I think that's the thing. It's like a lot of people we encounter are so not afraid to take up space and share their unsolicited opinions and put their projects out into the world without considering, like, is this actually good? They just put it out there because they have a belief that they are important enough that we need to pay attention to them. Yet a lot of people who actually truly have a talent and a unique perspective to give are doubting themselves or asking, am I good enough for this? And that could be you, pal, too. Maybe you're thinking, but who would want to see me do this? Who would want to hear me speak? And you are absolutely underselling yourself there, because I think you have talent in bucket loads to the point where you haven't even discovered some of it yet. But I think you are going to be discovering it during these months. This is a really random example, but this is just making me think of how frustrating it is that so many amazing, well acted, well written shows get cancelled after the first season. Yet there are so many shows out there that are just nowhere near as good and end up running for several seasons because somebody involved in the project has rich parents with enough money to fund it. And I know art is subjective. I'm not naming and shaming any shows here, because honestly, sometimes I like watching a kind of cheesy, not amazingly written show, because sometimes I just want to zone out and have something on in the background, and I don't want to have to concentrate on a super complex plot. I think shows like that have their place, so this is not to say that they're inherently bad. I just think it's a shame that there are so many genius show ideas out there in comparison to like the same generic plots that always seem to be in the spotlight. Did you guys watch Chaos? This is basically just my rant to kindly ask somebody to bring Chaos back, because I watched it, then found out it was cancelled and almost cried. I remember genuinely feeling bad for the actors and writers in that show, because I was like, I don't want them to think that they did a bad job, because this show was amazing. I can't believe it doesn't have a second season. It just felt like a travesty. So maybe there's a message in there for you of like, please do not doubt yourself. Whatever you are driven to do is important. You are so much more talented than you give yourself credit for. Some of you could have had a paternal figure who honestly didn't tell you enough that they were proud of you, and it shows, because you often don't allow yourself to feel truly proud. But I think
A big part of 2025 for you will be you saying, like, my ideas deserve to be seen. I feel like during these months, you are going to be coming across as much more confident and much more chatty. You could be thinking on your feet a lot and just kind of having this sort of sixth sense to handle yourself socially, but without getting drawn into unnecessary conflicts. Some of you could be making a decision to go and study something, to gain an education in something, even if it's not actively going to school and it's purchasing some kind of online course. It feels like it's something you're investing in for your future. And if we go back to that example of your family having frequent disagreements, it doesn't have to be this one, by the way, but let's say even if you're used to your family getting into rows and you have to go and spend time with them at some point, it feels like you're purposely remaining detached and not getting drawn into their bullshit, essentially. Like, you're that person who either doesn't get involved at all because you're thinking before you speak, or if you do say something, it's to kind of rise above it or say to the people around you, like, come on, let's stop with this bullshit. We're trying to have a nice family meal. So can we stop throwing potatoes at one another and stop being petty, because I'm not putting up with this. And maybe it's even to the point where those around you are in agreement with you, or they're like, you're right, so tell me about your new project. And it's like you get talking to people about those more inspiring things rather than being dragged into pettiness. If you've been waiting for news about something, you could find out about it during these months. If you've been waiting to hear back from a particular person, they could get back to you around this time, or you just kind of hear some kind of news you've been waiting on. It could be like you went for a job interview and they tell you, you're going to hear from us in 2 weeks, but maybe it's been 3 weeks by this point and you feel like I must not have got it. But then you get a job offer at the 3 week mark. Or it could even be something like you messaged a salon to book in for an appointment or treatment and they didn't have anything to offer you, and they don't get back to you for a while and you think you're not going to hear from them, but then there's like a last minute cancellation. They're like, now we can offer you this. Or it could just be at some kind of reunion or gathering you attend, you find out what a particular person has been up to and you've been waiting to catch up with them for a long time or something along those lines. Some of you could be getting some kind of inheritance or payout during one of these months. I know that won't apply to everyone, but if that's you, I feel like you're not going to spend it up right away. You're going to take some time to kind of sit on it and really think about what you want to do with it. This could even be in terms of like exam results. You get something along those lines. Maybe it feels like you're waiting ages to get these results and then you find out that you've passed and you're like, okay, which direction should I go in from here? You're really considering what would be the best option. You're taking stock of your current situation and planning for the future. Maybe by the end of September, it kind of feels like you're at a little bit of a crossroads. And I don't think this is in a bad way, but I think it's just you really thinking about which direction you want to take things in and thinking about what will be best for you. So we are about to get onto your October, November, and December. But first, I'm just going to roll the astro dice again and we'll see what the themes are for you during these months. Okay, we've got Pisces, we've got Neptune, and we've got the third house. So something about dreaming could be significant to you here. It's also making me think of what we said, when we mentioned earlier, like if people are in conflict around you, you're not going to be getting involved in it. It's almost giving me that level of detachment that Pisces is known for, sort of like zoning out and being in your own little reality and in your own imagination and not focusing on the negative things. I think often Pisces can be associated with being delulu, but like in the best way possible. So that is the energy it's giving me. I think we also mentioned you being more chatty or more communicative. So third house definitely makes sense. That's like a Gemini energy. So it could be you being more chatty and more social, talking more, but talking about the inspiring things, talking about the dreamy things. So let's have a look at October, November, and December. How is that going to go for you, How to? Okay, so we have got the Two of Swords. We've got the King of Pentacles. We've got the Four of Cups. We've got the Lovers. We've got Temperance. And we've got the Three of Cups. Did I not just say that you're going to be at a crossroads about something? Like, did I not just say that? By the end of 2025, you are going to have to make a choice about something, Batu. And I just want to say this does not feel like a bad choice. This feels more like these are both great options. And so I don't know what to do for the best because they both sound really great. And that's what's maybe stressing you out a little bit because you feel like you're pulled to both things. What I do want to say is that I don't think either option is wrong. It could just feel like at the time you're a little bit in your head over this because maybe you're not used to so many things going right. You're perhaps not used to having these options, or you're not used to having to trust yourself. And so maybe you're thinking, well, what if I make a mistake here? But I think what Spirit wants you to know is that you are ready for this, and this wouldn't have been put in front of you if you weren't ready. But Spirit also wants you to use your autonomy. They want this to be your decision. And so maybe they haven't made it easy because Again, they want you to see that you're capable of this. You're capable of making these decisions. It feels like both of these options could result in success as long as you are making a decision with your best interest in mind and you're going with the thing that truly sets your soul on fire here. So I don't want you to be fearful of this at all, because it's not going to be a case of like a masked person breaks into your home and holds your family up at gunpoint and says, you can either choose to save your brother or choose to save your sister. It's not that kind of stressful decision. It's more like, oh my God, both these options are sounding absolutely incredible and I truly do not know which one to pick. Analysis paralysis. Like with this little turtle, he's like, I got so many jewels in my treasure chest, which one should I keep most safe? Because they're all worth a lot. Maybe like, which piece of jewelry should I wear tonight? Because I'm looking in the mirror and they all look incredible to me right now. It's that kind of stress. Almost like you kind of want to leave it up to fate or you want someone else to decide for you. But I'm hearing that it has to be your choice and you do need to dedicate time out to really consider what works for you. The example I'm getting is like when your brain is tired after a long day and you can't decide which takeaway to get, that kind of analysis paralysis, because maybe you're kind of craving pizza, but you're also open to Chinese. So you say to your partner or your friend, like, can't you just decide for me? Can't you just pick something? But really, the underlying message is it's amazing that you have access to this food. It's great that you have the resources to buy the food, and it's all looking so good right now, but you feel a little bit overwhelmed with that final decision. You kind of want it all because you know, like, once the Uber Eats driver is on the way, there's no going back. And what if you change your mind? Even though both things would probably leave you satiated. And it's hard to trust that things can even be incredible, especially if you've been through a hard time. So maybe that is playing on your mind a little bit. And so you're sitting on this for a while. There could be a little bit of avoidance, I'm not going to lie. Maybe you putting it off or not wanting to be the one who makes that final decision. This could even be like choosing between two amazing sounding jobs and they both have benefits. Sometimes Two of Swords can be about choosing between two people. So this could be choosing between rekindling an old flame versus gravitating towards a new dating opportunity. And that could be difficult because, in part, maybe you just feel like this happens at the wrong time. So, for example, if you were with this past person who promised you the world but they never delivered, so then you detach from them, you start talking to someone new and things are going great, you're ready to take it to the next step of commitment with that new person. But then this past person comes back and they're suddenly ready to drop everything and commit to you, or they're saying that they want to propose to you or something like that. And it's kind of frustrating because maybe you're like, well, this is what I prayed for so many months, but now I found this other amazing person and now I don't know what to do because, you know, this is what I've wanted for so long, but equally this new person has been great from the beginning and now I just don't know what to do. It doesn't have to be a person. Like I say, it can be a job, an opportunity, you choosing between two passions, like what you want to dedicate the most time towards. But there's this conflict because both options just seem great. I know I keep saying it, but that is what I'm getting. I think you're adamant that once you pick one of the two, you feel like you have to stick to it. Like, this is the path I'm going to go for. You're in it for the long haul. So maybe that's why you take your time deciding and why you are putting it off for a while. You could leave it kind of close to the deadline here. I think you are meditating on it and you're sort of daydreaming about what your life would look like with either option. It's like you're trying both options on for size and you're really thinking quite far ahead into the future and you're saying to yourself, would this be the thing that works for me long term? It feels like you're fantasizing about both of these things quite a lot because, again, you are aware that once you make that decision, there's no going back. Like, once you say yes to something, you're going to be solid with it, you're going to be committed, you're going to be dedicated, you're going to feel like you have to see it through, so you don't want to be flighty with it. It's interesting because when we see the lovers coming up in a tarot reading, we often assume this means romantic relationships and things like that. And that can definitely be the case if this is a decision in relation to relationships. But the lovers also generally represents major choices. But I feel like although there might be procrastination here, although you might take your time with this, in the end you're going to make a decision that puts you on this soul path, maybe that puts you in alignment with your purpose. And after you've made this decision, you're going to be like, this feels right in my soul. It feels like the correct thing to do. You feel like it's in alignment with your values and you feel like it's something that is congruent to you bettering yourself and to you truly thriving. Because with that King of Pentacles, you are going to be in a very goal orientated energy. You're going to be very focused on creating a solid and stable life for yourself. This could be why you have to think things through properly because you don't want to take risks. You want to really consider what's going to be in your best interests and you're trying to be principled when you make these decisions. So if this is a romantic choice, this could be you not getting caught up in a whirlwind fling kind of romance and instead you're choosing the more stable option. So you're choosing someone who you can truly see a future with instead of just one night with or something like that. And if it's a job option, you're really considering like what is going to allow me to have the most financial freedom, which option is going to bring me the most success, and which option is going to truly allow me to create a life that I'm satisfied with. Maybe you're thinking, if one option sounds too good to be true, or somebody is overselling that option, you're really breaking that down using logic, and you're thinking like, okay, well, if it sounds too good to be true, then maybe it is. And if I want to thrive, then maybe I need to go with what's more practical and what's going to leave me feeling more secure. You're going to be going with the thing that you feel you can depend on and something that's going to help you provide for yourself. With temperance, though, this could absolutely be about some kind of soulmate connection, or it's something to do with your soul path. But what I really want you to know, part two, is that no matter what you decide, you're still going to find your way, you're still going to land on your feet. Like, essentially, there is no wrong decision here. There is no decision that's going to make or break you. Whatever you decide, you will end up in alignment. And as one example, if this is you deciding between two completely different career paths, and you're like, well, what if I do this and it isn't my sole purpose and it's not right for me? I'm telling you now that no matter what you decide, you're always going to come back to yourself and do the thing you're meant to do within the context of that role. And maybe a certain path could lead to a detour or lead you to going in a different direction, but it's still you following a path that is going to lead to you finding inner balance and peace. And I know that's going to sound confusing because, for many of you, you don't even know what this decision will be yet because this is like a year away from now. For some of you, you might have an inkling because maybe over the past year, you've already been thinking, like, who do I want to be and where do I want to end up? So maybe when all these options present themselves at once, it is kind of overwhelming. And me saying, like, there's no wrong decision could be confusing because maybe you're thinking, well, how can that be? Because these two things are just so different. It won't be this example for you, but if, for instance, you have to choose between getting married and starting a family with this past person who randomly decides in 2025 to get their shit together and make you a solid offer, if you have to decide between them and accepting a job offer on the other side of the world, so instead of settling down, you're going to be uprooting your entire life, maybe you're going to be thinking, like, those two things are just so opposite to each other. How can they put me on the same soul path? What I'm saying to you is you are going to do what's right for you. And whoever you're with, wherever you are, whatever kind of situation you are in, the context of that doesn't matter. You are going to find fulfillment and contentment and balance. And although there might be a lot of going back and forth on the lead up to you making this decision, I feel like once you have finalized it, you're going to know it was the right thing for you because you're going to feel so much peace. You're going to feel like a sense of warmth coming over you, and you're just going to know intuitively, like, this feels right. Once it's done and the contracts are signed or this feels official in some way, you're going to feel secure and comfortable and safe. And that's going to be your telltale sign of, I did the right thing. You're not going to be worrying or stressing anymore. You're just going to have this sense of inner calm. If this is another person, this is going to be a person who makes you feel safe and like you don't have anything to worry about. With this Three of Cups, it also feels like towards the end of the year, there's going to be more causes for celebration. If you are in a relationship by this point, this could be celebrating something to do with that relationship. So, for instance, if this is a new person, this could be you introducing them to your family and friends, or the other way around. Or it could be elevating your connection in some way. So, moving in together, getting engaged, like an engagement party, a wedding, a baby shower, even. I know that won't apply to everyone, but I am seeing something about festivities. I'm seeing people clinking glasses, and there's something about good times and celebrations. This could be a very social time for you in terms of like parties or meeting with family or friends or your loved ones. There's going to be get-togethers and reunions. Maybe a decision you make has to do with an opportunity offered to you at one of these social events or reunions. That won't apply to everyone. This could be happening more after a decision is made, but for some of you, it could feel like a case of you ending up in just the right place at the right time and being offered something that you decide to go with based on this kind of chance meeting of sorts. It definitely feels like towards the end of the year, there's going to be fun and games and laughter, people getting along really well and exchanging good vibes. So that is what I'm getting for your October, November and December pile 2. We are just going to roll the Astro Dice once more so we can look at the final themes of the year. Okay, so we have Aquarius, we have Mars energy, and we have 7th house of relationships. So yeah, Mars energy, I definitely think you're going to be feeling more lively and energetic once you've made that decision. Once you're like, okay, the ball is now rolling, I think you're going to feel more comfortable just diving straight in. There might be a period of that analysis paralysis, but I don't think it is going to last until the end of the year. This could also be indicating some kind of physical attraction. Maybe an Aries is significant. Also, a Libra could be significant with that 7th house coming through. Something about your relationships at this time being important. Maybe you taking action to make plans with people or connect with the people in your life. And Aquarius energy also makes me think of community, connecting with the community in some way. So definitely attending more social events could be a thing for you during these months. You arranging catch-ups with people, you taking initiative to do those things, and taking initiative when it comes to this big decision. So that is what I am getting for your tarot reading, pile 2. We are just going to finish this reading with some closing guidance from the Guardian Angels Oracle deck. So please bear with me and we'll have a look at what we pulled for you. Okay, pile 2. We have got relax. There is plenty of time to do and achieve all you desire. Place your hands gently on your heart and allow your breath to guide you to a quiet space within. Imagine yourself bathed in golden light flowing from the eternal heart of God. I, your guardian angel, am with you. Allow me into your heart. You will accomplish more by focusing on that which is most important in life, love. So I definitely think that this is a message from your spirit team in particular, because we did keep getting a lot of messages about that throughout this reading. So I think this is just them confirming, like, they are with you and it's okay. It's okay to take your time with this decision, as long as you know that you're always the one with the autonomy. Like, there's some things you can't control, that's inevitable, that's life, but the things you can control, it's okay to take your time with those things. But don't avoid, don't procrastinate, give yourself space, give yourself patience, work out what the most logical decision is and call on your guides for support if needed. But you don't have to stress about it to the point where you're burning yourself out just trying to make that decision. So that is what I'm getting for you, pal 2. I really, really hope you enjoyed this reading today. If you did like the reading, please give me a like, please leave me a little comment, let me know what pal you picked, let me know if anything resonates. I know it might not resonate yet because these are like predictions, I guess. But if anything does resonate, then let me know, please. I would love to hear from you. Please subscribe if you haven't done so already. That would help me out so, so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for listening. I really, really appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care, pal 2. Hi, pal 3 Collective. If you chose pal 3 and you chose the Final Rose Tarot and the orange snake sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. If you would like a full breakdown regarding what to expect during this reading, then please check out the introduction and go through absolutely everything there. So today we're going to be doing a deep dive on your 2025, and we're going to be looking at how you're glowing up and making this your best year yet. How are you stepping into the best version of you? So I wanted to do this reading today to, in part, hype you up, get you motivated, get you excited for this upcoming year. But I also want to give you details on what specifically might happen for you throughout various points of the year. So this is also, in part, a predictive reading. Now, predictive never means that anything has to be set in stone. Energies always have the potential to shift and change, and ultimately, you are the creator of your own reality. I am literally just the messenger here. And whilst the intention of this reading is to inspire and uplift, I will also always be honest about any potential challenges I'm seeing, because it wouldn't be fair to you if I wasn't. We can enter a new year feeling safe in the knowledge that we are going to do whatever we can to make it our best year yet, and that's something I absolutely encourage 1000%. But it's important to remember that life is still lifing, and sometimes things happen outside of our control. If I happen to mention one of these things, it is not to derail your progress or to make you less hopeful in any way whatsoever. It is literally just me being fully transparent and letting you know what to expect. However, always remember that these are collective readings. You don't have to claim anything within this reading. If a specific message isn't for you, then that just means the message is for somebody else who chose the same pile as you. Always take what's for you and leave the rest for somebody else. But aside from that little caveat, for the most part, we are going to be trying to channel the most empowering messages today. So thank you for sending me your beautiful energy and allowing me to deliver these messages. I am going to pop your tarot cards to one side for now so we can focus on these oracle cards in front of us. We are going to be starting this reading by looking at 9 oracle cards representing your current energy as well as the overarching energy of your 2025. You may use this portion of the reading as an energy check and for confirmation you have chosen the right pile. So we're going to have a look at these cards. Don't worry if the cards aren't quite in frame at first. Once I lay them, I will sort that out. If there's some you cannot quite see, I will move my camera slightly. So bear with me. But let's have a look at your first card. So we have, what do I believe about money? Do my beliefs match my dreams? And it says, how does your relationship with money affect your current situation? Do you believe you are worthy? Do you believe you are capable? Do you trust money? Does money trust you? Money is an energy. It ebbs and flows. You are worthy of it, and it's your responsibility to heal your relationship with money as part of your waking up to the whole of you and your purpose. Today's soul action, take a deep dive in your belief system around money. Are there any beliefs you need to upgrade to create the results you are wanting most in your life? Write out your money story. Is it time for a sacred shift? What will your next chapter be? Fill in the blank. I am grateful to money because blank. We have got number 28, Belladonna Visions, caution, guidance, clarity, stand firm. We have got the end of a tough cycle approaches, full moon in Capricorn. We have got magical blessings. Whatever you're going through, you're being assisted by magical fairy blessings. The fairies say you can bless others too. We have got beauty. We have got number 14, forgiveness. It says, I forgive myself and I am forgiven on these little ribbons here. The sun, joy, enjoyment, life force, success, vitality, play. We have got number 40, mouse spirit, tend to the small things. And we have got cleanse. Okay, I tried to get all of those in frame. I'm sorry, I'm not working with a lot of space here, but I tried to make sure that you can see them as clearly as possible. Feel free to pause the video if you would like to look at any in further detail. But first of all, I want to start off by mentioning the numbers on the cards here. These don't have to be significant to you, but it's just a little bit of extra confirmation for you if they are. So these could be relevant in terms of dates, ages, angel numbers, synchronicities you are seeing a lot of, astrological placements within your chart. But we have number 28, number 14, and number 40. So the numbers 10, 5, and 4 could also be significant to you in some way, maybe in terms of life paths. Again, that does not have to apply. So I want to address this money card that we got first of all. That was the first card we pulled. Some of you could have experienced a difficult year financially in 2024, and I'm hearing that that hardship will be lessening or even coming to an end in 2025. And if it's not specifically financial difficulty, it could be difficulty within the material realm generally, or maybe with your career, with us getting the full moon in Capricorn. Some of you could be Capricorn dominant, or you have heavy Saturn in your chart, or you might have been going through your Saturn return. Maybe your Saturn return will be coming to an end over this next year. And the reason that I say that is because, you know, we've spoken about it before, but Daddy Saturn is like the strict father. He restricts us, he challenges us, but he also encourages us, particularly when it comes to overcoming obstacles and when it comes to particular karmic lessons. So for those of you who have had a difficult time of it recently, or you feel like you've been tested, you've had your fair share of karma this past year, I think this is saying you're on the way out of that first and foremost. So 2024 could have been rough for you in the sense of like you've been trying to push through with certain things and it's felt like you have encountered obstacles every step of the way. You haven't given up, but maybe you've kind of been pushed towards the end of your tether, or you felt like, you know, I keep climbing this mountain, but I still feel as though I'm nowhere near the top. Capricorn always reminds me of the goat. That could be you, the goat, greatest of all time. But I'm hearing the word scapegoat. So that's kind of specific, but it feels like a lot of you might have been unfairly blamed for things that just weren't your fault, particularly in a professional context, although that does not have to be the case. But with Capricorn being associated with that 10th house energy, there is something about your reputation. So it doesn't have to be at work specifically, and not for all of you at least, but there's something about you've not had the opportunity to showcase your true potential in whichever way that applies. Or you've been working really diligently, but nobody is really appreciating the effort you've been putting in. Nobody is really seeing you for who you are. And so that's changing in a huge way in 2025 because you're going to be in this sun energy. It's like if you've been putting in all this work behind the scenes towards a particular goal and it hasn't been acknowledged, this year people are going to be noticing you. You're going to be in the spotlight. You're going to be receiving some kind of praise or acclaim. It is your time to shine. You're going to be stepping into some of your Leo energy. So it's not just about what you do behind the scenes, it's also something about the public arena and you standing out in that sense. This is making me think of, do you know shows that are focused on some kind of iconic duo like Keenan and Kel, if you guys ever used to watch that, or like Drake and Josh, or even SpongeBob and Patrick? I know that's not the title of the show, but that's kind of what it's making me think of. But sometimes with those kinds of shows, although they're both in the forefront, it's like one particular character of that duo is somehow seen as more of the main character. Or if it's not the main character, it's like one of them is seen as the attractive one and the other character is just kind of a sidekick or comic relief in a way. And maybe the sidekick character doesn't get like the main romantic storylines because they are there more to support the hero's journey for the main character. Sometimes that sidekick character is the one who makes the show amazing, or they're the character that comes up with the best and most fun ideas, but they're not given credit for it all of the time. It kind of feels like that could have been your energy, like you were the one with all the great ideas, you were just as important as anyone else, but perhaps your ideas got shunned at certain points, so you felt like people didn't listen to you, and perhaps someone else got all the credit for some of your hard work. But 2025 is your era of, like, you're no longer the supporting role, you're the main character, you're center stage. I think we got something about main character energy in Pile 1 too, and it doesn't have to be that you're like getting a massive platform if that's not something you want, but I think it's more you're going to be much more appreciated in 2025. I think people around you are going to realize how crucial you are. People are going to acknowledge how much you make their lives better. It's almost like how sometimes we take the sun for granted. I mean, me personally, I don't take the sun for granted because we hardly ever bloody see it here in Northern England. But you know what I mean? We kind of take it for granted in that we wake up each day not truly thinking about the fact like the sun is out, not expressing gratitude. We just sort of wake up and we expect it to be there without really considering it in too much depth. But if the sun randomly decided to stop shining one day, we'd be screwed. It's kind of like that. People are viewing you as this sun, and maybe in certain instances, it's only once you have taken away your light that they're forced to ask, like, hey, where did the sun go? I missed the sun. But the point is, people are recognizing you for what you have to offer and how brightly you shine. Now, this could be in terms of relationships that you've had to distance yourself from, or it could be something like you get so burnt out that you have to take a few weeks off work, and maybe normally you don't do that. But in your absence, your colleagues realize what you did for them because maybe without you, the entire business starts falling apart. Or your manager is like, oh, has anyone done XYZ? And your colleagues are like, no, only Pal 3 knows how to do that, or Pal 3 usually does that. It's these little things that people take for granted over time that they're not going to be taken for granted anymore when the new year rolls around. And it's much needed that you kind of receive your flowers, Pal 3, because some of you have been owed this for a long, long time. It's a long time coming, is something that I'm hearing. Now, this year, 2025, could be defined by some of you experiencing a perspective shift when it comes to money and your worthiness. If you've experienced any financial setbacks this year, or you've had to make unexpected sacrifices and you feel like it's taken you off course, or that it means you won't get to where you want to be, that mindset is going to be changing so much in 2025. For a lot of you, you could feel like within your career, you're not compensated adequately for the amount of work that you carry out. And I feel like, to be honest, that's a lot of us, right? Because it's the cost of living crisis versus our wages not going up in any significant way, plus the workload increasing and becoming more demanding due to, things like companies having to reduce their staffing numbers and laying people off and things like that. Some of us feel like we're doing the work of 3 people and we can still barely afford to pay our bills. There's inflation, like the fact that 50 years ago, one decent full-time wage could buy us a house and provide for a family of 4. And now our money just doesn't go as far. We can work really, really hard and earn a full-time wage and still not be able to buy our own home, as one example. And that can be very, very discouraging, especially when we see other people who seem to be doing better with money and we think, what did they do differently to get some of these things? It doesn't have to be just with money, it could be comparison generally. It can be easy to blame ourselves though, or feel like we made the wrong choice somewhere down the line and we feel like we're not worthy or will never be able to cultivate a lifestyle that reflects who we truly are. And it's even more frustrating when we know that we have to jump through 1,000 hoops to even be interviewed for a minimum wage position, as one example. It can start to feel like, why am I not being recognized? Or for some of you, you can have this sense of like, I know that I'm destined for so much more, but I feel stuck because of a lack of resources or because of people not seeing my full potential. That's something that's going to be changing for you in 2025 in this massive way. And yes, it is to do with your mindset, but it's also to do with you having a clearer picture of how to navigate the system and how to predict certain outcomes. I'm also hearing it's something about you knowing how to play the part, and that kind of reminds me of that Leo energy because Leo is theatrical and dramatic and creative. They are natural born actors or actresses, and you're using some of that energy to channel this confidence and to make sure that you are noticed and you are respected and you are appreciated. And I don't know whether this is a hot take or a controversial take or what. I don't think it is. But I personally feel like within the spiritual community particularly, there's a lot of victim blaming that occurs when it comes to people struggling to find their way out of difficult situations. And don't get me wrong, I think a lot of this is not even ill intentioned. And I myself advocate on this channel all the time for taking accountability and changing the things we have the power to change. I believe in self empowerment, and that's a big reason why I do these readings. But I think reducing someone's financial or personal struggles to you just need to change your mindset is a gross oversimplification at best. And at worst, I think it undermines the systematic barriers certain individuals face when it comes to ease of access. And I think this idea of like, well, if this hasn't manifested for you, then it's because you're not trying hard enough, it's because you have a negative mindset. I think if I'm honest, that's just a repackaged version of the pull yourself up by your bootstraps boomer rhetoric that tells us millennials and Gen Z are just buying too much avocado toast and that's why we can't afford a bloody house. No offense to any boomers watching this, by the way. I know you're not all like that, and I know every single generation has its own challenges. I'm not saying millennials and Gen Z have it the worst out of anyone, but I think that even the most out of touch person can acknowledge that saving up for a house used to be easier. So when people in the spiritual community say this kind of shit, it angers me because it shifts all the responsibility onto the individual rather than the corrupt systems that set us up for failure. And the communities that are most affected by that are further alienated but also shamed in the process for things way outside of their control. And listen, like, I'm privileged in the sense that my basic needs are met. I don't have a lot, but I do have enough. I have a roof over my head, I can afford to eat, I have access to the internet, I can afford to care for my pets. It's more than enough, like, I'm good. But I always think, imagine if you were actually in poverty or you were in some war-torn country. and you see a random blonde influencer with lip fillers in a bikini sipping a cocktail on a beach in Bali and telling you, like, I used to be where you are now, and look at me. If I can do it, you can do it too. And if you're saying you can't, then that's just your negative mindset. And by I used to be where you are, she means she worked at McDonald's for one summer before her dad bribed someone at his company to offer her a job despite her having no experience. And that's absolutely zero hate to blonde girls or lip fillers or bikinis or cocktails. I love blonde girls. I am a blonde girl and I love those things. It's just if you have access to those things, I would assume that you're not worrying about your basic necessities being met the same way that some people might be. That's all I'm saying. So the idea of that kind of person turning around to somebody in a war-torn country and saying, yeah, I know that your home is destroyed and all your loved ones are dying and your primary focus is survival and finding refuge, but have you tried like focusing on not being so negative? It's just an absolute slap in the face, and it's so dismissive of the fact that some people are just in survival mode, and it's not fair to blame them for feeling fucking depressed and not having the energy or the strength to see a way out when they're living through that. And it doesn't even have to be that example of being in a war-torn country. Even in first world countries, there are people struggling to make ends meet, there are people dealing with health issues and disabilities, or people feeling trapped in bad domestic situations. And I'm not advocating for people making themselves a perpetual victim by saying, well, things are harder for me, so I'm just not going to try. But I think acknowledging barriers without making those barriers a prison can be incredibly useful. Because if we're ignoring the systematic issues and pretending they don't exist, because acknowledging them would mean we're being negative, then we're denying ourselves the opportunity to learn how the system operates and use that to our advantage. I'm getting like we're denying ourselves the opportunity to learn how to hack something. I think sometimes that in itself can be empowering and it can be a tool that you can use to propel yourself further along. So I know that part probably won't resonate for absolutely everyone, but if any of you have ever felt like what I receive isn't enough for how much effort I put in, or my monetary earnings don't feel like a reflection of my intrinsic worth, I want you to know that you are worth more and that you do deserve the life you want, and 2025 could be about you achieving that. And if there are things you haven't yet managed to achieve due to these external setbacks, that is not in any way a reflection of your worth. Some of you could feel like, I'm not where I wanted to be at this point in my life, or I haven't yet achieved what I set out to do. And you need to forgive yourself and stop comparing your journey to other people's journeys, because there could have been external circumstances that have made it harder for you than for other people who you are comparing yourself to. And it is just not fair to make that comparison. Even if people older than you have tried to knock your confidence by saying, like, oh, I did this when I was your age, they need to appreciate that the set of circumstances that were available to them are not the same set of circumstances that you have been faced with. And that's not me saying you're the only person in the world who has it hard. We all have our different struggles. And so your journey is never going to look exactly the same as somebody else's. But that absolutely does not mean that you will not create success for yourself, because you will. And that could be what 2025 is largely about. But you do need to offer yourself grace and compassion. You need to speak to yourself more kindly, because you did what you could with the resources you had at the time. It feels like 2025, if you've been faced with certain obstacles or roadblocks, you are going to smash through them. But a part of you doing this is by you realizing, like, you were never the problem. If you haven't gotten certain opportunities that you've worked for, it's not an indication of a lack within you. So please don't ever tell yourself you're not good enough or you don't deserve this. There are things that were out of your control, but in 2025, it's like you're being resourceful and you're manipulating some of the things to your advantage. I'm hearing you're playing the game, and I don't even know what that means, but I keep getting that same message of you playing a role, and there's something about being strategic, and I'm also hearing code switching, and I think I heard that in one of my readings a few months back. But I'm also hearing, if you can't beat them, join them, but then overhaul the system and infiltrate. So this could mean a couple of personal examples for me, and I'm only using these because this is my lived experience and I don't want to talk over anyone else's lived experience, but please interpret it in the way it resonates for you. Okay, but for instance, I am not straight, but in my day-to-day life, I am very feminine presenting, and so I am straight passing and mostly assumed to be straight. I am also very open on the channel about the fact I have a disability, but it's an invisible disability, so it's not obvious that I require accommodations. So if we were to put that in the context of a job interview as one example, the prospective employers are not likely to use these things against me because they're not likely to know about these things. However, people who show up in the world differently to me, for instance, somebody who uses a mobility aid for their disability, is more likely to be discriminated against because that's something that you can see. And a lot of people like to pretend discrimination of all kinds doesn't happen. It still happens, it's just that people are more cautious and strategic about what they say to avoid accountability. So instead of them being like, I'm not hiring you because you're XYZ marginalised community, you might hear, we just thought that in this instance, such a body was a better fit for the role, or we're just not sure if you're the correct fit for this team or for this current project. And it's usually obvious when this is some form of thinly disguised racism, sexism, ableism, homophobia, whatever. And listen, I'm not saying it's always that or that employers are all evil. Sometimes there are multiple great people for a certain role, but they can only pick one. And sometimes you don't get picked because somebody else is great. And that does not mean that you're not great. It means there's a better fit out there for you. But sometimes you are the best candidate or the best fit for the role. You have the most experience, you have the necessary skill set, but somebody beats you not off merit, but because their face fits, or they are the personality hire, or they know someone who knows someone. And this doesn't even have to be in the job interview context, but in whatever way this applies to you. If you've gotten down on yourself in the past year because things seem to come so easily to others, and you've been working hard and haven't yet experienced the payoff, I just want to remind you that it's never ever been a question of your talent or your worthiness. I think honestly, maybe you haven't yet encountered an opportunity that was worthy of you. So this perceived rejection could be some kind of blessing in disguise and a sign that better things are on their way to you. It wasn't that you weren't deserving, it was that they weren't deserving of you. That's what I keep hearing. But to go back to that personal example of me, presenting as straight passing and as able bodied, that's me in a way not being seen as who I truly am. And whilst that comes with its own unique disadvantages, it also comes with a certain level of privilege because I'm able to operate undercover. And I'm making that sound a lot cooler than it actually is. But what I mean is mainly people feel safer exposing their bigotry around me when they consider me one of them and not the other, if that makes any sense. And I've learned a lot about people's true opinions on certain marginalised groups by not revealing these details about myself. And actually, I think that can be a powerful position to be in because the best way to change any system is probably from the inside. And that can start with challenging people in authority on some of these opinions. And that can look like kind of playing them at their own game. If they're not going to be outright with their bigotry, you might not want to put your job at risk by outright accusing them of bigotry when they can easily use plausible deniability. So instead, you might challenge them by asking them questions. If you hear a microaggression, you might instead play dumb and ask, "What did you mean by that? Could you explain what you mean by that? I don't understand." And then you watch them scramble. So I think that's where the word infiltrate might come in. And obviously, I know this kind of example won't apply to you. For you, it might be something different. But I'm hearing that knowledge is power. That's basically what I'm saying. And it's something about you playing a role or pretending to know less than you do so you can gain insider knowledge and use it to overhaul a system of some kind in whichever context it applies for you. But it feels like it's for the betterment of everyone. It feels like advocacy. So I guess this could apply for those of you who have been on your probation period at work, and I know the length of time differs depending on where you are in the world and who you work for. But this could be something like, as one example, for your whole probation period, you're willing to play the role of like good little corporate puppet, even though secretly you haven't been happy with the way the company operates or certain policies that seem unfair. But once your time is up and you've passed your probation, you want to make some changes. You've been taking notes and you want to try and overhaul that system and the policies to make them more fair, and you're using your insider knowledge to try and do that. I'm hearing the phrase malicious compliance, so some of you could follow that subreddit. With this Belladonna Visions card, there's this sense of you being incredibly psychic and tapped into your intuition throughout 2025. I also feel like with this tend to the small things card, there's something about you having the ability to pick up on the things around you that other people don't tend to notice. I think you've always had the ability to read between the lines, to understand nuance, and to notice the little things. And it's the things that people say as well as what they don't say. And maybe in the past you've been labelled as an overthinker for noticing these patterns and picking up on those complexities. But I think this year you're recognising that as one of your superpowers and using it to your advantage. And if something feels right or if it doesn't feel right to you, you're going to be trusting your intuition to guide you and to provide clarity. You've been far too humble about some of your gifts for too long, and I think this is the year where you're realising your intuition is one of your strengths. There may be certain times where you've had gut feelings that something was off or you predicted certain outcomes, but your wisdom was taken for granted. But it feels like in 2025, you're going to lean into that wisdom and rely on it more to guide you. This could be, I guess, like not letting people gaslight you into thinking you're delulu or that your reality is not your reality. Particularly, I'm thinking of medical gaslighting. For example, if you know something is wrong in your body, you're trusting that and you're not letting anyone call you a hypochondriac for being in touch with your body. Maybe you're getting to the bottom of what's going on and you're not stopping until you get answers. I feel like with this beauty card, you are going to experience a physical up-leveling in 2025 on a grand scale. You're going to be radiating the kind of beauty that makes people feel weak in the knees. There's just something about it where you've got it. You're going to be glowing this year. Perhaps you adopt a new beauty or skincare regime, or you're just doing something different that elevates your physical beauty because people are definitely noticing you for that. You could also notice that you're more photogenic this upcoming year even. I also feel like it's beauty on this soul level. People are realising that the way you carry yourself, the way you interact with the world is beautiful at this core level, and it's very apparent that no matter how you look externally, that beauty is intrinsic. Your appeal cannot be taken away from you. Because even if somebody tried to sabotage your physical beauty, which I'm not saying they would, but let's say you have beautiful hair and someone put hair removal cream in your shampoo, or you have gorgeous skin and somebody switched your skincare so you'd break out, even if that happened, your beautiful heart and soul would still shine through. It's the kind of beauty that can't be stolen. It could be that when you smile, it's not a fake smile, it's a smile that people can see through your eyes or something like that. And with us getting that Saturn/Capricorn energy and us mentioning at the start of the oracle something about karma, it feels like you're getting yours. And I mean that in a great way, not in a threatening way, because a lot of what you're receiving will be based on how you've treated others. So you're being bestowed with these beautiful, magical blessings because you're worthy of them just by being who you are. You've always treated people fairly and equally, perhaps even when people have treated you unkindly. And sometimes maybe you've had moments where you've questioned yourself for that, or you've been like, sometimes I just want to give people the same treatment they give to me. But I think this actually ties in really nicely with the forgiveness card, because the thing about forgiveness is it's not for the other person, it's for you. It's so that you can move along with your life safe in the knowledge that despite what you were faced with, you acted in a way that was in alignment with your heart and soul. I mentioned this in one of the other piles, but I've been rewatching Lost, and this kind of reminds me of the part where Mr. Echo is carrying Sawyer, I think, because he's injured, and somebody, I think it's Anna Lucia, says something like, if it was the other way around, he would just leave you there. And Mr. Echo says something like, it's not for him, it's for me. And I think that's a perfect way to summarize this year for you, because you're saying how I act is a reflection of my morals. I act in a way that I can feel at peace with at night, regardless of what anybody else is doing. And that doesn't mean letting people say whatever they want to you. You're still standing up for yourself. You're just not willing to stoop to a lower level that you're not comfortable with to be heard. I also feel like there is something about beautifying your space or your environment. This is giving me the vibe of like making a house a home, especially with that 10 to the small things card. It's making me get that sense of like the tiny things make a big difference. So if you make someone's life easier every day by doing one small thing for them, I feel like this upcoming year they are really going to be appreciating that more. But it could also mean like tending to a tiny plant, maybe bringing a little cactus home or planting herbs. And it's this small way to decorate your space and make the area around you nicer. But these small things make it feel like yours. You're just adding bits here and there to make your space more homely. This could apply particularly to those of you who have moved into new accommodation in the past few months or past couple of years, but you haven't really felt truly settled because you've not decorated yet or you've not made it your own yet. This year could be about creating that beautiful safe space and up-leveling your surroundings in a certain way. To those of you who are hoping to get a new pet, the 10 to the small things could be about looking after a tiny creature. Or to those of you expecting, maybe the tiny creature is even a human baby. That's not for everyone. I also feel like this could refer to some of the little ways you treat yourself day to day. It's you realising how much these small things can make a difference, and you're feeling so much gratitude for the small things too, whether it's buying a pastry on your lunch break or getting outside for a 20-minute walk each day. It's you appreciating that the small things really do count. I also think the theme of cleansing is going to be so important for you this upcoming year. Now, this could be literal, like having a more consistent cleaning schedule, having a clear out, getting rid of items you've been hoarding within your home, things you no longer need. You're ridding yourself of that baggage. However, it could be more metaphorical, like letting go of certain toxic situations in your life, maybe cleansing your energy by ridding yourself of people or environments no longer serving you, refusing to engage with the things that are dragging you down or making you feel depleted. Some of you could even be doing some kind of detoxifying, juice cleanse, retreat, or you're trying out an elimination diet to try and identify certain allergens or which foods might be causing inflammation for you. Many of you could be healing stomach and gut issues, maybe things like IBS. You're getting to the bottom of that, no pun intended, but there's definitely something about getting rid of waste here, clearing things out and making space for more beautiful, beautiful opportunities in your life. So that is what I am getting for the oracle portion of your reading, pile 3. I really, really hope you are enjoying the reading so far. We are about to move along to your tarot, so please bear with me and we will get started on that. Thank you for listening so far, and I'll see you at the tarot portion of your reading, pile 3. Hi, pile 3 collective. Welcome back to the tarot portion of your reading. Without hesitation, let's get started and have a look at the first 6 cards we pulled for you. So these 6 cards are intended to represent the first 3 months of the year, your January, February, and March 2025. So let's have a look at what we get for you. So we have the Knight of Mirrors, which is the Knight of Swords, the meathead. We have the Four of Mirrors, which is the Four of Swords, reassuring rose. We have the Queen of Flutes, which is the Queen of Cups, the caregiver. We have the Knight of Rings, which is the Knight of Pentacles, the late bloomer. We have the Six of Roses, which is the Six of Wands, challenge winner. And we have the Two of Roses, which is the Two of Wands, date card.
Okay, firstly, and I think this came through in my last reading, but I keep hearing Apple by Charlie XCX, but specifically, I just kept hearing the airport repeated. Like on it, like it wasn't just a few times, it was like 12 times, and I was like, okay, I get it, the airport, the airport. And we do have a few cards showing up about overseas travel here, arrivals and departures. So that message about arrivals and departures or the airport could be significant. It does not have to be overseas, but you could be going on a trip of some kind during one of these months. And I don't know whether it's just because it's in my head already from your oracle reading, but I do keep getting a message about a retreat. It's interesting though, because we do have a couple of cards about business. Maybe for some of you, it's even both. Like during one of these months, you have to go to some kind of business outing or trip, and it doesn't even have to be flying to a whole other country. It could be, but equally, it could even be something like attending a training course in your same city, but in a different location to your actual work building or whatever. But for a lot of you, I am getting something about needing rest and meditation. I was going to say medication then, so I don't know. I mean, maybe, but mainly meditation. So this could be some kind of yoga retreat or a spa break. It's something where it feels like you're needing a lie down. But if it's not that, it could just be, especially if you're attending business meetings or work is going to be hectic during this time, it's you finding time to wind down and introspect and be in solitude, particularly if you are prone to overworking yourself or getting yourself burnt out, taking on too much mentally. This could be you committing to some kind of slow paced living as a form of self protection. Especially if you're focusing on kind of cleansing or detoxifying, this could be you prioritizing your rest more during these months because you know it's important for your health. It could even be something like you asking for certain work accommodations to be made and your manager cooperating with you on that and agreeing to what you've suggested. And this could be something that offers you more peace and quiet. So, for example, you could be moved to a more quiet office, or you could request more work from home days and that request is approved, or you could ask for noise cancelling headphones or something like that. It feels like it's something that allows you to concentrate more, or maybe you even win at some kind of wellness retreat through work, or you get discounted vouchers for a gym membership or some kind of place where you can do yoga or Pilates or go and use the sauna or something along those lines. That's coming through quite strongly for somebody here, and it might just be for one person, but it could be like you don't think too much of this at first, but then maybe when you go to the sauna or to the gym, you're like, wait, actually, this is really good for me. And so you start making time to do it more. You start implementing this into your day to day life. If you are religious or spiritual at all, this could be you making time to commit to your spiritual practices. So maybe if you used to go to church regularly, as one example, but you haven't been finding the time to go recently and you would still like to, this could be you attending church once a week. Or if you're witchy, this could be you spending time alone with your altar and meditating or something like that. If some of you have been waiting to receive a date for a certain hospital appointment, you could get an appointment during one of these months. For some of you guys, it could have felt like you have been quite restless recently, and during these months, you're going to find new ways to decompress and kind of release some of that energy. Some of you could actually have always had like restless leg syndrome, or you just have really overactive minds, maybe to the point where some of you struggle to like get to sleep at night. So it feels like you're making something a part of your routine that's going to help you de-stress and stay grounded. And it doesn't even have to be the things I mentioned. I guess my examples are just like basic ones that people often use to decompress, like going to the gym after work or getting a spa treatment or a massage after a stressful time. But it can be anything that you enjoy doing that brings you joy and helps you wind down while staying in touch with your physical body. It could just be like a class you go to, doing something active, or if that's not your bag, it could be something creative like drawing or painting. Could even be like having schmecks for some of you, that kind of release, or having some alone time. I don't know. But for some of you, it's maybe something you used to do a lot and you used to enjoy it, or at least something you've always been interested in trying, and at some point or another life got in the way and you lost track with it, or you stopped doing it, or you never got a chance to do it, and now you're doing it and you're realizing you really, really like it. You started back up with it again and you're reconnecting with those little things that make you smile and help you relax. It could even be if, for example, you're somebody who gets very overstimulated and by the end of the day you're just all touched out and all you want to do is lie down in silence for an hour after work, this could be you finding some way to make that happen. So if that's not usually possible for you because, maybe you have kids or you live with somebody who is always demanding your attention, this could be you setting some kind of boundary to have your alone time and making that a crucial part of your daily routine in order to look after yourself. And if you are a parent or anything like that, I feel like this is something that's actually going to make you feel more connected to your children, because we have this caregiver card, which represents the Queen of Cups, and the Queen of Cups is known as this kind, warm, empathetic, supportive, active listener. But in order for her to be in her upright energy, in order for her to be able to care for others, first and foremost, she must ensure that her own cup is full. So this could be you during these months ensuring you're dealing with everybody when your cup is full. So making sure you're as hydrated, nourished, and well rested as possible, and in turn that's going to allow you to connect better with the people in your life, possibly the people you care for, if that applies. This could be you receiving more domestic support from your partner or from other loved ones in your life. Those people might be stepping up to the plate so you can have some much needed time to yourself. I know we commented on your radiance and your beauty during the oracle, and this Queen of Cups kind of solidifies that to me. You could be receiving more compliments, and this could apply to those of you specifically who have maybe not felt yourself this past year. Like maybe you haven't felt at home in your body. For instance, if your body has changed due to health issues or even pregnancy, and you've been feeling tired and depleted, and you feel like it's had a knock on effect on your outward appearance, this feels like you're coming back to yourself. And maybe it's because you're getting some much needed rest, so you're able to prioritize your self care and maybe some of these beauty rituals. But there's something about you getting that spark back or getting your vitality back, and maybe people around you are noticing, or they're asking, like, have you done something different with your hair today? You just look really good. I don't know what it is. If you do have a romantic partner, this could even be like you catch your partner staring at you and you ask what, and they're like, I don't know, there's something about you today. Or they say something like, you're just so pretty, or you're so handsome, or something. And maybe they always thought this about you, but there's something like some kind of inner radiance shining through during these months. If you're not going away, traveling anywhere in early 2025, like if you know that's not happening, this could be you planning a trip for later in the year. Maybe you're saying to yourself, it's been a long time since I had a holiday, I need to get one booked. And you're looking into the practicalities of that. Now, the Knight of Swords can indicate some kind of big change. And it feels like there's something about you having to seize the moment here and do something a little bit daring or rebellious. And you could encounter a circumstance where you could either choose to act versus not to act, or you could choose to say something versus to not say something. And I think in this instance, you choose to go for it or you choose to say something, and it feels like you're going to receive praise for this, particularly with that Six of Wands. So this could be like you're in a business meeting, as one example, and somebody says something that you disagree with, and you could choose to stay quiet and not say anything. You could choose to not speak up, but it feels like you're going to make a bold decision and speak up. And maybe at the time, you're saying to yourself, like, oh, I'm not sure I should have said that. But it feels as though afterwards, everyone is praising you for it, or people are saying, you know, I'm so glad you said something. You could feel like you don't want to undermine someone, or you want to come across to people as cooperative and not get on the wrong side of a certain individual. But I think this person might actually take it quite well, or they're more supportive than what you think they will be. Maybe it's just that your boss suggests a change to the business and you know it won't be a good idea for whatever reason. So you address it at this meeting and suggest something different, but at first you expect your boss to be angry for disagreeing, but instead your boss is like, that's a really good idea, pal 3. Okay, we're going to do it pal 3's way. And they give you the credit for something. Maybe you're put in charge of something and it's a boost to your self-esteem. You're getting commended for something, or you're receiving messages of support from people. A masculine energy between the age of 20 to 35 could be significant here with this Knight of Pentacles. This could be somebody already in your life or somebody entering your life within this upcoming year. But it feels like this is someone who is showing up for you in a solid, reliable, and practical way. This is someone who maybe isn't overly emotional, or maybe, you know, they have a hard time showing their emotions. But I feel as though they do listen and they try to find solutions, but it's in a very practical way. So if you were to say to them, I need more me time, I need to relax, this is the kind of person who would book you that spa break or take the kids so you can have some peace and quiet. Or if it's a boss and you ask for accommodations from them, this is someone who listens to you. And maybe if they're quite a serious person, at first you're not sure if they're going to be helpful because they might not be the most reassuring person. Like they're probably not the person who is going to be like, oh no, how are you feeling? Oh, that sounds so hard. But they will just offer practical solutions basically. So if you say you're overwhelmed in like a busy office, they're going to be like, okay, well, you can come and do some work in my office so you can concentrate, or something like that. I also feel like with the same late bloomer, it feels as though you're only getting more beautiful or more handsome as you mature. Like maybe some of you are just starting to lose your baby face. Maybe you have this beautiful bone structure hiding underneath that's just starting to show up, or something like that. And people are noticing that you only seem to be getting better and better. Okay, so we are going to roll the Astro dice, so please bear with me. Okay, so we have Capricorn, we have the second house, and we have Neptune. So definitely something about reputation coming through. With us getting Capricorn, again, it's definitely making me think of that professional development aspect of things, and also something to do with your values, what you value with the second house. With this Neptune energy coming through, I think this is encouraging you to not be afraid to dream big and to see that you are allowed to dream big and that you are allowed to want more for yourself. I think this is saying the reputation you are cultivating for yourself in whatever context, it won't go unnoticed. It could feel like people are going to start to value you more during this time. This could also be a commentary on your material world generally. But yeah, let's have a look at the next few months, pal 3. Okay, so we have the cliffhanger, which is the Hanged Man. We have the Four of Roses, the Mansion, which is the Four of Wands. We have number 7, the Limo, which is the Chariot. We have the Knight of Roses, which is the Knight of Wands, the front runner. We have number 15, which is the Devil, and it's the villain on this card. And we have number 19, Paradise, which is the Sun. Okay, this is an interesting mix of cards, pile 3. Perhaps earlier on throughout April, you might experience a situation that you're not 100% happy with because you're like, this isn't working out the way I planned, or you're not sure which direction to take. So that might be one of the challenges you encounter. However, I do feel like you are going to come back from this better off because then the Knight of Wands talks about something going better than expected. So whatever this is, I absolutely do think you're going to work it out, but I actually think what's going to help you overcome this challenge is giving this situation space or walking away or surrendering for a period of time. And I don't mean that like you've given up on it or you've abandoned it, but sometimes when we're working really, really hard at making something happen, we can become overwhelmed or exhausted. And when that happens, we can't think properly and we need to take some time away from it so that we can get our bearings and refocus. The example I'm getting, if you've ever been a college student or you've stayed up all night to complete an essay because the deadline is tomorrow and you've left everything until the last minute, you reach a point at maybe like 4 a.m. where you've been writing solidly for hours and you're trying to read the words on the page, but nothing is going in. And what you're writing just isn't making sense anymore. The words are all jumbling together and it feels like your brain is broken. And then you get angry, you get frustrated because you're like, why have I suddenly lost the ability to form sentences when this essay needs to be in a few hours? And more often than not, it's because you need a break. Your brain is tired, you're running on nothing but caffeine, and instead of getting angry at yourself trying to rush it, you need to go and you need to have a snack with protein or go for a walk around the block or have a nap for an hour away from your screen. So then you can come back to that essay with a fresh pair of eyes. And when you return from that little break, you're going to be a little bit more calm, the words are actually making sense again, and you're going to be able to process what it is you actually want to write. You're still tired, and you know that as soon as you get that essay in, you're going to crash for like a solid 12 hours, but nevertheless, you come back more dedicated than ever, and you can see a way forward. You're like, right, I've got my snack now, I've had my walk now, I've had my nap now, I've got clarity, I can do this, let's finish this essay. And it gets you over that little hump. And obviously, it won't be that example for you, but it's kind of that situation where you need to give yourself time to come away from a situation so you can get your bearings and process it. And then you can come back and approach in a different way. You can change tack, but you kind of need to let go of the idea of, I'm just going to keep pushing even though this isn't going how I want it to go. So, in that essay example that I gave, which I've definitely been in, I've often wasted time typing out the same paragraph 10 times and getting frustrated with myself that it's not coming out correctly and saying, why can't I do this? Like, why has my brain just randomly shut down? When really, I could have used that time to give myself a break sooner, and that way I would have got the essay done in the way that I want sooner. So I think this is saying if you have to leave something unfinished or on a cliffhanger for a period of time, if you have to put something on hold, if you have to pause it, then that's okay. That's going to give you the clarity you need. It's going to give you that perspective. You're going to pick it back up and take it in a different direction, but that direction is going to lead to some kind of success. But don't work yourself up into a frenzy, worrying about it or thinking that it's a fault with you. Sometimes you just need to take a break and that's okay. So this could be some kind of creative rut that you're struggling with come April, or just some kind of unfinished business in general. There's something that's in the back of your mind, and I would encourage you not to rush it because you feel like there's a deadline. There's something about enjoying the process too, which may or may not be possible depending on what this unfinished business is, but there is absolutely a need to let loose here and maybe not take this so seriously. I'm hearing like there's more to life, so I think there's something about realizing that there's a life outside of this situation, and it doesn't have to be your sole focus 100% of the time. Even if it is something important and something you care about, even if it's a project you're working on that truly brings you joy, forcing yourself to continue with it when you're stressed out or overworked is probably going to make you kind of fall out of love with that thing. So if you start to find yourself feeling that way, I'd encourage you to leave everything on the table and go and do another thing for a bit. Even if you're like, oh, I just need to finish this last little bit, but it's feeling to you more like a chore or a burden than something you're enjoying, I'm encouraging you to go and do that workout or go out and spend time with your friends for a bit. Give yourself space. I promise this thing will still be laid out on the table when you get back. And if anything, you'll probably find that you start falling back in love with it when you're able to give time and attention to other things you love in your life. And to those of you where this thing is something where there's a deadline and you're saying to yourself, I can relax in 2 weeks when this is done, but right now this is my main focus. That's okay if it needs to be your biggest focus for a while, but please don't neglect your basic needs, is all I'm saying. Like, I understand you saying,
I'm not going to go out partying for 2 weeks because I have this important thing to do, because partying is not a necessity. But if it gets to the point where you're like, I don't have time to make food or nourish myself because I'm so focused on this, then I think it might be time for you to rejig your priorities a little bit. Because even if you actually have a lot of fun hyper focusing on certain things, you're not going to be having fun when you're hungry and dehydrated. Then it's going to feel more like an obligation, and you don't want that. So that's all this is. But like I said, I do think you're going to be coming out of this better for it, because it feels like you are going to be changing direction in some way. You're going to be coming up with a new plan. And it might feel like you're taking a little bit of a risk, but I do see this paying off for you. Some of you, literally all you need is to spend time with your loved ones or go out and have a little bit of fun, and that's going to do you wonders. There might be certain events happening during these months for you, and with that Four of Wands, maybe even some kind of surprise party or celebration planned. You could be catching up with friends or family, and maybe at the time that these events are approaching, you don't feel like attending because you're focused on other things. But actually, these events I think are going to do you the world of good. It could even be that a conversation you have with a person at one of these events inspires you to have a shift in perspective, and so you can come back to the situation you've been thinking about with that fresh mindset and with new motivation. It could be that people are expressing their pride at this event. Maybe they are congratulating you on certain achievements, and I feel like you're going to be coming away from this situation feeling really, really good. Even if socializing is not your favorite thing to do, there's something about the event you're attending during these months where you are just feeling yourself. It feels like you know that you're looking good, you can talk to anyone, you're coming across as warm and fun and charming, or the life of the party in some way. You could find that people are extra attentive to you or really listening to you at these events. They want to hear about what you've been up to. You could find that when you're telling a story, people sort of gravitate towards you, and I think they're really listening. And I think, particularly to those of you who aren't huge socializers, that can be a big confidence boost. I feel like you come away from this thinking, like, oh, I'm actually really glad that I went to that, or that was a really good social interaction. It's like you're kind of proud of yourself. I feel like I've mentioned this example in my readings before, and I know this won't apply to you specifically, but if you used to be the super shy, introverted kid who stayed in the corner at family parties, not talking to anyone, or for some of you, I'm getting like, if you were the depressed looking emo teenager, it's giving me the vibe of now you've like been to college and found yourself, you've been traveling, and now you're more communicative or you can talk to anyone. It's making me think of your relatives or whoever this is saying, like, oh, I remember when you were this little kid who was so shy and you never said a word to anyone, and now you've grown into a really confident young woman or young man or something like that. It could feel like people are making comments about you, like, Pal 3 has really come into their own, or look at what they're doing now, or something like that. And when you're encountering people, you're being a more honest version of yourself. And I don't mean that in a way of you weren't being honest before. I just mean if you felt like for whatever reason you couldn't express yourself before, now you're being authentic and you're more in this energy of saying to yourself, if people don't like it, I don't care. I'm just being me. And this is something people are noticing. I'm hearing something about 2 for 1 cocktails, or you enjoying a cocktail during one of these months. Maybe there's an open bar or cheaper drinks at one of these events, so you indulge a little bit. And I think having a bit of fun will be very, very good for you. One thing I am hearing though that might present as a slight challenge is if you are reuniting with people, if you are around people from the past specifically, don't let people define you by their narrative in terms of how they remember you. Particularly if you know you have made a lot of changes to become a better version of yourself, don't let people trap you into feeling like you haven't made progress. And I'm getting that, I think, with this villain card, particularly, which is representative of the devil, you could encounter people who have tried to paint you as the villain in their story. And listen, I never want these readings to be like, Pal 3, you've never ever done anything wrong in your life. You could never be the villain. Because I think we've all been the villain at some point in time. We've all made mistakes, and regardless of who is right or wrong in a given situation, we've all been the victim in somebody else's narrative. But if you know you've made the conscious effort to change, or if you know that you truly were never the villain in this situation, but there are people who will try and paint you that way to avoid their own accountability, then just remember who you are during this time and don't get dragged down into their bullshit. And it's interesting we gave that example of a relative saying, like, oh, Pal 3 has really come into their own since I met them years ago, because obviously that's such a positive. But it could also go the opposite way, in that if you have anyone in your vicinity who is envious of you and they want to see you struggle more than they want to see you succeed, they might use that to try and embarrass you or to pretend you'll always be beneath them in some way. So, one example of this, and I'm sorry that I often use this example, but it's just an easy one that springs to mind. And I feel like it's probably an example a lot of us can relate to at some point or another. Let's say when you were younger, you used to get sloppy drunk a lot, which is something I feel a lot of us can relate to. Often when we first start drinking, we think we're invincible and we just don't know our limits, and we end up throwing up or falling over or doing something embarrassing. Let's say that used to be an issue for you, but now you're older, you don't drink as much, or you don't drink at all, or when you do, you can handle your booze. So maybe at this event, someone could make a point of bringing something up from your past to try and embarrass you or make you feel small. So they could say in front of people like, "Oh, pal three, I hope we don't have to carry you home tonight." And you're like, "What? Like, I'm not even drinking tonight, I'm driving." And the person says, "Well, that makes a change. Usually you're all over the place making a fool of yourself." And you're kind of like, "But I haven't drank in 5 years or something. What are you even talking about?" It's as though they point out one mistake you made years ago to try and use it to define you. And obviously, this isn't going to resonate for everyone if you don't have anyone in your life who would do this. But if you have a picture in your mind of who this person might be, then this is just to give you a heads up more than anything, because I think Spirit wants you to know if this happens, if you encounter that, it is due to this person's insecurity and them not wanting to recognize your glow up. But please remember who you are now, because that past version doesn't define you forever. Some of you, I'm hearing like if you felt trapped by anything that was holding you back, there's something about releasing yourself from those burdens. And for a couple of you, it could be paying off some kind of loan or debt and you're finally able to up-level something in your life. So maybe releasing this finally allowed you to upgrade your mode of transport. So maybe some of you are getting your new dream car with this limousine slash chariot. And if it's not your dream car, it's a significant upgrade to your last vehicle. Like if you have an old vehicle that's falling apart, maybe it's finally getting the money to get something new and make your life more comfortable. It could also be elevating your home in some way, either finding somewhere nicer to live, like the area itself is nicer, or you're extending your home, making it bigger, or you're making the most of your space in some way. Maybe decluttering, because I know we mentioned cleansing in the oracle reading. And every time I keep looking at this paradise card, I keep thinking of the LL Cool J song. I think it's with Amory, which I feel like I haven't heard in at least 15 years. I think the lyrics say something like, "For the rest of your life, I'll take you to paradise." Sorry, I can't sing. I'm not going to sing because I just can't. But it's just making me think these few months, yes, you might encounter struggles at first, but you're going to be better for it. And what you're doing now, it's enabling your life to become easier and more comfortable in the future. And again, it's about the little things that make your life better, like getting a car with heated seats, something as simple as that. You're just slowly moving towards the more luxurious things in life. And it's about those little things that make us happy. Okay, so before we go on to July, August, and September, let's roll our astro dice. Okay, we have got Jupiter, we have got the 8th house, and we have got Taurus. So these few months could actually be incredibly lucky for you with this Jupiter energy coming through. This could be a very expansive time for you, not just in terms of your personal growth. And I do feel like personal growth will be significant because we have this 8th house here. But I feel it's about transforming all aspects of your life with this 8th house energy. Sagittarius, Scorpio, and Taurus could be significant placements in terms of yourself or people you encounter during this time. There's something about you being dedicated to transforming your life in all ways. So this could be upgrading in terms of your appearance. But I feel with this 8th house coming through, it's also like what you're doing internally is showing externally or something like that. And with it, it's going to bring a lot of opportunities with that Jupiter energy. 8th house can sometimes talk about like death and inheritance and things like that. So that could apply for somebody here. It could be that you are relieved in some way financially due to a lump sum of money or due to an inheritance that you receive, and that allows you to maybe pay off some of these loans if that applies, or it just allows you to make your space nicer, to buy that nicer car, to buy some of the things that you would like to buy. I feel like this is really about taking care of yourself too. That's what Taurus always reminds me of. Looking after you, self-care, enjoying the finer things in life, the luxury, the sensuality, that Venus energy coming through, loving life, falling in love with life. I think that is what I'm getting. So let's have a look at your next few months and moving on to July, August, and September. Let me just move these to one side for now and we will check out what we've got. Okay, so we have got the producer, which is the magician. We have got the bachelor, which is the emperor. We have got the 3 of rings, which is the 3 of pentacles. It says group date. Not a threesome in 2025. I'm just kidding. Unless you want that. We have got number 11, the hot seat, justice. We have got the Queen of Rings, the single mom, Queen of Pentacles. And we have got the advisor, which is the high priestess. I'm sorry, but tarot is just so for real, because did I not just say that you're going to be moving towards more luxury and enjoying the finer things in life? And the Queen of Pentacles, she is all about the finer things. Listen, by July, it's going to be obvious that you have things figured out in some way.
It seems like you've got your routine nailed down, you're taking care of yourself, and it shows. You're coming across as being in a very independent energy during this time. And I'm hearing you don't want for anything. You're not asking for anything from anyone because you're able to provide it for yourself. I'm also hearing Miss Independent by Neo as well. I keep replaying the bit where he's like, her bills are paid on time. It's just coming across like you've figured things out by this point in the year. So if you were ever the kind of person who you are often running late to work because you slept through your alarm and you show up looking disheveled, or your electricity went off because you forgot to pay the bill, this is very much the opposite energy of like you show up to work looking put together, you've got everything you need for the day, you know which meetings are happening when, you have all your appointments in a little diary. And I'm not saying you ever look disheveled or anything. For some of you, maybe you've always been super organized, but it's been a bit harder to keep on top of everything in 2024 for a lot of you. And in 2025, you'll have figured out a schedule that allows you to manage things more comfortably. I'm seeing Lydia in Breaking Bad, where she looks mostly professional, like she's still a baddie, but then she's got odd shoes on or something like that, and it's clear she's internally very scattered. That could have been you this year because you've had a lot to handle. But just for those of you where time management has always been a bit of a struggle, things are going to be very different in 2025, and it could just be over this past year you've really worked hard on getting your shit together and you've matured and you do things differently at this stage in your life. Perhaps if you used to stay out until 4 a.m. partying, maybe now you're like, nah, I'm going to do my skincare and I'm going to be in bed by 10 p.m. because that's who you are now and that's how you want to live now. And it feels like you're loving it. You're exactly at home. You're in your element. You're where you want to be. For a couple of you, it could be that you were always tired or always scattered, or you could never get up on time due to a health issue, and maybe you'll receive some help or you'll get a diagnosis in 2025 to help you manage this. I'm thinking specifically for a couple of you if you're awaiting an ADHD assessment or anything like that. And I'm not a doctor. Obviously, always go to a medical professional if that's something you're dealing with. Only take medication as recommended by your health practitioner. But I'm just saying, sometimes when you do get on the right meds for whatever condition, it can be absolutely life changing. The difference can be night and day. So that could apply to just one individual here. But yeah, like you get on a certain medication and you feel like it allows you to live up to your highest potential. But yeah, it really feels like some of the social events you might attend earlier in 2025, they give you a much needed break so you can come back with vengeance when it comes to your goals during July, August, and September. But maybe by the time August or September rolls around, you're almost, I don't want to say prematurely because September is like the start of fall, autumn, but it's kind of like you're going into your fall season or winding down and spending more time at home or focused on your solo projects because you just feel ready to do that. So this could be like reorganizing your wardrobes and getting your fall outfits ready, or doing some baking in preparation for the weather becoming cooler. It feels like you're just doing your own thing a lot, and I think you're going to find a lot of people are curious about what you're up to or what you're working on, but I think you're keeping this quite private. There's something very unattainable about you, something that's a little bit of a mystery to people, particularly with that high priestess. I feel like something could happen where you kind of drop off the radar a little bit during this time, and it could just be because you do want to spend more time by yourself generally, but a lot of it is, I think you're going to be working on something behind the scenes that you're not really ready to tell people about. So you could go, for example, from posting a lot on social media in June to suddenly posting absolutely nothing in July, August, and September. And maybe people who have you on social media are like, where did Pal 3 go? What are they up to? Or maybe people are like, I saw a lot of Pal 3 earlier this year at these events, but they suddenly stopped coming to events. Where did they go? What are they doing? It sounds like people are going to be trying to hire private investigators to find you during these months, Pal 3. But don't worry, I don't think you're being held captive somewhere. I don't think you're deliberately even trying to evade detection. I think you just want to spend time on your own and you're keeping busy with your own things. It feels like you are kind of keeping your cards close to your chest when it comes to something. I mean, it could be like because you've learned to prioritize looking after you, you're only saying yes to certain events, but you're declining a lot of others. So maybe it feels like it's a privilege when people get to see you, even your friends or family, or so when they do, they're like, what on earth's going on? What have you been up to? I haven't seen you in forever. But you're not even giving too much away though. It could be like you're very desirable to potential romantic interests who have maybe noticed you're focusing on other things or not going out as much or not posting on your stories, and they're kind of intrigued by that. Maybe certain people are curious as to whether you're single or if you're seeing anyone during this time. Some of you, it could be that you do start seeing someone during these months, but maybe you're keeping it very private, you're keeping it under wraps, you're not saying too much about this new romantic interest until things are official, or until you know that this person is worthy of being introduced to the people in your life. Because maybe for a couple of you, maybe you feel as though you've made the mistake in the past of saying something too soon and then it didn't pan out, and you feel like, I'm not going to go bragging about how amazing this person is until they've proven that they are consistent. So it's kind of like you're protecting yourself and you're seeing if this thing can go the distance first.
but you're being a little secretive about it, even if people are trying to pry information out of you. I don't know why, but that hot seat card is just making me think of speed dating. So some of you could be doing some kind of speed dating or online dating. There's something about you being very protective with your energy during this time though, so it could almost feel, I don't want to say like an interrogation, but with things like speed dating especially, you kind of have to get like straight to the point super quickly. So it could be that you're sat there with your little notepad and your list of requirements and you're just shooting out questions and putting a tick or cross next to a person's name. And if they get too many crosses, you're like, next, you press the buzzer. So you're like, do you like pizza? And the person is like, yeah, I love pizza. So you put a tick and they're like, phew. And then you say, do you like dogs? And the person is like, no, I'm actually allergic to dogs. And so you put a cross next to their name and they're like, oh no. I don't think it's that you're literally doing that, but I think you're in an energy of, I have certain expectations and I'm not having anyone waste my time. Like, you know what you're looking for. So it's unfair to yourself and the other person if things are dragged out when you don't meet each other's requirements. But I'm almost getting this sense of people are feeling under scrutiny, but I think they really want to impress you because they're seeing you as the prize, they're seeing you as abundant, and so they want to pass the test. But it absolutely doesn't have to be a romantic thing. It could be you're doing something in secret or on the side, like you're writing a book, but you don't want to tell people until it's finished. Or you make a YouTube channel, but you don't tell people in real life until you're confident that it's becoming a success. It's something along those lines. It's your little secret project, but I'm getting that there's a lot of magic going on behind the scenes. You're kind of making your life into whatever you want it to be, and you're putting a lot of powerful energy into making it happen, but you're keeping pretty quiet about it at first. So this could even be like you start a side business, but you don't tell your colleagues at your day job about it. You just clock off at the exact same time you're meant to finish every day. And if someone's like, hey, do you want to go for after work drinks? You're like, sorry, I have plans. And people are like, I wonder where pal 3 is always off to in such a hurry. But you don't really elaborate on what your plans are or what's taking up your time and attention. It feels as though you're going to have a lot of determination and willpower when it comes to staying on track with whatever this thing is. And you're also going to be very resourceful. You're going to use whatever time you have wisely when it comes to this. It feels as though you're going to be very tapped into your intuition during this time and you're relying on your intuition to guide you a lot. It could also be that people come to you asking for guidance or advice during one of these months. Somebody might use you as a little bit of a sounding board or a shoulder to cry on. They might feel like they trust you to keep things private or to offer some kind of solid advice. It's like you're growing something here, but you're just doing it so quietly, and it feels like you are going to tell people about this eventually, but you want to be sure that it's solid. You don't want to rush things. You want to think rationally and not take risks when it comes to this. But eventually, I think you're going to have a sort of pulling a rabbit out of the hat moment and surprise everyone in some way. And when this happens, you're going to be like, yeah, I've been working on this for months. I've done it all myself. If this is about another person, it could even be like someone says to you, oh, when are you going to find someone, pal 3, thinking that you're single? And you just come back with, oh, I found them. I've been with this person for like 6 months and we're moving in with each other at the end of the year. But it's like you're not announcing it to people until you're certain. However, if this is one of your own personal goals, you're spending a lot of time making whatever this is perfect, paying attention to the finer details, creating something of quality, and it feels like your efforts are going to pay off. Maybe early September is when you finally start mentioning this to people, and people are really impressed with what you've done so far. It feels like you're also learning even more about it. You could be asking someone in a similar field for advice or for resources on how to progress with this project, or you could get someone offering to help you or collaborate with you to elevate this in some way. So before we get started with your October, November and December, we are going to roll the Astro Dice one more to look at themes for these few months. Okay, we have Aquarius, we have the 9th house, and we have the North Node. So yeah, I think you're expanding something with that 9th house. You're studying something, you're learning something, you're growing, something is developing, but it's something, I don't want to say unconventional. Aquarius energy does make me think unconventional, but I don't think it necessarily has to be. I think this might mean more it's unexpected when you finally reveal this. Like you reveal the finished results of what you've been working on, because you've kind of been doing it very, very quietly. It feels like it is something that's aligned with your purpose, it's aligned with your destiny, with that North Node. And this is something that is big, like it's a big part of your life, or it's going to be a big part of your life. Higher learning or travel could be significant here. Maybe it's like you do a course in private or something like that. You go and learn a language and nobody knows until you're fluent in the language. That's the kind of energy it's giving me. But Aquarius also makes me think of progress, forward movement. So it's like you're making so much progress here and nobody even knows about it until you come with the final product. And when the final product comes, it's something big, it's something that is going to change your life or put you on a certain trajectory that's in line with your destiny. That is something that I'm getting. So let's have a look at the last 6 cards. So we're going to look at October, November, and December. Okay, so we have the Bachelorette reversed, which is the Empress reversed.
We have the Page of Roses, the Free Spirit, and that is the Page of Wands. We have the King of Flutes, the Single Dad, which is the King of Cups. We have the Host, which is the Hierophant. We have the Ace of Roses, First Impression, which is the Ace of Wands. And we have the Producer Plant. Yeah, okay, this is exciting, pile 3, because you got a hidden card. You got the Producer Plant, which I believe is exclusive to this deck. Now, the imagery on this card, it's making me think this is like the universe giving you a little nod and a wink about something. And I feel like there are things you can't know yet, but this is like the universe looking at you and saying, just you wait, I'm going to give you a show. I'm hearing the phrase plot twist, so this could indicate some dramatic shifts happening between now and then, but it's not in a sort of tower moment kind of way. It's more like they're looking at you and saying, you're going to want to stick around for this. Because things are about to get exciting, things are about to get spicy, particularly with this Ace of Wands too. I think you're going to feel like you have a lot to look forward to by this point next year, but some of these things could be unexpected. It's like something is put in your life to shake things up, but it feels like it's going to create some kind of positive change for you. And it's interesting too because we talked a lot about you finding what works for you in terms of your routine throughout this year. And maybe by early October, you're in this safe, comfortable, solid routine. And then November and December roll around, and it's about doing something new and getting out of your comfort zone. But I think you're going to feel much more confident doing that because by this point, you will have been on solid ground for so long that you are going to be like, yeah, I am ready for something new. Maybe if you'd have got this opportunity at a different stage in your life, you might not have been ready for it. But now you're like, I'm up to the challenge, bring it on. Now nothing's going to phase you because you're so secure. And I know The Bachelor is not exactly the same as Love Island, but on the subject of reality shows generally, this is making me think of Love Island when there's like that solid couple who have been together from the beginning. And if you're watching them, you're thinking, oh, they're going to be together until the end of the show, because whenever you watch it just shows them cuddling and chilling every day, and it's really cute, but it makes for not very entertaining TV. So then the producers bring a new Islander in to come and shake things up. And usually, this new Islander will coincidentally be on a mission to go after one of the people who is in that solid couple. And usually, this person will be like, yeah, I don't care about splitting them up. I'm going to do what I have to do. And just saying all sorts of out of pocket things. And it creates drama, it creates tension, it creates conflict. The stakes are high and it's more fun for the audience. Even if you can tell it's all orchestrated for views, it's still fun to be along for the ride. And it's still fun to encounter those unexpected plot twists. But then what's even more fulfilling when you watch those shows and somebody does somebody dirty, like somebody ditches the person they've been with since the beginning for that new Islander, it's even more satisfying when that new Islander dumps them for somebody else because it was all clearly a setup to begin with and they were never actually interested in that person who was in the couple, and that person from the couple suddenly wants the previous person back, but then that previous person has moved on with somebody else and it ends up working out better for that person who was done dirty. So this is like a long-winded way of saying something unexpected might happen, but it's going to come out good for you. It's going to show you what you need to see, and you're going to be ready for it. And I'm not feeling like it's something that happens to you. I think it's more of an opportunity you're offered, and it will change everything if you accept, and maybe you weren't expecting in the offer, but you want to go for it anyway. It might be something to do with finding a new passion or working on a hobby, then discovering that you're also talented at something else and choosing to go in the direction of that new thing. It feels like you're going to be acting on random urges or your impulses more during these months, and it's not in a self-sabotaging way like, oh, I'm trying to eat more healthy, but I'm acting on my impulse to eat an entire cake in one sitting. It's more like you're receiving downloads from your intuition, and before you're giving yourself time to overthink it or talk yourself out of it, you're putting your best foot forward and just going for it. So this gives me the vibe of like, let's say that at this stage of your life, you're comfortable in your career, you have a stable income and you're content, but then randomly you see an application for your dream job pop up out of nowhere and you get a little voice in your head telling you, go on, just apply. Even though your plan was to stay at your current place for the next few years, it's like before you give yourself time to get insecure or to say to yourself, is this really the right decision? Am I even qualified to do this? You're listening to those little nudges from your intuition and you're being like, fuck it, I'll just apply. Probably nothing will come out of it. So you're handing in the application and then just forgetting about it. But very quickly after you apply, you receive a phone call inviting you to an interview or offering you the job. So it's kind of like, whoa, plot twist. I didn't expect this to happen, but you're rolling with it because it's going to lead to so many good things. And maybe in the past you would have talked yourself out of it, but you're no longer in that energy at this point next year. It very much seems as though you're going to be receiving good news about something during one of these months. And it doesn't have to be the example I gave, but it could be that you're accepted onto a course, or you get the results you want, or you pass your driving test. It's something that you're happy about, and maybe a part of you just wasn't expecting it, particularly if it's in relation to a test.
pass your driving test, for instance. Maybe you're like, well, I went and did it, but I probably didn't pass. So you're expecting the worst or feeling slightly insecure about how well you did. But then you find out that you passed with flying colours. So it's something to celebrate. It's something that once the ball is rolling, once you get those results, you're feeling much more confident and you're like, let's do it. You know, if it's that job interview example, you kind of say to yourself, you know, they wouldn't have offered me the job if they didn't think I was qualified, so let's go for it. This is also making me think that you're the one who is in control here with this host slash hierophant. It's like, if you're the host, I mean, I know hosts get a script from producers, etc., from writers, but in terms of the host conversing with the contestants on reality shows, the host kind of guides the conversation, and the host might also have hidden knowledge that the contestant doesn't. And this is making me think of when I used to watch like Big Brother, for example, and I think it was Davina McCall who was the host at the time. The contestant would come out of the house and they'd sit down and they'd do an interview with Davina, and she'd bring up certain talking points to try and get the contestants' authentic and honest reaction before they had chance to like watch the footage back and think about what they were going to say or whatever. And obviously, you know, I'm not commenting on the genuineness of reality shows. We know that some of it is staged or manipulated or whatever. But as one example, Davina would say something like, oh, so Sarah was one of your good friends in the house, is that right? And the contestant would be like, yes, Sarah was my best friend in there. I absolutely love Sarah. And Davina would be like, well, do you know what Sarah has been saying about you in the diary room throughout your stay? Let me show you this footage. And it would be weeks worth of footage of Sarah talking smack about the contestant behind their back. And the contestant is obviously taken off guard and is shocked they're not expecting it. So the host knows something that the contestant doesn't. And there's this moment where the contestant is kind of put on the spot. But the host has the insider information. They have the hidden knowledge. And it feels like there's going to be a moment during these months where you're that host. You know something that other people don't. And you might be putting them on the spot. It's like you're asking them something, but you already know the answers. And it feels like you're very much in control of that conversation and you already know the outcome, but you're just rolling with it. You're seeing what happens. You're doing it for the plot. A single dad could be significant to some of you with that King of Cups. It could be that this romantic interest is a single dad. And maybe as one example, you know, with that Empress reversed as well, they could have an ex who is trying to like get between you guys or trying to involve themselves or stir up drama, but you already know that they're full of shit or something like that, because the King of Cups upright is someone who is devoted and loyal and faithful, and the Empress reversed is someone who is kind of the opposite of that. They are insecure, they're negligent, they're overbearing. So if this is your person's past partner and they fumbled your person and now they're trying to ruin things between you and your person or make things difficult because they don't like the thought of you two together, it could be that they make something up or they orchestrate something, they try to set something up in some kind of way. And on your end, I don't think you're going to be bothered because you know that you and your person are solid, you're faithful to each other, you're committed, you know the truth. But maybe you let them talk anyway just for the plot or just to see how deep of a hole they dig for themselves is something that I'm getting. Like this person could message you as one example saying, I just thought you should know your partner cheated on you. And you're playing along like, I can't believe this. When was this? And they're like, oh, it was 2 weeks ago on October the 6th. And you're like, oh, do you have any screenshots so that I can confront my partner? And then they create some fake screenshots. Meanwhile, you're on the other side of the phone laughing because you know that your partner was tucked up in bed with you on the 6th of October. It's that kind of thing. But you just let them carry on talking to see how far they'll go or how much they'll do to continue this lie. Obviously, it doesn't have to be that example. This could be any Empress reverse figure in your life. Could be a friend, could be a family member. But it's like you're the one who's going to be in control here. Remember that you know something they don't. And any attention you give them, it's kind of just for the plot or just to see what they'll do. So I don't think this person is going to catch you off guard or anything like that because you have them sussed out. And some of you, maybe you already know who this problematic person is, so it's just something to be aware of, but it's not going to bring you down. I think you're kind of just playing into it or you're having fun with it. Some of you, if you are in a relationship at this time, it actually feels like you're going to a deeper stage of commitment in some way because you and this person are devoted to each other and you both know it. Like you know each other inside and out and you don't have to question it. It just works, so you're ready to take it to that next phase, whatever that may be for you. For some of you, it could even involve merging families and generally spending a lot more time together as a family, maybe acquiring a bigger family through this partnership and meeting them or spending more time with them during these months. So that is what I'm getting for your reading, pile 3. Let's finish this reading off by rolling the astro dice one more time and looking at the themes that we are getting for you. Okay, we've got the 6th house, so routines could be significant, health could be significant during these months. Something or somebody becoming part of your daily life or daily routine. I don't know why, because I know Gemini doesn't mean this, but with Gemini making me think about communication, this could be you hearing something, like getting some kind of gossip that makes me think of this insider information. You know something, you find out about something, you overhear something. Somebody tells you something or somebody is a little bit too chatty and you get to know something that you shouldn't, but it feels like you're the one with the power here. And we've got Neptune. I feel like we keep getting Neptune in these readings.
Maybe that's talking about this Delulu Empress reversed figure. Like somebody is trying to convince you that reality is not the reality. They're trying to convince you of a different reality, but it's actually a reality that they just made up. Sorry, I don't know how many thousands of times I had to say reality then. But after doing these readings for so long, I just start struggling to speak. But that is what I'm getting for you, Pal 3. Let's finish this reading up with a little bit of closing guidance from the Guardian Angels Oracle. So let's have a look at what we pulled for you. Okay, Pal 3. So we have got love. Negative thoughts and feelings are sabotaging your pursuit of happiness. We, your angels, are here to help you heal. Allow our healing light to flow through your heart. Consciously infuse each negative thought or feeling with love and light. Feel both your heart and mind aligning to your soul's sacred purpose and unleash your divine potential through the power of love. Yes, absolutely love yourself, Pal 3. I feel like that is a big theme for you in 2025. It's developing more compassion for yourself, learning to love yourself, learning to understand that you are worthy, and attracting opportunities due to this new understanding that you have. You have always been worthy. That is a message that I'm hearing for you, Pal 3. So that is what I'm getting for your reading today. I really, really hope you enjoyed this reading. If you did like the reading, please take a tiny second out of your day to like the video. Please leave me a comment. Let me know what resonated. I guess you won't know what resonated yet because it's predictive, but if anything resonates for you at all at this stage, please let me know, or just let me know which pal you picked. If you haven't done so already, please subscribe. That would mean the absolute world to me and I would appreciate it so, so much. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. Take care and I'll see you in the next one, Pal 3. Hi, Pal 4 Collective. If you chose Pal 4 and you chose the Light Seers Tarot and the yellow snake sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. If you would like a full breakdown regarding what to expect during this reading, then please check out the introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. So today we're going to be doing a deep dive on your 2025, and we're going to be looking at how you're glowing up and making this your best year yet. How are you stepping into the very best version of you? So I wanted to do this reading today to, in part, hype you up, get you motivated, get you excited for this upcoming year, but I also want to give you details on what specifically might happen for you throughout various points of the year. So this is also in part a predictive reading. Now, predictive never ever means that anything has to be set in stone. Energies always have the potential to shift and to change, and ultimately, you are the creator of your own reality. I'm literally just the messenger here, and whilst the intention of this reading is to uplift and inspire, I will also be honest about any potential challenges I'm seeing because it wouldn't be fair to you if I wasn't. We can enter a new year feeling safe in the knowledge that we are going to do whatever we can to make it our best year yet, and that's something I absolutely encourage 1000%. But it's important to remember that life is still life and sometimes things happen outside of our control. If I happen to mention one of these things, it is not to derail your progress or to make you any less hopeful. It is just me being fully transparent and letting you know what to expect. However, always remember that these are collective readings. You don't have to claim anything within this reading. If a specific message isn't for you, then that just means the message is for somebody else who chose the same pile as you. So always take what's for you and leave the rest for somebody else. But aside from that little caveat, for the most part, we are going to be trying to channel the most empowering messages today. So thank you so much for sending me your beautiful energy and allowing me to deliver these messages. I am actually just going to pop your tarot cards to one side for now so we can focus on these oracle cards. Also, do not worry if not all the cards are in frame at first. I'm going to lay the cards and then I will check that they are in frame. I'm sorry if you can see any dog hairs, by the way, on this mat. I'm wearing my dog walking fleece, so there are probably loads of little white hairs all over the fleece. I'm just cold today. I'm very cold. And normally I can get away with the hairs, but I can't on this black mat. Okay, so let's have a look at what we pulled for you, Pal 4. So we have this card. What am I waiting for? Someone else to do it for me? Are you waiting on someone else before you can take the big leap? What if you were to take life into your hands and forge your own unique path? Put your heart into action and ask yourself, what risk can you take to move towards your dreams? Make a decision and do it. No more waiting for others. Do it scared. Take the leap. No more thinking, only doing. Be brave and you will discover what you are really made of. Wild soul, strong heart, can't lose. We have got number 10, astral travels, possible impossibility, freedom, traveler, inner dreams. We have got a time to give rather than take, new moon in Virgo. We've got moderation. Is there something you know you shouldn't be eating? Try to eat mindfully and healthily, although the fairies say that a little bit of what you fancy is fine. Affection. Number 2, boundaries. Rapture, sensuality, love, devotion, romance, ecstasy, pleasure. Number 51, sandpiper spirit, be playful. Unblock. So you can use this portion of the reading as an energy check and for confirmation you have chosen the right pile. I just want to start off, as I have done with all the readings today, mentioning the numbers on the cards. These don't have to be significant to you, but it's just a little bit of extra confirmation for you if they are. So these could be relevant in terms of dates, ages, angel numbers, synchronicities you are seeing a lot of, astrological placements within your chart. But we have number 10, number 2, and number 51. The number 6 could also be significant, maybe in terms of a life path or something like that, although again, that does not have to apply. But the first message I keep hearing for you, pile 4, is life is happening right now. There is no better time to take action than the present. And I say that because this feels like my pile of procrastinators. And I do not mean that in a judgmental way whatsoever, because I have always struggled with that mentality of like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow, and then tomorrow just never happens. Even if you have the best intentions, and if that's you, even just a little bit with whatever kind of goal you've been thinking about for a long time, but you haven't managed to take action on, then that's something you're going to be overcoming this year. That's something I see for you, pal 4. And by doing that, it feels like you're going to be releasing things that have needed to be released for a long time. And you're also going to be experiencing, I want to say, pleasure beyond your wildest imagination. I keep hearing the word euphoria specifically. Maybe some of you guys watch the show Euphoria. I don't know, but it feels like you're unburdening yourself from some of the things that have been stuck with you for a while, and it feels like something is becoming unblocked within you. And I'm sorry that this is an absolutely horrible comparison, but it's making me think of like a clogged drain. You know the drain is clogged, but there's never a right time to deal with it because you're busy, and fixing a clogged drain is not fun. So you're like, I'll fix it tomorrow, but it's still clogged the next day and the next day, and you can't enjoy your shower or whatever it is you're doing because you have this lingering thought in the back of your mind that every time you wash your hair, that drain is going to become even more clogged. But once you bite the bullet and you unclog the drain, you're going to feel so much better. You're going to be able to relax. And not only that, but once you do it, you might even say to yourself, well, that was unpleasant, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Like, I should have just unclogged it on the first day it got clogged. So, this could be you becoming more comfortable with trying new things and releasing attachment to the belief that certain experiences are not possible for you. In 2025, you're actually reimagining what's possible for you, and you're realizing if anybody is going to make changes here, it has to be you because nobody's going to do it for you. Nobody's going to come and save you. You have to save yourself. And when I say nobody's going to save you, I don't mean it in a way of like you being unsupported. In fact, I actually think you have a very active spirit team who are rooting for you to see your own potential here. But what I mean is, there's only so much that other people can do, and it feels like you've been waiting for something, and you're looking for a sign to give you that final push. But I'm hearing you go first. I keep hearing you go first. So it's like you take that leap first, and then the universe will show up for you, but the universe can't show up for you if you're not showing up for yourself. And I'm picturing a swing right now. It's kind of like you're sitting on a swing, waiting to be flying high or up in the air. But it's like you need to be the one to use your legs first. You need to get yourself off the ground first. I saw a swing specifically, so that could be significant. But I guess a bike analogy might be more fitting for this. Because, for example, like when you're learning to ride a bike without stabilizers, there's someone stood behind you, like, I'm right here. If you fall, I'm here to catch you. But they can't catch you if you don't pedal in the first place. Like, you have to start pedaling or you're not moving anywhere, you're stationary. So, if you do want a sign, powerful, that now is the time to start something, then this is your sign. But I do think for some of you, you've even procrastinated when it comes to that. And again, no judgment, no shame. I do this too. But some of you could have watched tarot readings looking for an answer regarding whether it's okay to pursue something. And it's like you'll listen to that reading and you'll say to yourself, that's made me feel super motivated. I'm going to start from tomorrow. But then the next day comes and you're like, maybe I need a bigger sign though, just to confirm. And then you watch a different reading. And I think there's a message here of like, when you feel that burst of motivation, that's your higher self sending you a sign that you get to decide what's possible. You're in charge of your life. And if you're called to pursue something that seems like a faraway dream right now, it means that on a future timeline, that thing is already yours. You just have to believe it and give yourself permission to say, I don't need permission from anyone else. That said, some of you could have had friends who have been listening to your ideas for years, and the universe has sent you signs via those friends. Maybe friends have told you, like, oh, you really should do XYZ. I think you'd be absolutely amazing at it. It feels like some of you have had words of encouragement, and you're like, yeah, maybe one day, and then you don't do it for whatever reason. You're getting these signs, but you're not fully believing them. Well, 2025 is the year where you're no longer in waiting mode. You're no longer on standby. It feels like you're taking the reins and starting something here. And I think the more you take action, the more inspired you're going to be, and the more things that have been buried deep come tumbling out. And that's scary, but it leaves room for so many other beautiful things. And I'm hearing straight to heaven. I think it's because of this rapture card, but it's something about this being a heavenly journey for you. And I'm hearing like, you don't even know how good life could get for you. It's beyond your comprehension at this point. But there are so many sweet things. I keep hearing specifically sweet things that life has in store for you on the other side of fear. Some of you could just feel like you're stuck in perpetual freeze mode, or that's how you felt over the past year. And I feel like that's something that's going to be changing for you, for those of you where that applies. Something's becoming unstuck. The stationary bike is moving, the wheels are turning. That is something I'm picturing. I'm also hearing the phrase ascension. You're going to be ascending higher and higher once something has been unlocked here. Also, is straight to heaven a Killian fragrance? I could be making that up. I might Google it. Maybe some of you like Killian fragrances, or you're receiving one for Christmas, or you bought yourself one in the Black Friday sales. That might be significant for just one person here. And if you're that one person, then congratulations, you smell absolutely divine. And if you're like, oh my god, I like Killian fragrances, but what if that's not for me? Then please stop doubting yourself. It's for you, as are a lot of good things, powerful. You need to start realizing that. One thing that's interesting is that procrastination is often associated, incorrectly, I feel, with laziness. And actually, I feel more often than not, it's the opposite. And what I mean by that is procrastination is often the result of us prioritizing perfection above consistency. So some of you could be perfectionists or have a somewhat all or nothing mentality when it comes to your goals. And so when you're not giving 100% to something all of the time, maybe you start to feel like that's a sign that you failed. Like when you don't care about something, when these stakes don't feel as high, it's much easier to actually get started and do the thing because your happiness and self worth doesn't depend on whether the thing fails or succeeds. Like, let's say you go to a job every day, as one example, but you don't really care deeply about the job. It's not your dream job, it's just what you do to pay the bills whilst you consider what your dream actually might be. Let's say this job is serving customers in a fast food restaurant in this example. So, the majority of people aren't going to be like, I'm so scared of not being 100% enthusiastic about serving burgers and fries every day, so I'm just not going to show up. And that's not me saying, by the way, that people in those industries can't take pride in their source of income, even if it's not their dream. If you pride yourself on having good customer service, then that's great. But we're also human, and occasionally we're going to have bad days where we are not putting 100% effort in. Maybe we're not smiling at the customers as much as we usually do. Maybe we mess up an order here or there. And I know if you're in any kind of job dealing with the public, you might dread it because people can be assholes. So you might have days where you feel like not showing up, or you might have to take mental health days from time to time. But 99% of the time, even when it feels hard, you're still going to show up because you need a source of income, and also because you know that not giving 100% every second of the day doesn't make you a bad person or an unlovable person. I can guarantee that people who work in those industries probably have days where they feel shitty because things have gone wrong or customers were rude. I'm sure they have many days like that, but I don't think anyone's at their therapy session thinking it's life or death that they forgot to put a dip in someone's bag. They might be crying about work because work is a very stressful environment and they don't like dealing with the public because the public can be horrible sometimes, but they're not thinking like, I'm such a terrible person because I didn't say have a nice day to my last customer, because the expectation of being perfect 100% of the time in whatever context is unsustainable. But people don't say, well, I was supposed to work until 6 p.m. today, but I'm clocking out at 2 p.m. because I didn't put the sauce in that person's bag. So I guess I'm a failure and I can't come back until I can be more responsible with sauces. One, because it's ridiculous to expect yourself never to make a minor mistake. And two, because you need the job, you need money to live, so there's no choice. You have to stay and finish that shift. You can't just be like, oh, well, something went wrong, so I'm going home now. And the reason I kind of went off on a tangent there is to say that you need to be treating your actual goals and dreams the same way as you would treat that job. So you're telling yourself, I need to do this to live, not because you literally need it for material success, but because your soul needs it. Because to appreciate life to the full, we need to incorporate those things that bring us joy. But we can't do that if we let life pass us by and we're constantly saying to ourselves, now's not the right time, or there's a better time, because there is no better time than right now. And I think that is something you'll realize in this upcoming year. But it's also about loosening up a little bit and finding that balance. It doesn't have to be, I do this perfectly or not at all. It's about you being consistent and showing up to do something every day and not feeling like, now I'm off track or now I fell off the wagon. If you have one day where you're not able to put in as much as you'd like, consistency is always, always the most sustainable option. And it's going to be the thing that brings you the most success because you're not placing these ridiculously high expectations on yourself and then feeling like a failure when you're not able to meet those expectations. That's just self sabotage when we do that. And you're not self sabotaging this year. So if you've been thinking about writing a book for 15 years and you've been telling yourself, well, I'm still planning it so that it's perfect, I'm telling you, just start writing. Just start writing. And I know it's easier said than done, but what you need to know is you don't have to get it perfect right away. The first draft might be terrible, but you will have the time to perfect it later. But you will have nothing to perfect if you don't start first and foremost. If you're somebody who used to say, I have to commit to working out for an hour every single day, and you never gave yourself grace when it came to days where you're more tired or feeling sick or struggling for time, you're self sabotaging when you say, I'm doing that hour or nothing at all, when it will be totally possible for you to walk for half an hour or do stretches on the floor. Like something is better than nothing, is what I'm trying to say here. And when you tell yourself, I'm a failure because I couldn't work out for a full hour every single day, what you're really saying is that you only feel worthy of achieving your desires when you're pushing yourself to your absolute limit and creating barriers that do not have to exist. It's almost like someone encouraged you to believe that things worth having always have to come with enormous sacrifices, because I'm hearing the phrase, who told you it had to be this hard? Maybe at certain points in your life, you encountered individuals that made you feel like you had to earn their affection or you wouldn't be lovable by simply being you. And that is completely untrue. You are loved not because of what you do, but because you are here and you exist and you are a part of the universe. Please be gentle and please be compassionate with yourself. And that's not to say that we don't have to be disciplined or make some sacrifices when we are achieving certain goals. It's just to say that suffering doesn't make you more worthy. It's okay if things feel easier sometimes. You don't have to break your back proving that you deserve an opportunity that's already yours. If you're called to it, it's already yours, and there are multiple ways to get there. And it's okay to be patient with yourself. It's okay to take your time. If an opportunity is for you, it's not going to run away from you. And resistance doesn't always mean that you're just not pushing hard enough. Doors can open for you without it feeling like you have to break them down, is essentially what I'm saying. All you need is the right key. And I'm thinking of the phrase, you attract more flies with honey than with vinegar. I think that's what the phrase is anyway. It's a phrase generally about being kind to others. It's usually used in that context. Like if you're sweet to others, you're more likely to get to where you need to be. So if someone's holding that key, all you need to do is ask. You don't need to start breaking the door down. And I think that's a message about you being sweet to yourself more than anything. You don't need to berate yourself. If anything, you need to talk to yourself with more kindness. So I think that affection card is representative of you nurturing yourself, but this could also be indicating new opportunities for connection in terms of the interpersonal relationships in your life. If you have ever dealt with relationships growing up or in your adult life, even where affection was sparse or it was something that had to really be worked for, and if that's something that has maybe made you more guarded or closed off, I think in 2025 you're really going to be acknowledging that affection doesn't have to be earned. You're saying to yourself, I am going to take affection freely and I am also going to give it freely. And when I say that, I don't mean you're going to be going around hugging strangers out of the blue. I think this just means you're going to be attracting more people who are open because there's enough love to go around. It's not in limited supply and you do not have to fight for it. And if you have been closed off in the past when it comes to intimate relationships because you're scared of getting hurt or you're scared your affection won't be reciprocated, so you don't give it away freely, if you've made people work for your affection in the past, maybe you have gravitated towards romantic partners of that mindset. And so you now have the awareness that that was never going to work out because if both of you are treating each other with suspicion, if you're both kind of side eyeing each other like they're being shady, if you're both scared to be authentic due to potential rejection, you're never going to make it past the first hurdle. You're never going to get past that initial barrier and have an open and honest conversation. And just to reiterate, this is not about not having boundaries. In fact, the boundaries here are very firm. You're actually strengthening them in many ways. And if you have certain expectations in terms of what happens on a first date or how much you share about your life and your experiences, that's a boundary you're setting for yourself, and that's totally valid. So, if, for example, you have decided, I'm not going to talk about something bad that happened to me in my childhood until I fully know this person, until I know I can fully trust them and be vulnerable, that's a boundary, and you need to trust yourself to make that decision. But what I mean is, in 2025, what you're realizing is that affection is never in short supply. It's always yours, and you always have access to it, even via what you give to yourself and how you value yourself. And therefore, as an act of self love, you are going to be more open with your affection because if somebody doesn't give it back, so what? Like, there's always more just right around the corner. This is you being ready to give and receive love. And I think that's where this a time to give rather than take comes into play, because some of you need to give to yourself. You need to be more affectionate with yourself, but also it's about giving other people the benefit of the doubt too. And I'm not saying don't be discerning, but it's saying don't treat people with immediate mistrust until they've given you a reason to mistrust them. Because some of you could have ended up in situations where both you and another person, whether it's a romantic interest or friendship or family member, you haven't been open with each other because both of you are scared of being vulnerable in some way. Both of you don't fully trust that the other will catch them. And so the relationship dynamic has felt more like a battle than something easygoing and pleasurable. Maybe you've ended up in situations where both parties are like, what if I tell this person I like them first and they don't like me back? I'm not going to be the one to say it first. It's kind of this ego thing. But I think a true act of self love is being able to say, okay, so what if they don't like me back? I like me. Someone else will like me. It's not the end of the world. Opening up to somebody will not be the end of your world. In fact, more often than not, by giving to people, you are attracting so many opportunities that you once never thought would be possible. And even in those instances where you do open up and the other person isn't receptive, you still showed up in your truth regardless. And that's the important thing here. I think in 2025, you're no longer wanting to waste time allowing opportunities to pass you by because you just don't want to live in regret. And with that, you're going to be opening the door to so much more fun this coming year, Power 4. I get the sense that there are so many adventures in store for you on the other side of fear, but you need to give that initial push. You have so much life to live and so many new experiences to have, and I feel like a big part of 2025 is you learning to take life less seriously, to be honest, particularly if in 2024 life felt quite serious for you. This upcoming year, like the stakes aren't going to be as high. You can let go a little bit, and by letting go, you can reach new heights. And you can also unblock things within you. You can release some of your creative ideas into the world. I mean, for one or two of you, maybe this unblock is literal. Like, if you are hoping to make amends or reconnect with somebody, you could be being unblocked, or you are willing to unblock somebody and you are willing to have an open discussion with them. But I think for a lot of you, there's more this sense of once you've let go of all these limiting self beliefs that have been keeping you trapped, lots of different doors are going to start swinging open for you, and there's endless possibilities when it comes to where those doors could lead. But a lot of this life that you're going to be starting to cultivate comes down to you giving to yourself, but also to others. And one example I'm getting, it could be something as simple as giving someone a compliment that just changes the trajectory of your life in a profound way. And it doesn't have to be this exact example for you, but let's say you are solo traveling and you see another person solo traveling in the same place that you are. Maybe you think to yourself, I love that person's outfit, or that person has beautiful hair, and you feel called to tell them that. But then you talk yourself out of it, like, oh, that person will probably think I'm weird or creepy if I say anything. They'll probably just laugh at me. I just won't say it. I'll just keep to myself. But by doing that, you could be potentially denying yourself the opportunity to create a long lasting friendship. Like, what if you end up getting talking to that person and they become your instant soulmate, like your best friend? And maybe it turns out they've been in the country for a while, and so they can take you to all these cool new places that you would have never discovered had you not taken that first leap. I keep hearing it's always going to be better than you think. So, this could be for those of you who overthink yourself in circles, or you often assume the worst in others because maybe people have treated you unkindly in the past. There's this message that once you trust that you will be good regardless of what anybody else is doing, and once you say to yourself, well, if that person does end up laughing at me, who cares? Like, that says more about them than it does about me. And once you say to yourself, I'm going to give myself the best and I'm going to give other people the best until they do something to suggest I should do otherwise, beautiful possibilities will make themselves known to you. And by not imposing so many restrictions on yourself, by not denying yourself the opportunity to succeed, you're going to find out in 2025 what you're truly capable of, and that it's maybe so much more than what you thought was possible. So that is what I'm getting for the oracle portion of your reading, Pal 4. We are now going to move along to the tarot. I really hope you are enjoying the reading so far, and I will see you at the tarot portion of your reading. Hi, Powerful Collective. Welcome back to the tarot portion of your reading. Without hesitation, let's have a look at the first 6 cards we pulled for you. So these 6 cards will be representative of your January, February, and March 2025. We are going to look at overall themes for those months. So I'm just going to pop your tarot cards here. Don't worry if you can't see all the cards right away. I'm going to lay the cards out and then I will check that they're all in frame. I don't have the best setup here, so please bear with me. Okay, so we have got the 9 of Pentacles reversed. We've got the Lovers. We've got the Page of Cups reversed. We've got the King of Cups. We've got the Page of Pentacles reversed. And we've got the 6 of Pentacles. Okay, Pal 4, I feel like January, February, and March 2025 is going to be this huge awakening period for you. And I just want to say, you'll know if this message is for you because some of you have probably been going through this already. It's not like that tower moment of you waking up on the 1st of January and having the rug just ripped right out from under you and being like, where on earth did that come from? I think if this is for you, you will have been aware for a while that something has to change here. But it is a crumbling of an old belief system taking place, and so you are inevitably going to encounter some challenges during this time, and I will talk about that. There are some reversals here, so I'm not going to lie to you about that and tell you it will all be absolutely smooth sailing 100% of the time, but I think the work you've maybe already been doing and the work you're continuing to do throughout these first few months is going to put you on For some reason, I wanted to say to a higher plane of existence, and the image I'm getting is somebody almost having like an outer body experience and looking at themselves from above. And so they have this higher vantage point, they've elevated their perspective in some way, and it's almost like this soul who has come out of their body and they're looking down at the body and saying, like, oh, that was the old me. They were so limited compared to who I have become now. So I'm not saying that that's literally going to happen, but you are going through this kind of awakening where the version of you who you're becoming now starts to feel like an entirely different person in comparison to who you were last year. And obviously, not everything is going to fall away all at once, but it's like you are shedding your skin in installments more than anything. So I think there's going to be a moment where you acknowledge during one of these months, even if I'm not where I want to be just yet, I've come a long way from who I was. And for some of you, you could even find that triggers this realization. So, for example, you could find some of your New Year's resolutions, if you set those, or if you have done at any point, you could find some that you wrote down from a couple of years back. And it feels like the goals you're setting now versus then are entirely different. You could be looking back at some of the past goals and saying, I can't even believe that that's something I cared about, or I don't even want that anymore. I want something completely different. Like, look how far I've come. Or even if the goals themselves are similar, like if you have certain goals that have always been life dreams of yours, and so they won't ever change, it's like your reason for wanting certain things has shifted in a way where your desires are coming from the soul and not the ego. So maybe something you were trying to manifest a year or two ago, now you look at that thing and you're realizing, like, why did I even want that? I want bigger things for myself now. One example could be like, let's say you were trying to manifest someone reaching out. It's like now you might look at that situation, you look at that wish and you think, I can't believe I was hung up on that person. I have more important things to consider now. It's something along those lines. Now, I think a significant thing that's happening during early 2025 is that you're starting to rewrite some of the stories you told yourself about who you are and what you're capable of. And I think a big part of this involves you sitting down with yourself and figuring out where these beliefs came from in the very first place and why they have so readily been accepted as part of your narrative. I think you're also going to be getting better at interrupting your negative self talk before it gets time to fester and to wreak havoc. And I know when people say, like, speak kindly to yourself, don't talk to yourself unkindly, it sounds obvious in theory because we actually have to take initiative to consciously think of kind things to say and give ourselves those words of affirmation. But with things like negative self talk, for example, that can be much more insidious in the way it presents because, particularly if we've been reinforcing certain ideas for a very long time, we don't even have to do anything for those thoughts to come to us. They sort of creep up much more passively in a way. And before you know it, we can end up spiraling or playing thoughts on a loop if we don't step in and actively interject in some way. So I think a lot of your early 2025 does involve some level of shadow work because some of you might have only in recent months or years been questioning why you feel the way you do. And during these months, you're really looking at where some of these beliefs have come from and what you can kind of do to reprogram yourself and your reality. I feel like you probably are a person who experiences a lot of emotional ups and downs at times, and I feel like in 2025 you're going to be trying really hard to stay rooted in reality and not let the bad days throw you off as much as what they have in the past. Because maybe in the past, if you set certain goals for yourself and you didn't follow through on them, before you really realize what was happening, maybe you automatically internalize that as some kind of personal failing. And maybe in the past, it's throwing you off for like a whole week at a time. But in these first few months, you're really working on remaining level headed and calm, even when faced with difficulty or with situations that would usually leave you in a state of disarray. It's like you're becoming not as easily rattled or not as easily thrown off by inconveniences or challenges, and you're starting to feel more in control of your emotional body as a whole. I don't know why, but this kind of energy always reminds me of a brain maturing. I believe our brains fully mature in our mid to late 20s. I know people often cite age 25, so that could have been a significant age for you. And if you're in your mid 20s now or even early 30s, maybe you've been noticing that shift in terms of your maturity and your emotional regulation and things like that. Like things that once absolutely ruined you emotionally can no longer affect you in the same way. And I don't mean that you're less sensitive or anything like that. It's not in a sort of shut off to your emotions kind of way. It's not that you're shutting them down or repressing them. It just seems like you've been better in terms of regulating them for the sake of your own emotional health. The King of Cups is compassionate and empathetic and affectionate, so you're all of those things, but I think you've also been working on developing emotional boundaries. So maybe things that used to make you angry, even when it wouldn't serve you to get angry about them, you're learning to not get fixated on those things. And even if those things still upset you in the moment, you're learning coping strategies in terms of just how to regulate that better. It's like you're becoming more easygoing in a way, but I think it's because you're starting to figure out that life doesn't have to be hard all of the time. Life doesn't have to be a battle all of the time. And I know it's hard to really believe that if life has been a battle for you up until this point. I don't want to undermine that in any way. But I think this is you starting to realize you have to let go of certain things in the sense of like, there's just no point getting worked up about this. There are a lot of things maybe to get worked up about in life. Like if you're facing any
actual injustices, those are things, worth fighting for. But some things that used to make you angry, it's like you're saying, this isn't worth my energy. Like, I'm choosing not to get frustrated about this. And that's hard. Like, it's not always easy because sometimes the bigger things influence how we react to those smaller things, like those inconveniences, those frustrations, those everyday things that crop up. But it's like you're learning to handle those everyday things better. It could be that you're taking part in some kind of practice that's going to assist you with this. So these could be strategies that you've been learning at counseling, or you're practicing more breathing exercises, or participating in a yoga class, maybe trying to meditate more. It's something where you are implementing the skills you've learned because you want this year to be different. And so you know that you have to be different to make that happen. You're just trying to find more balance in your life. And I think that's what you have needed for probably the longest time. I'm also getting the phrase purging. Again, there's this message of release, but because I'm seeing a few emotional ups and downs along the way, it's like there's a release of the bad stuff and then a period of being level, then releasing more of the bad stuff. But it's kind of a lot within a short space of time, is something that I'm getting. But I think this is part of the process and part of the journey leading you to this King of Cups, which is who you've been working on becoming probably for a while now. Like, you have been developing this. I think this is something you've already been doing, but it feels like during those first few months in 2025, these months might be a little bit of a trigger point for you in relation to things coming to the surface. It's all falling out, so you can leave these things behind once and for all. So it's necessary, and I think you know that, but a lot is coming out all at once, and so it could be quite tiring. And again, I'm really, really sorry for the horrible examples I keep giving for this pile, but it is reminding me of like when you get sick and you throw up. It doesn't feel great when you're going through it, but you know you are going to feel so much better once it's out and your body is expelling those toxins. But sometimes when you throw up, you have like a very short window of feeling better, but then you get nauseous again and you're like, there's more coming. And you're not looking forward to it at the time, but you know one way or another it's going to come out and that you're going to feel relieved when it's all out and you can just flush it away. So you've more than likely already been doing a lot of the healing work this past year, but the first few months of the year, it's a lot of growth within a short space of time. So it's not always going to be easy, but you are going to feel so much better for it afterwards. So some of you have had this deep rooted negative belief about yourself for a long time. It could be something you've repeatedly told yourself is true to the point where it feels almost like it's an intrinsic part of your personality. Or it could be something that a caregiver or a person from your past instilled in you from an early age. And prior to this period of healing, you had accepted it as fact rather than as a projection based on falsehood. And it feels like this falsehood directly corresponds to your tendency to self sabotage. It links to this tendency towards procrastination or to not take advantage of certain opportunities, or even your tendency to set yourself those ridiculously high expectations and then berate yourself when you can't meet them 100% of the time. So, this could be the root cause of you being like, if it doesn't feel like I'm working myself too hard, then it's not good enough. You could have convinced yourself that you're lazy or that you lack self discipline, or in the past you felt like an underachiever. Even if you have achieved many things objectively, it's like there's always that sense of it's never quite good enough, or you never get like the good feelings when you achieve something. You could have become frustrated with yourself due to feeling like you can't stick to a goal or follow through with your intentions some of the time. You could have also denied yourself some of life's pleasures on the basis that you feel you haven't worked hard enough to get them. You don't feel like you've earned it. So it could come back to that kind of all or nothing mindset of I can only have X if I do Z. So, one example could be, let's say you have a certain fitness goal. You might have said in the past, I only deserve to eat once I've been to the gym. And then maybe if you don't go to the gym and you eat anyway, that's felt like a personal failing on your part. And in turn, you've said to yourself, I always do this. I can never stick to what I've told myself I'll do. So I might as well give up with this gym thing altogether. And I think this kind of goes back to what we were saying about you needing to show yourself compassion and setting reasonable expectations for yourself. You need to eat and you deserve to eat, regardless of whether you are working out that day or not. You eat because you are a soul residing in a human body and you need to nourish that body so it can keep you alive and so that you have the energy to do things like work out. And working out should be a privilege, not a punishment. Getting to move your body is something to celebrate. It doesn't have to be about pushing yourself to your absolute limits so you can give yourself permission to eat something. You don't need permission, and gentle movement is still movement. You saying, I only deserve to eat once I've worked out is you setting yourself up for failure, because if you try and exercise on a completely empty stomach, no protein, not enough energy to function, and then you have to stop prematurely because you feel like you're about to pass out partway through and you berate yourself for that, that's a form of self-sabotage because you were never giving yourself the chance to succeed. Some of you could have been wanting to switch up your style as one example, but you're punishing yourself and saying,
I'll buy myself nice things when I have XYZ body shape, or that only suits XYZ body shape. And for those of you where that applies, I just want to say you deserve to feel comfortable. You deserve to wear clothes that feel good and fit you in your body right now. Getting yourself outfits that fit you and that feel good isn't admitting defeat. You can still have goals for yourself, but don't feel as though you have to punish yourself if you're not where you want to be just yet. You are allowed to feel good about yourself at any stage of this journey. You don't have to wait until a certain point to be worthy. You're worthy right now as you are. Some of you, it could feel like it's taking your brain a while to catch up to the idea that you're not actually who you've been telling yourself you were. And I know that sounds really strange, but the example I'm thinking of, I'm getting for some of you, and it doesn't have to be this one, I'm just using this one because the Page of Pentacles reverse can sometimes represent having a learning difficulty. So let's say you grew up with a learning difficulty or a disability of some kind, but it went unnoticed or misdiagnosed, you kind of slipped under the radar. If you struggled with certain things within education, or you were in a study field or career field and you had to drop out, you could have been incorrectly labelled as lazy or irresponsible, when in actuality you were just struggling to cope in a world that wasn't designed for you and you were offered little support. So maybe the things you struggled with made you feel like a failure, or it made you lack confidence when it came to going for certain opportunities. And so people told you you didn't have enough drive or ambition, and perhaps you internalized some of that. And maybe in the past when things went wrong, you told yourself you were these things, or you had someone in your life who reinforced the idea of like, oh, you've always been this way, you can never stick to anything. Even if it just comes down to one subject, like even something as simple as you wanting to learn a language, but maybe you've told yourself, oh, well, I'm not good with words, I'm not good at learning generally. But it's not that you're not good at learning, it's just that there was nobody there to teach you something in the right way. It's even giving me something like, what if you've always wanted to be a writer, but somebody told you from an early age that you'd never be a writer because you can't spell, or something like that, because maybe you have dyslexia, but it went unnoticed when you were growing up. So maybe you didn't get the support. And if you do struggle with something like that, maybe spelling in that example will never be your strong point, but that doesn't mean that you can't be a writer, because maybe you still have the great ideas, the amazing creativity. You just struggle with the spelling aspect, which is only one tiny aspect of writing. And we have spell correctors and we have AI to help us with that kind of thing now. So it's not to say that just because you're not a great speller that you couldn't do that. That is the kind of thing that I'm getting. What I'm getting is that you took some of these things, you took the things that people said to you, and you actually took it as a personal failing on your part, when in actuality it was the system surrounding you failing to see your potential and make the accommodations that you so desperately needed. And when I say it's taken a while for you to catch up, I just mean it. For instance, like now, if you have been diagnosed with a learning difficulty or a disability of some kind in this example, or a mental health issue or health issue generally, whatever it is, even if you don't consider it a disability, or if that's something you're in the process of, I feel like on your end it explains a lot, because you're saying to yourself, oh, like I wasn't actually lazy. This procrastination is maybe a symptom of XYZ, like I just needed help, I was just struggling. Yet when you encounter challenges, you sometimes still have those moments of doubt where you still believe it's somehow a personal failing, even with all the other stuff you've had to contend with. So I think there's something you're doing during these months where you're making the active choice to no longer reinforce those beliefs. You're reminding yourself that you were never lacking. It's just people couldn't give you what you needed to thrive, but that doesn't mean you can't thrive now. Some of you could still be procrastinating a little bit at this point when it comes to adopting a healthier lifestyle. And I know that's not for everyone. You'll know if it's for you, because some of you might be saying to yourself, well, it's Christmas soon, so I'll just start properly in January. But again, don't get trapped into that all or nothing mindset, because life is happening right now and there are always small changes you can make right now. You can commit to yourself right now in small ways, and these are all things that will help you develop your self trust. Instead of just promising yourself you'll wake up on January the 1st as a whole new person and setting unattainable goals. And when I say healthy lifestyle, this doesn't have to mean what you put in your body. So for some of you, it will be. And maybe it's a mind, body, and soul thing. Whatever you're doing that you know isn't good for you, but you're doing it anyway because of an arbitrary date. So it could be even something like, oh, I know I have to stop texting my ex, I have to stop responding to this toxic person, but it's Christmas. Like, I'll be nice to them and then I'll cut them off in January. Or like, I know I should book that appointment, but I'll do it next month. Stop giving future you more work to do when you could do it right now, and give future you exciting opportunities to look forward to instead of burdens. Some of you are really reassessing your whys during these first few months. So if you have a goal in mind, you'll really get into the root of, why do I want this? And does my why align with who I am at a soul level, or is it a result of that past limiting belief? So if your goal was to get a past romantic interest to talk to you again, this could be about you saying to yourself, why do I want that? And that can be uncomfortable to sit with, because sometimes that forces us to acknowledge things like, I want external validation from this person because I don't feel good enough within myself.
And when you make a discovery like that, it can be a bit of a hard pill to swallow because, in that example, maybe you've spent so much time wishing that person would reach out to you, only to then discover, oh, it was actually never about them. It was about me. It was about my insecurities, my limiting beliefs. That's what made me want this so badly. And then a part of you feels like you've wasted time on the wrong thing, but another part of you feels alive at having made that discovery because now you can focus on what truly matters. This won't be for everyone, but we do have a couple of cards about like receiving bad news. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be anything huge, but most of us are very unlikely to go an entire year without hearing some kind of bad news. But I think the reason it might be coming through here is because this bad news could act as a catalyst for you assessing your whys and making changes based on what's really important to you. For example, if a few years ago you had a fitness goal and your why was more to do with the superficial, for example, I want to be this weight because I want to look really good in a bikini. I'm not saying there's something inherently wrong with that. It's totally okay to enjoy the body you live in and feel good within your appearance. But if you were doing it for external validation, for example, because maybe other people have made you feel bad about your current body and you have something to prove, so you wanted to be in a more socially acceptable body, then that's not just about you feeling good. So maybe you were out of alignment because your higher self wanted you to realize there are more important things with this. And that's why your why wasn't sustainable. It's not something you could stick to because on a soul level, you didn't really care about it, or you didn't really care about the surface level things like that. However, if this year you've had, for example, a minor health scare or somebody in your family has, and maybe it's in relation to some kind of hereditary illness that might be preventable with lifestyle changes, something like that could become a part of your why, because then it's like, well, why do I want this? Because I want to experience a long and fulfilling life. I've seen how this condition affects this family member or this person that I know, and I want to do everything I can to prevent that. So that becomes like an important motivational factor for you. And it makes it easier to stick to and keep with that motivation because you have a bigger reason for wanting to do something. So it feels like you're coming into union with yourself. These coins on the Six of Pentacles remind me of chocolate coins. That could be significant for somebody. But I think you're learning how to be more generous with yourself. You're being charitable in terms of how you think about yourself. You're not assuming the worst about yourself, and you're starting to learn how to give and take affection openly. You could be learning how to accept a compliment in early 2025. If someone compliments you, maybe this is you no longer straight up dismissing any kind of words that come your way. You could also be opening up to somebody about things that happened within your childhood or issues you might have carried over from that time that might be affecting you. And I think that's why I mentioned some of you will be doing counseling and therapy and things like that. However, this could also be just opening up to someone generally. Some of you could actually be attracting a mutual give and take relationship, or you're learning to trust not only yourself, but a person who is in their King of Cups upright energy. For a lot of you, I think it's mostly focused on your growth, but for some of you, it could be about learning to open up to this other person and trusting that you can be vulnerable with them. And for some of you, it's both things, like you're attracting these new opportunities and having this union with a soulmate whose soul matches yours because you've been doing this healing work in your own self and because you're ascending in that way. Okay, I know that was a little bit of a long start to the year, but I felt I wanted to clarify a lot of things there. Sorry about the plane, by the way, if you can hear that. It's really loud, and my window's shut. I don't know why it's so loud. But yeah, let's roll the astro dice and let's see what themes we get for these few months. Okay, that rolled right over here, but we have the south node. With the south node here, we have the fourth house, and we have Aquarius. So this is really interesting because the south node often represents comfort. It represents what is known to us, what is safe. It's our instincts and our habits. It's things that seem easy and natural. And the fourth house is also a Cancer house. So that's associated with our foundations, our roots, our home, our heritage, where we find our sense of belonging. It can also talk about family. So this could be about how we were taught to view the world, including how we were taught to view ourselves growing up, what feels safest and familiar to us. And for some of us, unfortunately, if we grew up in unfortunate circumstances, for whatever reason, unfortunate doesn't just have to mean like one thing. The things that we were taught about ourselves might be more harmful than they are helpful. And I think there's something about you during these months, it's like you're challenging what feels most comfortable to you, because it sounds strange, but sometimes what's most comfortable to us is self sabotage if that's how we've been living our lives thus far. And it is more comfortable sometimes to just say, well, I guess I'm just doing what I always do and I'm giving up. That's what feels like home to us because that's what we've been doing all this time. And maybe we were brought up to believe a certain thing about ourselves that is no longer true, but we're not allowing ourselves to grow out of what's comfortable and align with our north node, which is our true north. It's our destiny. But with this Aquarius, it's making me think about like out of the box thinking, doing something differently, making progress. forward movement to change something, not just sticking with what you know, doing something that elevates you. So, yeah, that definitely makes sense for this portion of your reading. We are now going to look at your April, May, and June with the next few cards. So, please bear with me and we'll have a look at what we got for you. Okay, pile 4, we've got the Ten of Pentacles, we've got the Six of Wands, we've got the Queen of Cups, beautiful, we've got the Magician, we've got the King of Wands, and we've got the Three of Pentacles. Okay, pile 4, if you think that the start of 2025 sounded a little bit rocky, don't worry, I'm not going to say it's about to get even more rocky. What I'm going to say is the work that you're doing during those first 3 months is going to define how the rest of the year might go for you. And because you are committed to that growth, it looks like this year is going to be becoming a heck of a lot better for you, and you're going to start seeing some of that work paying off or your success taking shape in this major way. This is an absolutely amazing selection of cards. Can I just say, this gives me every indication that April, May, and June are going to be very, very enjoyable and potentially lucrative months for you. Does that mean you won't have any kind of challenge during one of these months? No, because we face big and small challenges every single day, but it doesn't seem to me like any of the potential challenges are going to be a defining factor for you during these months. So, first of all, you're working on building a solid foundation with that Ten of Pentacles, and that's obviously going to mean different things to different people depending on what a solid foundation looks like to you. But regardless of whether you are trying to manifest a deeper stage of commitment with a partner, or you're working on becoming more financially independent, or you're giving yourself a solid start when it comes to your personal goals, this very much feels like you getting everything you could want, or something certainly that you've been asking for. There's something to do with your family home here. So if you've been trying to manifest your dream home, this could be you finding that home and signing the contract so that it is officially yours. If you're hoping that somebody will ask you to enter into a deeper phase of commitment in your relationship, that could happen during one of these months. Likewise, if you've been hoping that your romantic partner is going to ask you to move in with them or get married or be official, that could happen. Some of you could even be getting married during this time, depending on your relationship status and the stage you're at with this person. It could just be that you've done the work to prioritize your personal goals at the start of the year. You've been building a new foundation for yourself. So with this Ten of Pentacles, you're like, I've given myself a good start with this, and now I feel like I've settled down into a routine. This is a solid foundation to build on. It could feel like you're highly favored during this time in some way, almost like things are just falling into your lap or the universe is sending you blessing after blessing. It's like going from struggling to pay the rent during one month to getting a lump sum of money the next month unexpectedly. It could be quite surprising to those of you where it feels like a rough start to the year, or if 2024 has felt tough. I think this is the point where you are really seeing that things are turning around for the better in some way. I think you're going to feel much more supported and also like you've won something. But I'm hearing that phrase, we've won the battle but not the war. So it kind of feels like there's a way to go, but the victory is spurring you on in some way. So even if you're saying it's not over yet, it still feels like you're on good footing to win in some way. I don't know what that means, but you feel like you're winning. You're feeling like you have this advantage and you have people cheering you on. There are people on your side who want to make sure that you're receiving the praise you deserve. You could have people campaigning for you in some way during one of these months. Now, this could be anything depending on who you are and what you do day to day, but it could have something to do with a thing you do professionally, as one example. If people at your work have to vote for a member of staff to receive some kind of award, it could be that you have a lot of people voting for you and really wanting you to come out victorious. It could also be like if you have an online presence of any kind, maybe people are trying to get the word out about you because they're trying to help you succeed and reach your subscriber goal or something like that. It could be that people are trying to help you with your engagement or something along those lines. I want to say that many of you are going to be stepping into your leadership energy, or at the very least, it's an energy where people are stopping to listen to you in some way. This could involve you being in the spotlight to some capacity, but it's also like people are deferring to you more. Even if you're collaborating with others, it's kind of this feeling of people wanting to give you the final say on something. So this could be a group project that you're managing, as one example, or it could just be that people are referencing you as someone who knows their stuff when it comes to a certain topic, and it gives you this boost of confidence. It's making me think of like a popular creator making a video about something and a commenter asks them a question about the topic, and even if they're fairly clued up, they give an answer, but then they tag you and they're like, I know Pal 4 has a lot of knowledge when it comes to this, so they might be able to tell you more. It's that kind of vibe. And I want to reiterate, this isn't done in a way where people are putting too much on your plate or anything like that. It's not that people are saying, oh, go and ask Pal 4 because they want to give you extra jobs. I'm getting the impression that these are things you want to be involved in, like you're happy to answer questions, you're happy to be asked, and also it's a team effort. You and another person or a small group of people are all working towards a common goal and you're helping each other. And when I'm looking at the King of Wands card, I'm also hearing I've got your back as I'm looking at this lion. It's like you're this King of Wands, you're this leader, but you have a strong person or a group of people at your side willing to back you up. So let's say this is at work. This isn't a situation where your colleagues are snitching on you and they're saying, well, I didn't think XYZ was a good idea, but that's what Powerful told me to do, or that's what Powerful told us to do. It feels like you have someone or some people around you who truly do have your back, and they're like, this is what we decided as a team. So they're supporting you and your decisions. And if anyone criticizes your leadership abilities, it's like this person is happy to step in and say, listen, Powerful has been put in charge of this because they know what they're doing and they're qualified. We trust them to do it. So stay out of their business. This could even be a manager figure who has your back on something, but it doesn't have to be. It could be a friend or romantic partner or family member. And this is the type of person who, let's say you are a content creator and you're getting some kind of negative feedback from trolls, this is a person who would come to your defense and start answering back to all the trolls. And I feel like this acclaim you're receiving instills you with more confidence, and it's making you like, I want to keep growing, I want to keep learning, I want to build on the success. It feels like you're very focused and dedicated when it comes to a particular project. You're very willing to keep putting the effort in. Your motivation hasn't waned. If anything, the positive attention is just making you want to try even harder with this. It also seems like you're going to be very attuned to your psychic gifts during this time, and you're just going to know what the right thing to do is when it comes to making certain decisions. And maybe this is why people are deferring to you or looking to you for guidance to make the final decision about something. It feels like you could have a lot of influence at this time and that people might be coming to you for advice on certain matters. It also seems like you're more easily able during these months to harness your willpower and kind of wield it to take positive action when it comes to bringing your manifestations into fruition. This is very much giving me the energy of someone who is like the sensitive baddie. You're coming across as charming and funny and energetic, but you also have a soft side with that Queen of Cups where you're able to be a good listener and give people a shoulder to cry on. You're able to make any project that you're working on a lot of fun for the people around you. So this is giving me the sense of like, even if this is at work, it doesn't feel like work to people. Let's say you're in charge of a professional project and you're managing a small team of people, you have to teach them something. You're the kind of leader where your colleagues would say, oh, I did a similar project last year with X person and I hated it, but this year I'm working with Power4 and it's actually really fun. I like having them as a manager. Or even if you are a teacher of some kind, maybe you're the teacher where kids actually look forward to their lessons with you, even if it's a typically boring subject, because you make it fun. You know how to be a leader, but you're not overly strict for the sake of being so. It's making me think of someone who would like spice up their PowerPoint presentations by putting memes in to make people laugh, or just being like a firm but fair boss in some kind of way. Like, let's say you are a boss, people don't want to mess with you because if they're willing to just come in and get the job done, you'll be so chill and you'll make it easy for them. Like, you'd be the kind of boss who says, like, sure, you can have a snack while you work, or yeah, you can put your music on while you're working. But if someone tries to take advantage of your leniency, you will put them in their place. And so they want to stay in line because they get the benefits of working with you as long as they're doing their job and not taking the piss, basically. So you can manage the team and be this assertive, confident person who tells people what to do. But then let's say your team member wants to have a private word with you about something going on in their personal life, you can suddenly transform into that super empath, sensitive mode with that Queen of Cups. I think we said earlier you've been doing a lot of work when it comes to your emotional maturity, and I definitely think this Queen of Cups showing up solidifies that. You're absolutely coming across as emotionally mature and very, very secure in yourself. So let's roll the Astro dice and see which themes we're getting for these months. Okay, we have Scorpio, we have the 12th house, and we have Neptune. I feel like Neptune keeps coming up in so many readings at the moment. So Scorpio is 8th house energy. So 8th house energy, maybe some personal deep transformation showing up in your life during this time. Could be something to do with your dreams or your subconscious mind being significant here. Maybe working with your subconscious mind to make your dreams a reality. Hypnosis could be significant for somebody here. I don't know why I'm getting that, but it feels like something you're doing is leading to this great personal transformation and you're able to take some of what you're learning and use it in your material reality. Okay, let's have a look at your next few cards of Power4. Okay, we've got the Chariot reversed. We've got the Knight of Cups. We've got the Ten of Cups. We've got the Three of Swords reversed. We've got the High Priestess. And we've got the Queen of Pentacles. So this is to represent your July, August, and September, by the way. I don't remember if I said that or not. But when the Chariot comes up in reverse, it can sometimes indicate that we've lost control of something or that we're lacking in direction. And although I don't feel like this is going to be a defining factor during these 3 months, it could be that in early July you encounter an issue that does temporarily make you feel this way. But I keep hearing the word blip, so it feels like this is something that is relatively minor. But maybe the reason your guides want me to mention it is because potentially it brings up a little bit of past wounding. Because by this point in the year, you're going to have made so much progress when it comes to achieving your goals. But this thing that throws you off could momentarily have you kind of feeling like, well, I've lasted longer than I usually do, but I've still given up. Maybe you start telling yourself the same stories like, oh, I just lack willpower or I'm being lazy, when in actuality, this isn't the case. And again, I think we're being shown this because this might be a moment where you need to give yourself grace and appreciate that we can't be 100% perfect all of the time. And we might have times where we have to slow down, and that doesn't mean that we have given up. It could be that you're trying to force something to happen because you feel like if you don't push through, no matter what the obstacle is, then you'll suddenly lose all the progress that you've made, when that's not the case. So, to give an example, and I'm sorry that I keep giving fitness as an example during your reading, Pal 4, I feel like I've done that with a lot of piles today. I just find it's like an easy one to refer to. So, it could be that you've told yourself, I'll go to the gym every night this week, but then maybe midweek, unexpectedly, you get sick and you're super exhausted, and your body's telling you that you need to take it easy and you need to rest. It could be that your mind convinces you that you have to push through and go anyway, because if you don't, that means you're turning into that old version of you who couldn't be trusted to follow through on promises they've made themselves, or who lacked control or willpower. But in actuality, deciding to listen to your body and what your body needs, and deciding not to go to the gym that one night, doesn't undo your progress, and it actually might help you on your journey. Because if you're already exhausted and unwell and you force yourself to go to the gym, you might end up getting more unwell, and then maybe you'll have to take a week or two away from the gym, overcoming a more severe illness, when instead you could have just given yourself the day or two off that you needed, and you'd probably feel fit and well to return sooner. And it doesn't have to be with fitness, it can be the same thing with work or anything you're doing if you're pushing yourself too hard or trying to force something to happen that just isn't meant to happen yet. It could be that you have an argument with somebody and you momentarily feel like my life is falling apart, or I've made the wrong decision, or I've gone off track. But then, because by this point you will have done a lot of work when it comes to intercepting your negative thought patterns, it feels like this is only going to be a sort of temporary thing. And I think it's going to feel like this insight comes from somewhere, and you kind of get very real with yourself, and you're like, come on, pal 4. Like, me not going to the gym for one day to prioritize my health and my rest does not mean that I'm giving up on my goals. Or me not pushing myself to the brink of collapse at work doesn't mean I have no willpower. Or me and this person having one small disagreement doesn't mean it's going to be the end of my friendship or relationship with them. It could be that your higher self almost steps in, like, come on now, you know that you're falling back into that all or nothing way of thinking, and you know that what you're saying isn't true. Please rest, please take care of yourself. I promise you're going to be back on track in a couple of days. And so you're listening to that and you're learning it's okay to slow down and to not force things to happen. It's also okay to relinquish control sometimes. For example, if this is about you falling out with somebody, for example, if this is about you falling out with someone, it could be that in the past, a falling out with somebody would make you feel like you can't get back on track without that situation being rectified. So maybe you feel on edge until that situation is resolved. You're like, I can't sleep properly knowing that this person is mad at me, or whatever the case may be. And I think that's absolutely valid, and it's totally okay to feel your feelings, but it's about not letting the things that you can't control define you to the point where it's ruining your life. Because sometimes it's not even about you. It could be that that person is just having a bad day. So if you let things unfold naturally and allow that person space, maybe they'll come to you and say, like, hey, I'm sorry about the disagreement we had. I was stressed and I took it out on you. But if you're, as one example, and I'm not saying you're doing this, I'm just using it as an example, if you're like constantly messaging that person and demanding that they speak to you, and you're getting wound up every time you see that they've read a message and they haven't replied, then that is kind of a preventable situation. And I don't mean you shouldn't reach out to that person. If you're looking to open a dialogue with them, obviously it's okay to send a message or suggest that you find a suitable time to have a conversation. But I just mean if you send one or two messages and that person doesn't reply, and you know that if you send a third or fourth message saying, hey, are you going to get back to me with multiple question marks, if you know that's going to re-trigger you and frustrate you more, then that is a situation that you are putting yourself through unnecessarily, and that part of the situation is preventable. Say your piece and focus on controlling the things you can control, but don't try to force yourself into a situation where it feels like your life is on hold until you get that response from that person, as that example, because you can't control that aspect of things, and sometimes you just have to ride it out and go with the flow, which I know is way easier said than done. But I think this is a really big lesson you're working on this next year. But I do actually think you're going to be utilizing more of that go with the flow energy. And whatever minor thing this is, it's not going to define the next few months. And that's because of how you're going to handle it. And I feel like not only that, but you're going to end up getting some kind of exciting offer or opportunity that you've been waiting to receive. And it's going to bring with it a lot of emotional fulfillment. There's a message I'm getting about everything working out, or someone saying, don't worry, it's all going to work out and you are going to be happy and you do not need to force it. So there's this message about something happening naturally, and the Ten of Cups is very much focused on our emotions. So this is something that's going to bring you a lot of contentment. It feels like something you've been hoping for and you've been wishing for, and you're being blessed with the chance to seize an opportunity or say yes to something here. It feels like you're saying, this is the thing I've been waiting for, this is what I've been wanting to do. It feels like during these months, the action you're taking is with your personal well-being in mind,
mind. And I feel like that sounds obvious that we should have our well-being in mind when we're making decisions, but a lot of us don't because maybe we have other obligations or we feel like we need to put other people first. But this seems like you saying, I deserve this opportunity, this is what I wanted, this is what I've been working towards, so I'm going to give myself the chance to do that, and it just feels like the right decision for me. And obviously that's going to mean different things for different people, and I always say that because I know the examples I give won't resonate for everyone here. But basically, in whatever context it applies to you, this feels like the culmination of what you've been working on. Like if you said to yourself, I'm doing XYZ so I can eventually do XYZ or have XYZ, then this is where the abundance comes in and where you're getting what you wanted. Or at least you're accepting an offer that puts you on the path of getting everything you've ever wanted. So as one example, it could be you saying, I always said when I got myself to a good place, I would start dating again. But for the longest time, I've always put my work first or I've put my kids first. But now I'm ready, I'm going to start dating. And that date you get asked on leads you to find your soulmate and find that fulfillment. Or as another example, you could be like, I've worked hard all these years so I can retire early or reduce my hours so that I get to spend time at home with my family more. And I've been putting my career first, but now I'm putting me and my family first. It won't be those exact things for you, but you get the idea. It could be that this is going to be a period in your life where you and your family are able to spend more time together and you're all getting along. Things feel happy and settled in your home life, however that applies. It could feel like you are doing more fun things as a family, like art projects at home or going on more days out or even some kind of vacation together. But definitely, you're going to have that sense of like, this is the happy family I've always wanted. And that can look different to many people. If your idea of a happy family is marriage and children, great. If your idea of a happy family is you getting on better with your parents or siblings or in laws, then great. If your idea of a happy family is you and your cat, then great. The specifics don't necessarily matter, but there's some sense of like things are going smoothly or everyone's happy, everyone's good right now. So, if, as one example, you have two kids who are brother and sister and they're always yelling at each other, they could be getting along better during this time. Or if one of your kids is having problems at school, it could be that come August, you're realizing that they seem much more happy and things have settled down in that respect. If your parents are always getting on each other's nerves or your in laws are always winding you up, it could be that they kind of mellow during this time. Or even if it's just you and your cat, it could be that your cat used to piss all over the floor due to anxiety and you're noticing, like, hey, my cat is no longer pissing all over the floor. It's feeling like smooth sailing and it's feeling like a period of time where you get to sit back and be like, I'm just good with where I'm at, like, I'm happy here. Even with this Three of Swords in reverse, which I almost forgot to talk about, but this could be that by August or September, you've overcome a difficult period. Maybe this is about overcoming the blip you experienced in July. You're releasing some emotions relating to that, and you get to a stage where you're just feeling so much more optimistic. This can also be about compromise. So if it ever felt like there were disagreements involving you or just around you, this could be people in your life are getting along better now, the worst of any conflict is over. And I think there's just this sense of by the end of September, you're feeling on top of things, I want to say. You're just doing really, really well and thriving. And I don't want this to be gendered or exclude people to whom this doesn't apply, but this is definitely giving me the vibe of you being like the perfect wife or mother or the perfect husband or father. And if it's not that, it's just this sense of like you're able to keep people in check, but you don't even have to raise your voice to do so. So maybe when you go out to eat with your family, you're not even having to remind your kids, say thank you to the waiter. It's like they're automatically just being polite, they're being well mannered, they're well behaved, and you're keeping them in line without really having to do anything. It doesn't even have to be with kids if you don't have them. It could be things going on in your life generally. You just feel on top of it and in control with it. And also, like, you're able to enjoy some of the finer things in life too, because you're not stressing about whatever's going on around you. You might actually invite people over to your home more during this time, and it feels like you're in this really welcoming energy. You're like the perfect host, and the cooking isn't stressing you out and things like that. You're just very laid back about the things taking place in your life. So that is your July, August, and September. Let's just roll the Astro dice and see what we get for you for these months before moving on to October, November, and December. Okay, we've got the ninth house, we have got Virgo, and we have got the moon. So the ninth house, this could indicate travel. Maybe you're going traveling during one of these months. I think we mentioned going on a family vacation, so this could apply. It could give you a chance to relax. But also this Virgo energy coming through. Virgo is reminding me of like being organized and being on top of things. Just this feeling of you sort of saying like, oh, I've got that covered, or I've already organized where I need to be and what I need to be doing. And that's how you feel. You feel like on top of it. You feel like you've got it covered. You feel like you know what your routine is and where you need to be each day. Also with the moon, I'm getting the sense that like there's some element of safety, like you feeling happy and secure in terms of your home life, or you always have this safe space to return to at the end of the day. So you're not letting things get on top of you because you know you always have like your safe space to come back to. Okay, so let's have a look at the last few cards we get for you, and these cards are going to represent your October, November, and December. Okay, powerful. So we have got the Two of Pentacles. We've got Strength. We've got the Six of Swords reversed. We've got the Knight of Swords reversed. We've got the Six of Cups. And we've got the Eight of Pentacles. Okay, so during these months, it could feel like you're juggling a few things at once, and you might at a certain point be put in a situation where you have to stand your ground or put your foot down when it comes to something. And this might take a bit of courage because I think you're concerned about not rocking the boat, but you do have the inner strength and bravery to accept this challenge and to say what needs to be said. Now, it could be something that does disrupt your plans initially, but I do think that it's going to lead to you becoming much happier in the long run. Now, I am actually seeing that some of you by the end of 2025, you're going to have a new job. That obviously won't apply to everyone if that's not something you want or it's not something you're looking for, but I'm mentioning it now because maybe you standing your ground during October or November, let's say, is what ultimately leads to this decision to take a different path by the end of the year. And I say decision because I'm not seeing anything about you standing your ground and getting fired or anything like that. I think it's more maybe you're not happy with a work situation because maybe you feel like you're juggling too much, you have too many responsibilities, or you're not being paid what you're worth for the amount of work that you do and the amount of responsibilities that you've been given. So maybe this is you saying during October or November, if something doesn't change, I'm going to leave. And maybe with this Eight of Pentacles, you do find something better, or you want to commit to something else or go in a different direction. Or if it's not a new job, it could be like it takes you a lot of courage to arrange a meeting with your manager and say to them, look, I'm not happy with where I'm at. But when you do have that conversation, it's like they actually listen to you and they do want to allow you to do something different. Maybe some of you almost feel like your talents are being wasted where you're at because you're actually overqualified, but you've been made responsible for balancing some of the menial jobs. So maybe this is you sticking up for yourself and saying, like, look, you are squandering my talents here. I could be doing so much more, but you're not allowing me to manage my time effectively. And so they put you in charge of something else that allows you to do more of what you want. But either way, I think this is something that's going to lead to you feeling much more secure. And I think it's something that's going to allow you to feel more rewarded too. By the end of the year, it feels like you're gaining a reputation of being excellent at what you do. You've accomplished something, you're building something, it's well on its way to success by this point. The exact way this is going to happen is going to be different for all of you, and obviously it also depends on the people within your life. Like if this is a work situation and you know that you have an understanding boss who would actually listen to you if you raise these concerns, that's going to result in a very different outcome in comparison to someone who knows that they have a terrible boss who is just going to turn around and say like, well, tough, like if you don't like it, leave. But either way, this results in you getting what you want, and it's through your action. So if nothing changes in the workplace when you ask for accommodations and that's making you feel trapped, you're like, right, well, I am going to leave, I am going to find something else. But if things are able to change because you have asked for that, then your work life is still going to get better for you in whatever kind of job you're already in. And it doesn't have to be just a work situation. It could be like you're feeling as though you're having to balance too much of the domestic labour within your home. And so you're asking for things to be taken off your plate in that sense. And it allows you to be more productive and focus on other things that you want to focus on. I think you're going to have to advocate for yourself, and you're going to have to make it very clear that you have to slow down when it comes to something with this Knight of Swords. Like you can't keep going on the way you're going. So it's kind of like you're backed into a corner, but ultimately it is going to get better. It's like whatever situation you're in at first, you feel a little bit out of your depth. Maybe if this is like even a new job where you've not done all of your training yet, it could be that you feel unsupported, like you haven't really been shown all the ropes and you've just been thrown in at the deep end or something like that, and really you could do with more support. And this Knight of Swords reverse could be to do with a person you are dealing with at that time. It doesn't have to be. And please don't worry either way because you are going to come out of this whole situation fine. Like I see that with the Eight of Pentacles. But I think this goes back to what we were saying. And if we give a work example, like if you're going to your boss as an example and saying, I want to reduce my hours because I'm giving a lot to this company, but I feel like I'm working too much at the moment and I'm going to get burnt out. A good boss is going to listen to you and help you figure out a plan for reducing your hours. Even if they can't accommodate everything you ask for immediately due to things out of their control, they're going to try and meet you part way because it's just the logical thing to do. Maybe they're going to delegate some of your tasks to somebody else. They're going to share the load with you because ultimately you being burnt out isn't good for you and it's not good for the company. Like it's not a good reflection on them as a boss. So it just makes sense. But if you have a boss who is more ego driven and focused on exerting control over having healthy and productive staff, if you have a boss who is tactless and who is a bit of a bully, who is a bit of a know-it-all,
who is arrogant, who purposely seems to want to put you in these situations where you feel like everything is getting on top of you. If you have a boss who's like that, that boss might say to you, well, these are the hours you're doing, and if you don't like it, you can leave, because they have that I know best mentality. And so you're kind of backed into a corner, you feel trapped, but then ultimately it's going to push you to make that decision to leave because you want better for yourself and you know it's not fair for you to have to juggle all of these things. And it's the same like whoever this Knight of Swords in reverse is. It could even be representative of a situation generally rather than a person. Like something happens that makes you feel disrupted in some way, and this person or this situation is causing disruptions to your routine, to you living a structured and chaos-free life, and you're not willing to continue accepting disruptions, so you're doing something about it. You're removing yourself from that situation, or you're finding a suitable workaround. A few of you could even be having work done in or around your home, and ultimately your home is going to be better for this, but at the same time, having people working on the home when you're trying to get on with your day is a bit of a disruption. It could be something like that. A lot of you during these last 3 months of the year, you're going to be reflecting on the past, but I think it's going to be in a very innocent and nostalgic way. You might find that past memories are brought up a lot during these months. You're having a lot of conversations that begin with, remember when XYZ. And also, I feel like this is a time for sharing resources and exchanging gifts. And I mean, that would make sense. Obviously, December is Christmas time, so if you celebrate, it could have something to do with that. There's also something about you going home for the holidays or reuniting with friends and family during this time. Some of you could also be looking at old photographs and looking at how far you have come during this time. If you have your own children or younger people in your life, you could be showing them old photographs of what you looked like when you were their age, as just one example. And children generally could be significant. You finding time to interact with younger family members, maybe nieces and nephews. Maybe you're babysitting more around this time or something like that. It feels like quality family time here. So that is what I'm getting for your October, November and December. We are just going to finish this reading by rolling the Astro dice again and then looking at your Guardian Angels Oracle card. Let's do one last roll. Okay, we have Scorpio again, so strong Scorpio coming through in this pile. We have the 5th house and we have the North Node, so that's really interesting. At the beginning of the reading, we got the South Node, but this North Node indicates to me that by the end of 2025, you are going to be in an energy of being much more aligned with your destiny, your purpose. You're going to feel like you're in an energy of being aligned with something that sets your soul on fire, and it could be something creative with this 5th house. That's a Leo energy, so a lot of creative energy. You could be working on your creative projects during this time. And also, again, Scorpio energy representing this deep personal transformation that you've gone through this past year. It feels like you're going to be reflecting on how far you've come at this point in the year. 5th house can also represent just having fun. So I feel like you're going to be having much more fun at this point in the year. Maybe when you have removed yourself from this bad work situation or whatever this situation is, when you've overcome that, it feels like you're going to be loosening up. You're going to be having a lot more fun. There's a lot of laughter and a lot of just creative juices flowing, I feel. So that is what I'm getting for your reading, pal 4. Let's just finish up the reading by looking at the Guardian Angels Oracle card that we pulled for you. Okay, pile 4. So we have healing. Listen to your heart. Love is the greatest healer. It has the capacity to balance and heal your emotions, thoughts, and perceptions, which in turn will heal you physically. Your angels are here with you and will help dissolve your fears. Trust in the power of love to guide you, and your life will magically transform. This card is confirmation that healing is occurring right now. Yeah, so I feel like that definitely resonates for your reading, pal 4, because it feels like you have been on this healing journey for a while already, and you are going to be going through a lot of transformation, particularly towards the beginning of the year. And I feel like this is something that you've actually been doing for a while already. So that definitely makes sense. You are getting somewhere, stick with this, keep healing. Things are happening, even if it feels like sometimes you have ups and downs, or you feel like you've taken 1 step forward, 2 steps back. You are still healing. Things are going on. You are still working on this. Continue working on this. You are supported. You will continue to heal. You will continue to grow this year. Healing is a big part of your 2025 transformation, and I am very proud of you for being committed to that. That is what I am getting for your reading, pal 4. I really, really hope you enjoyed this reading today. If you did like the reading, please don't forget to like the video. Please comment if you get a chance, or let me know what resonated, or just let me know which pal you picked. If you haven't subscribed, please consider doing that. I would appreciate it so, so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Take care, and I'll see you in the next one.